天 Brom Puro Heat or Brom Making a Cut 大半天 Mo Brom 二禅天 The second day in the heavens 少光天 Part 八无量光天 A Prem Hut 光阴天 Svara 三禅天 The third in the heavens 少净天 Partopad 无量净天 A Pramopad 变净天 Apsna 四禅天 The fourth day in the heavens 无云天 And Vitraka 福生天 Viaprasapa 果天 Badfala 无想天 Ascent Janasatva 无梵天 Apaya 无热天 Atapa 善现天 Sudha 善见天 Sudarsana 色究竟天 Ikonaha 合音天 Agamaha 大自在天 Momivara 色相 The material appearance or external manifestation, the visible 色相图 A Buddha's material or visible world 色究竟天色顶 Ikonaha, the highest of the material heavens 色空外道Heretics who denied material existence and consequently sought self-control or nirvana 色境 Visible objects, the realm of vision or form 色身 The visible and audible 色盖 The concealing or misleading character of the visible or material, the seeming concealing reality 色蕴 Thesconthoverpa or that which has form, fee 五蕴色处 Iden 色入色众 Iden 色蕴色因色地Iden 假地色身 Rupakya The physical body as contrasted with the 法身 Dharmakya, the immaterial, spiritual, or immortal body 虫 Insect, reptile, any creeping thing, animal, man as of the animal kingdom 血Blood 一些洗血 to wash out blood with blood, from one thing to fall into another 血书 Written with one's own blood 血污池 The pool or lake of blood in one of the hells 血海The sea of blood, i.e. the hells and lower incarnations 血盆经 The sutra describing the blood bath for women in Hades, it is a Chinese invention and is called Baital the placenta tank, which consists of an immense pool of blood, and from this hell, it is said, no release is possible, but there are ceremonies for release from it 血脉 The arteries and veins, linked, closely connected 血图 They gauge your destiny of rebirth as an animal 行 Go, act, do, perform, action, conduct, functioning, the deed, whatever is done by mind, mouth, or body, i.e. in thought, word, or deed. It is used for a yona, going, road, course, and march, the vision of time equal to 6 months, also for Sanskrit form, operation, perfecting, as one of the 12 Phenomena similar to karma, action, work, deed, especially moral action, cf. 业，行乞 to go begging or asking for alms, also 行钵，托钵，行人 a traveler, wayfarer, a follower of Buddha, a disciple. 行住坐卧 walking, standing, sitting, lying, in every state. 行供养 the making of offerings, to go to make offerings. 行信 act and faith, doing and believing, acting out one's belief. 行仪 to perform the proper duties, especially of monks and nuns. 行化 to go and comfort, also 行教化。行策 to go to the privy to which one goes, metaphor of the human body as filthy. 行善 to do good deeds that are good, to offer up deeds of goodness. 行律 the common acts of daily life, sitting, eating, thinking, etc. 行德 the virtue of performance, or discipline, to perform virtuous deeds. 行教 to carry out the phenomena of discipline, the phenomena. 行果 the end result, the inevitable sequence of act and its effect. 行业 that which is done, the activities of thought, word, or deed, moral action, karma. 行树 trees in rows, avenues of trees. 行母 MTK 摩德里迦 the mother of karma, i.e. the abhidharma, Piyaka, which shows that karma produces karma, one act producing another. 行满 Xingmen, a monk of the Folong Si Falun monastery, about whom little is known, but who is accredited with supplying MP of Japan with Tiantai scriptures in the latter part of the 8th century. 行监督 This has Kras Kongha, the fourth of the 5 skandhas. 行运 行相 activity, performance, mental activity. 行筹 to cast lots, divine length of life. 行者 an abbot as attendant, or secret, performing the duties of a disciple. 行脚 行僧 a wandering monk. 行苦 the suffering inevitably consequent on action. 行华 to offer flowers. 行运 the fourth of the 5 skandhas, Saspat, action which inevitably passes on its effects. 行要 the requirements for action, to do that which is most important. 行证 action and proof, knowledge or assurance derived from doing, practice of religious discipline, and the resulting enlightenment. 形象 to take an image of Buddha in procession, it was a custom observed on Buddha's birthday. According to the 佛国记 行足 as works are the feet, so wisdom is the eye. 行道 to walk in the way, follow the Buddha truth, to make procession round an image, especially of the Buddha, with the right shoulder towards it. 行语 To rain, or produce rain, Farquhar, name of a minister of King Bimbisra. 行愿 Action and vow, act and vow, resolve or intention, to act out one's vows, to vow. 行香 To offer incense. 1. Clothes, especially a monk's robes, which are of two kinds, the compulsory 3 garments of 5, 7, or 9 pieces, and the permissive clothing for the manual work of the monastery, etc. The 3 or 3 garments are 1. 安陀会衣 enters an inner garment, the 5-piece 加纱 cassock. 2. 玉多罗僧衣 Atarsada, outer garment, the 7-piece cassock. 3. 僧伽里衣 Sukti, assembly cassock of from 9 to 25 pieces. The permissive clothing is of 10 kinds. 1. 坐饰 The robe, throne, and abode of the Tathagata, see Lotus Sutra 法师品 依法 The robe and the Buddha, truth. 依珠 依宝 the pearl in the garment, i.e. a man starving yet possessed of a priceless pearl in his garment, of which he was unaware, the Lotus Sutra 500受祭品 依福天 The Vajra in the Vajrito group who guards the placenta and the unborn child, his color is black and he holds a bow and arrow. 一随念愿 The vow of Amitabha that all that devas and men in his realm shall instantly have whatever beautiful clothing they wish. 一阶 A towel, cloth, wrapper, or mantle. 一钵 Cassock and alms bowl. 一纳 The umbilical cord. 西 Passing 博士治魔 West, it is largely used in the limited sense of Kashmir in such terms as 西方 The West, or Western regions, but it is also much used for the Western heavens of Amitabha, 西 天 is India, the Western 天竺国 西主 The Lord of the West, Amitabha, who is also the 西天教主 Lord of the cult, or sovereign teacher of the Western paradise. 西干 NM for India, CF. 西天 西尼加 仙尼 Seneca, military. 西光 The light of the Western paradise. 西沙 Katra, land, region, country. 西域求法高僧传 Biographies of famous pilgrims, 56 in number, with 4 added, it is by Eugene 易经 西域记 大唐西域记 西域传 Records of Western countries, by the 10th Dynasty pilgrim 玄奘 Xuanzang. 因12王那帝646年8月 There was a previous 西域传 by 燕从 Yankong of the Sui dynasty. 西山柱部 阿法罗熟罗的 second subdivision of the Mosaica school, and monastery of this name was in Hanakaka, said to have been built 600 BC, deserted AD 600. 西序西班 the western group, i.e. teaching monks stood on the west of the abbot, while those engaged in practical affairs stood on the east. This was in imitation of the court practicing regard to civil and military officials. 西方 the west, especially amid as western Pure Land. 西方净土 Sukti or paradise 西方极乐世界 to which amid is the guide and welcomer 西方接引西名圣名 name of Dao Xuede of Suan of the Ten who founded the Southern Hill School and also of Yuance Yuans, both of whom were from the Ximingsi Monastery of Western Enlightenment, established by Jiaozong 650-684 at Chang'an, the capital. 西曼陀罗 the western Molalad of the Vajradho, as the eastern is of the Garbado. 西河在 name for Dao Shuodao Kuo of the Tang Dynasty. 西晋 the western cleanser, the privy, situated on the west of a monastery. 西牛霍州西瞿陀尼 or 西瞿耶尼 the western continent of a world, Gogna v. Chu or Aparagogna, western, cattle giving, where cattle are the medium of exchange, possibly referring to the pecuniary barter of the north-west. 西藏 Tibet 西藏佛教 Tibetan Buddhism 西藏喇嘛教 Tibetan Lamaism 西行 Going west, practices of the Amitabha cult, leading to salvation in the western paradise. 7. 7 strokes. 估 guess, estimate. 估一 to estimate the value of a deceased monk as personal possessions. 估场 to auction a deceased monk as personal possessions to the other monks. 伴 companion, associated, translate pen, ben, fen, cf. 伴伴僧 associated or accompanying monks. 半夜伴灵 to watch with the spirit of a departed monk the night before the cremation. 半坛 phi 河南方的呢半陀罗父子尼 or 半陀罗父子尼 phi 半 paroxysm. 4. Fikra, 毗遮罗 investigation, consideration, search for truth, to spy, weigh on. D. To let down, lower. 低罗则加 or 低罗世家 Tiladka, Tiladaka, or Tilaka. And monastery, 3 genus west of England. Perhaps the modern village of Thelari near Gay. Item. 驼 he, she, it, other, i.e. 他 translate tha, e.g. insna, sm. 位 position, seat, throne 位部队 One of the set 部队 QV3 kinds of never receding 位牌 The board or record of official position 和 Translate HAIARATCF 和 M 和 What How 和四声 How does it thus happen 和疑魔科 Hymeka, aching at the beginning of Akopa, 经 by man 和吕娜 Haria, a deer 和罗护罗 Rula, name of Kaimuni's son, also of Anashura 和耶 Hea, the horse, had form of 王爷和耶接利婆 Hea Agrippa, horse, neck, a form of fighting, name of a 冥王命王但 only 但空 only non-existence or immateriality, a term used by Tiantai to denote the orthodox Nana system. 不但空 denotes the 宗教 intermediate system between the Nana and the Mahayana, v 空但图单拿单 a staff, club 4. Appearance of, seeming as, like, as, then 四限量 A syllogism assuming each that a face or garment is real and not made up of certain elements 四例宗 A fallacious proposition containing any one of the 9 fallacies connected with the thesis or praedige of the syllogism 四能破 A fallacious counter proposition containing one of the 33 fallacies connected with the thesis, praedige reason, 提出因 or example of Haragu 区 Translate ka osik haya ga god ku kai cf 去 ka 诗 和 科 克 坎 It is used to represent 虚空 space, empty SKT kai nt earlier means sky, ether 屈家可加开吧 A rhinoceros 屈乐家 KHR and measure or hamper of grain, cracker equal to mud 屈扎家 Kaaka and manual sign, wrists together, fingers half closed, and W says the half closed hand. The double fist of wrestlers or boxers. 屈周罗 Calf, a bed, couch, cot, a long, narrow bed. 屈提罗屈提罗加屈的罗科屈陀罗切的洛 or 切的洛加 or 切达洛 or 切达洛加切那里乌杰的罗可离罗科离罗 Kalirovka or Karovka One of the 7 concentric ranges of a word, tr. Be gem Gutenberg or wood, also by comporter, unwooded. Its seed is covered with scented flowers, and in it are 4 islands. It is also a tree of the acacia order. 区离 3 or crab. A hu, i.e. bushel, or measure of about 10 do feet. 屈辱屈乐 曲楼，曲炉风渣，曲露色渣 Karoi, tr. By SS Lips, name of an ancient tea, perhaps Jutrasa. Also, the writing of all the Northerners, said to have been introduced by him, consisting of 72 characters. Chusha Kashgar, a country in Turkestan, east of the Pamirs, as of Tianshan, the older name, after the name of its capital, is sometimes given as Shula or Shili Qili Dodi Chulu. Throw, said to be a doe, the 10th of a Chuli, also Kara, the name of a I. For Karoi, the above. Chu Luo Tuo, or Chu Luo Di, etc. Vijia. Chu Luo Qian Tuo. Karakahat, kings of demons, kings of Asuras present when Buddha preached the Lotus Sutra. Also described as rumbling like thunder, or stirring up the waves of the ocean. Chu He Luo Mo A. Ka Hara Va, the 5 zhongzi roots, or seed, tones of the 5 elements, space, wind, fire, water, earth respectively. Chu Tuo Ni, or Chu She Ni, Ke Dan Ni Dania, to be chewed, edible, a food, defined as edibles not included in regulation meals. Zhu, steady, to abide, dwell, stay, stop, settle. Shen zhu mie, birth, existence, death. Zhu wei, abiding place, one of the 10 stages, resting and developing places or abodes of the Bodhisattva, which is entered after the stage of belief has been passed. V. 实住，实的，注解 5 artases kalpa, the abiding or existing kalpa, the cope of human existence, 理解，住的 dwelling place, abiding place in the truth, i.e. the acquirement by faith of a self believing in the Dharma and producing its fruits. 注定 fixed, certain, firmly settled. 注定菩萨A bodhisattva firmly fixed, or abiding in certainty. After a bodhisattva has completed 3 greatest kalpas, he has still 100 great kalpas to complete. This period is called abiding in fixity or firmness, divided into 6 kinds. Certainty of being born in a good body, in a noble family, with a good body, and man, knowing the abiding places of his transmigrations, knowing the abiding character of his good works. 住持 to dwell and control, the abbot of a monastery, resident superintendent, to maintain, or firmly hold to, faith in the Buddha, etc. 佛住持身体，佛具实身，住过 abiding in the fruit, e.g. focus and pratyeka Buddhas who rest satisfied in their attainments and do not strive for Buddhahood. They are known as 住果圆觉 or 住果罗汉。住香 steady, abiding, being, the state of existence, one of the four characteristics of all beings and things, i.e. birth, existence, change, or decay, death, or cessation. 做 to make, do, act, be, arise. 做佛 to become or be a Buddha, to cut off illusion, attain complete enlightenment, and end the stage of Bodhisattva discipline. 做佛事 to do the works of Buddha, perform Buddhist ceremonies. 做善 to do good, e.g. worship, bestow alms, etc. 作家 leader, founder, head of sect, a term used by the Chanchen, Zen, or intuitive school. 作恶 to do evil. 作意 Sitopita, to have the thought arise, be aroused, beget the result, etc. 作戒 obedience to the commandments, external fulfillment of them, also called 表色, in contrast with 无作戒, 无表色的 inner grace, moral action in contrast with inner moral character. 做持戒 active keeping of the commandments, active law in contrast with 只持戒 passive, such as not killing, not stealing, etc. 吃饭 做饭 做饭备 the call to order in the assembly. 作业 karma produced, i.e. by the action of body, words, and thought, which induce the kernel of the next rebirth. 做法 karma, which results from action, i.e. the deeds of body or mouth, to perform ceremonies. 做法的 to receive ceremonial ordination as a monk. 做法忏 做法忏悔 one of the three kinds of monastic confession and repentance. 做法界 the place of assembly for ceremonial purposes. 做饭 transgression, sin by action, active sin. 作用 function, activity, act. 作礼 to pay one as respect by worship, to make an obeisance. 作者 cart, a doer, he who does things, hence that man, ego, or person within, the active element, or principle, one of the 16 non-Buddhist definitions of the soul. Osakra, a cause maker, creator, deity. 作举 the accusation of sin made against particular monks by the virtuous monk who presides at the craft gathering on the last day of the summer as rest. 做愿门 to make a vow to benefit self and others, and to fulfill the vow so as to be born in the pure land of Amitabha. The third of the 5 doors or ways of entering the pure land. 做魔 做魔身好 What are you doing? 加 interchange with 加 QV, translate GA, God, Kansas, Club, Game in one case for hot. 加以你 Gemini, a king whom the Buddha is said to have addressed, the sutra of this name. 加倍 I 登录加倍 localbit. 加离 abrief. Forset 加离 suck roll. 加饭加婆 abrief. For bulk event 西婆加婆。加婆达摩 bulk dharma. A Western Indian monk who tr. A work on 观自在。加饭波提。加放果地 patty. 牛主 Lord of Cattle, name of an art, 肥蕉。加皮梨 Copper 2, 飞节。加罗 abrief. For 多加罗 Tigara Pichuk, incense. 加罗夜叉 Flakefat Ahlakar who smoked Riputra on the head while in meditation, without his perceiving it. 加罗尼杰罗拿 smell, scent. 加罗陀 Kardia, the mountain where Buddha is supposed to have cared the 藏识论经 the abode of Tizan. Other names for it are 屈迦罗、屈罗地 or 屈罗地提耶。2. A bodhisattva stage. Attained after many kalpas. 迦耶、迦邪、迦舍给。A city of Magadha, Buddhagha, north-west of present Gaya, near which Kaya Muni became Buddha. 2. Gaja, an elephant. 3. 迦耶山 Gajara, elephant as head. Mountain, 2 are mentioned, one near Vulture Peak, one near the Goat Tree. 4. Kaya, the body. 迦耶舍多 or 迦耶邪舍多 Gayata. Jayata, the 18th Indian patriarch, who labored among the Tokari. 迦耶 Gakyupa, a brother of Lokayapa, originally a fire worshipper, one of the 11 foremost disciples of Buddha, to become cemented Pravsa Buddha. 加之 abrief. For sagi, robe, fee. 僧加之 迦兰 僧迦兰摩 僧兰 Supremor Sakra. The park of an monastery. 2. An monastery. Convent. There are 18 Jialan Shen guardian spirits of an monastery. Jialan Grantha, a treatise, section, verse, the scriptures of the Sikhs. Jiacheti. Gakati, goes, progresses. Jiana. Gana, close, solid, thick. 加那卑利差那 or 加那毕利奇那 Gogana Prikha, beholding the sky or looking into space. 加那提婆 Kadima, Iryadiva, 15th patriarch, disciple of Angrajana, 肥加 加那富利刃 a name of Angrajana. 加陀加他则等于颂 JTH, and metrical narrative or hymn, with moral purport, described as generally composed of 32 characters, and called 孤起颂 a detached stanza. Distinguished from Gaya, 重颂 which repeats the ideas of preceding prose passages. 2. Agadas. adjective 等于 healthy as noun 等于 antidote。3. Geta, arrive at, fallen into, or in a state. 4. Buddha, from mental be aware of, conceive, observe, wake, also 佛陀，浮屠，浮陀，浮头，浮塔，佛陀，佛陀，梅陀，母陀，母陀，不陀，修图。Buddha means completely conscious, enlightened, and can to mean the enlightener. His Chinese translation is 觉 to perceive, aware, awake, and 智 gnosis, knowledge. There is an eternal Buddha, c.e.g. the Lotus Sutra, Cap. 16, and multitudes of Buddhas, but the personality of a Supreme Buddha, Anti-Buddha, is not defined. Buddha is in and through all things, and some schools are definitely pan-Buddhist in the pantheistic sense. In Citroragna Sanbao, commonly known as Sanbao for Y. Khyamuni Buddha is the first person of the Trinity, his law the second, and the order the third. All three by some are accounted as manifestations of the old Buddha. As Khyamuni, the title indicates him as the last of the line of Buddhas who have appeared in this world. Maitreya is to be the next. As such, he is the one who has achieved enlightenment, having discovered the essential evil of existence. Some say mundane existence, others all existence, and the way of deliverance from the constant round of reincarnations. This way is through the moral life into nirvana, by means of self-abnegation, the monastic life, and meditation. By this method, a Buddha, or enlightened one, himself obtains supreme enlightenment, or omniscience, and, according to Monism, leads all beings into the same enlightenment. He sees things not as they seem in their phenomenal but in their noumenal aspects, as they really are. The term is also applied to those who understand the chain of causality, 12 phenomena, and have attained enlightenment surpassing that of the Arhat. 4 types of the Buddha are referred to. E. Sanzang. For the Buddha of the Tripitaka who attained enlightenment on the bare ground under the Bodhi tree. 2. Tong for the Buddha on Thadivarabi under the Bodhi tree of the 7 precious things. 3. Bie for the Buddha on the great precious lotus throne under the lotus realm Bodhi tree, and 4. Yuan for the Buddha on the throne of space in the realm of eternal rest and glory where he is. 5. Kana. The Hnana only admits the existence of one Buddha at a time. Mahina claims the existence of many Buddhas at one and the same time, as many Buddhas as there are Buddha universes, which are infinite in number. 佛事 Buddha age, especially the age when Buddha was on earth. 佛世尊 Buddha, the word, honored, or honored of the worlds, ATR, of Bhagavat, revered. 佛世界 A Buddha realm, divided into two categories, the pure and the impure, i.e. the passionless and passion works. 佛尘 The Buddha conveyance or vehicle, Buddhism as the vehicle of salvation for all beings, the doctrine of the Huayan Vedan, Kigan, school that all may become Buddha, which is called Yichen. The one vehicle, the followers of this school calling it the Yuanjiao complete or perfect doctrine. This doctrine is also styled in the Lotus Sutra 一佛尘 the one Buddha vehicle. 佛尘戒 The rules and commandments conveying beings to salvation. 佛事 Buddha's affairs, the work of transforming all beings, or of doing Buddha work, e.g. prayers and worship. 佛语带 Purified hot feet. 佛婆, etc. 佛五性 The 5 surnames of Buddha before he became enlightened. Chutan Gautama, a branch of the Kaya clan, Ganjaikud, one of Buddha's ancestors, 日种 Srivat of the sun race, 舍夷 Kung, 释迦 Kaya, the name of Buddha's clan. This last is generally used in China. 佛位 The state of Buddhahood. 佛使 and messenger of the Tathagata. 佛供 an offering to Buddha. 佛像 Buddha's image or painting. There is a statement that in the 5th century AD the images in China were of Indian features, thick lips, high nose, long eyes, full jaws, etc., but that after the 10th the form became more effeminate. 佛光 The light of Buddha, spiritual enlightenment, hell, glory. 佛具 Articles used on an altar in worship of Buddha. 佛具十身The 10 perfect bodies or characteristics of Buddha. 1. 菩提身 Bodhi, body in possession of complete enlightenment. 2. 愿身方 Body, i.e. the vow to be born in and from the Tuita heaven. 3. 化身 Nirmaya, Buddha incarnate as a man. 4. 住持身 Buddha who still occupies his relics or what he has left behind on earth and thus upholds the Dharma. 5. 香好庄严生 Sabhagakya, endowed with an idealized body with all Buddha marks and merits. 6. 势力身 or 清佛 power, body embracing all with his heart of mercy. 7. 如意身 or 一身身 act, will body, appearing according to wish or need. 8. 福德身 or 三昧生 senpai body, or body of blessed virtue. 9. 智身 or 信佛 wisdom, body, whose nature embraces all wisdom. 10. 法身 Dharmakya, the absolute Buddha, or essence of all life. 佛凡一体 Buddha and the common people are one, i.e. all are of Buddha nature. 佛刹 Buddhakatra. 佛哥刹达罗 Buddha realm, land or country, see also 佛土, 佛国. The term is absent from Jnana. In Mahayana it is the spiritual realm acquired by one who reaches perfect enlightenment, where he instructs all beings born there, preparing them for enlightenment. In the schools where Mahayana adopted and died Buddha, these realms or Buddha fields interpenetrated each other, since they were coexistent with the universe. There are two classes of Buddhikata, in the Vairocana schools, regarded as the regions of progress for the righteous after death, in the Amitabha schools, regarded as the Pure Land. McGovern and Manual of Buddhist Philosophy, pages 70年2月。佛印 Buddha seal, the sign of assurance, see 佛心印。佛吼 Buddha Tinda or roar, Buddha as preaching compared to a lion as roar, i.e. authoritative. 佛名Buddha, the famous commentator and writer of the Jnana school and of the Pali Canon. He was born near the Bo tree at Budapest and came to Ceylon about AD 430. Almost all the commentaries now existing in Pali are ascribed to him. Rhys Davis. 佛印 Buddha, cause that which leads to Buddhahood, i.e. the merit of planting roots of goodness. 佛国 Buddhikatra, the country of the Buddha as birth. A country being transformed by a Buddha. Also one already transformed. 佛土 and 佛刹 佛国记 Faxion as record of Buddhist countries. 佛韦陀 Buddhaveda, i.e. the Tripitaka, the Veda of Buddhism. 佛图澄 or 佛图邓 or 佛图澄 Photahan, an Indian monk who came to Woyong about AD 310, also known as Zhu Fo Tu Chen, noted for his magic. His name Buddhasinga, or Ital, Buddha King God, is doubtful. He is also called Fo Tuo Sen He Buddhasihat. 佛土 Buddhikatra 佛国，哥刹达罗、刹多罗、沙达利耶，佛刹 the land or realm of a Buddha. The land of the Buddha as birth, India. A Buddha, realm in process of transformation, or transformed. A spiritual Buddha, realm. The Tiantai sect evolved the idea of four spheres, 一同居之国土 where common beings and saints dwell together, divided into a realm where all beings are subject to transmigration, and b the Pure Land. 二方便有余土 or 变异土 the sphere where beings are still subject to higher forms of transmigration, the abode of Jnana saints, i.e. Srova, Panashutohan, Mensutohan, and Menanahan, Arhat Alohan. 三十报无障碍 final unlimited reward, the Bodhisattva realm. 四常寂光土 where permanent tranquility and enlightenment reign, Buddha Paramurva. 佛的 Buddha, bike mind. The Buddha stage, being the 10th stage of the Tong or intermediate school, when the Bodhisattva has arrived at the point of highest enlightenment and is just about to become a Buddha. 佛的罗 Bodhila, a native of Kashmir and follower of the Sagika school, author of the 集真论 佛境 The spiritual region of Buddhas 佛寿 Buddha's life, or age. While he only lived to 80 as a man, in his Abhagakya he is without and eternal, cf. Lotus Sutra, 受量品, where Buddha is declared to be eternal. 佛天 Buddha's heaven, Buddha and the Devas. 佛菩提 佛菩提诃 Purified heart, 佛提盘 毗提诃 佛毗提诃 不卢婆毗提诃 不利婆毗提诃 佛于歹的 Continent of conquering spirits 圣神州 one of the 4 great continents, east of Meru, semi-lunar. In shape, its people having faces of similar shape. 佛婆罗布 I then 独子不 fits putri. 佛子 Son of Buddha, a Bodhisattva, a believer in Buddhism, for every believer is becoming Buddha. A term also applied to all beings, because all are of Buddha nature. There is a division of 3 kinds, 外子 external sons, who have not yet believed, 庶子 secondary sons, nihilists 真子 true sons, mahayanists. 佛宗 Buddhism, principles of the Buddha law or Dharma. 佛家 The school or family of Buddhism, the Pure Land, where is the family of Buddha? Also all Buddhists from Thessalonica, Penas state upwards. 佛宝 See 佛宝 佛宝 法宝 僧宝 Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, i.e. Buddha, the law, the order. These are the 3 jewels, or precious ones, the Buddhist Trinity. 三宝 佛弟子 Disciples of Buddha, whether monks or laymen. 佛影 Buddhaka, the shadow of Buddha, formerly exhibited in various places in India, visible only to those of pure mind. 佛后普贤 After having attained Buddhahood, still to continue the work of blessing and saving other beings. Also Bhuxian or Samantabhadra, as continuing the Buddha's work. 佛德 Buddha, virtue, his perfect life, perfect fruit, and perfect mercy in releasing all beings from misery. 佛心 The mind of Buddha, the spiritually enlightened heart. A heart of mercy, a heart abiding in the real, not the seeming, detached from good and evil and other such contrasts. 佛心印 The seal of the Buddha heart or mind, the stamp of the universal Buddha heart in everyone, the seal on a Buddha's heart or breast, the Svastika. 佛心天子 The son of heaven of the Buddha heart, a name given to Wudi of the Yuan Dynasty, AD 502-549. 佛心宗 The sect of the Buddha, heart, i.e. the Chen, Zen, or intuitive sect of Bodhidharma, holding that each individual has direct access to Buddha through meditation. 佛性 Buddha. The Buddha, nature, i.e. gnosis, enlightenment, potential but higher minds in everybody, i.e. all have the capacity for enlightenment, for the Buddha, nature remains in all as weak nature. Remains in all weak. This nature takes two forms, phenomenal in the absolute sense, unproduced and immortal, and phenomenal in action. While everyone possesses the Buddha nature, it requires to be cultivated in order to produce its ripe fruit. 佛性不受罗 The Buddha nature does not receive punishment in the hells, because it is comvoid of form, or spiritual and above the formal or material. Only things with form can enter the hells. 佛性常住 The eternity of the Buddha nature, also of Buddha, is immortal and immutable. 佛性戒 The moral law which arises out of the Buddha nature in all beings, also which reveals or evolves the Buddha nature. 佛性真如 The Buddha nature, the absolute, as eternally existent, i.e. that Tathagata. 佛慧 Buddha wisdom. 佛所行赞经 Buddha Carita, Kaya Sutra, a poetic narrative of the life of Kayamuni by Abdulwahid, Tr. But Dharmarika AD 414-421. 佛戒 The moral commandments of the Buddha, also the laws of reality observed by all Buddhas. 佛肢体 Buddha's Katya or Sta feet. 肢体 A Buddhist reliquary or pagoda, where relics of the Buddha Shali era were kept. A Stapata was a tower for relics. Such towers are of varying shape. Originally sepulchres, then mere cenotaphs, they have become symbols of Buddhism. 佛教 Buddha as teaching, Buddhism, fee. 释教 佛事Buddha Sanaya orders, i.e. his teaching. 佛日 The Buddha, sun which drives away the darkness of ignorance, the day of Buddha. 佛智 Anatara, Samyak, Sampradaya, Buddha, wisdom, i.e. supreme, universal gnosis, awareness or intelligence. Sarvabhat, omniscience. 佛月 The Buddha, moon, Buddha being mirrored in the human heart like the moon in pure water. Also, and meaning similar to 佛日 佛本行集经 Buddha Carita, a life of Kayamuni, Tr. By Janagapta, AD 587. 佛果 Buddha Phala, the Buddha fruit, the state of Buddhahood, the fruition of Farhadship, Arahantaphala. 佛力持萨塔那 Erdasthana Rodfastna, Vardhastna, or Vijastna, an ancient kingdom, the country of the Vardaks, the Orthospana of Ptolemy, the region about Kabul, LAT 34度32 N, 龙68度55。艾特，佛楼沙 Purushapura, 毗补，佛盘示罗 Parvano, or Eastern Hill, one of the 5 divisions of the Msagika school and monastery. East of Hanukaka, i.e. on Marvat, on the Argodifery. 佛树 Bodhidharma, 道树的 Bodhi, tree under which Kayamuni obtained enlightenment or became Buddha, Ficus religiosa. 佛坛 Buddha, Dina, Buddha, giving contrasted with rug, giving, Buddha, charity as the motive of giving, or preaching, and of self-sacrifice, or self-immolation. 佛欢喜日 The Buddhist joy day, the 15th of the 7th month, the last day of the summer retreat. 佛母 1. The mother of the Buddha, Momi, Moye My, or MTK. 2. His aunt who was his foster mother. 3. The Dharma or law which produced him. 4. The Prajna, primate mother or begetter of all Buddhas. 5. Other Buddha mothers, 依准提佛母、孔雀佛母 etc. Cf. 佛眼佛母真三昧 Thisendi, meditation, or trance by means of which the Buddhas, past, present, and future, become incarnate. 佛法 Buddha Dharma, the Dharma or law preached by the Buddha, the principles underlying its teachings, the truth attained by him, its embodiment in his being. Buddhism 佛法僧 Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, i.e. the Buddhist Trinity. 佛法寿命 The life or extent of a period of Buddhism, i.e. as long as his commandments prevail. 佛法藏 The storehouse of Buddha, Lord, that activates the source of all things. 佛海 Buddha as ocean, the realm of Buddha boundless as the sea. 佛灭佛灭度 Buddha as nirvana, it is interpreted as the extinction of suffering or delusion, and as transport across the 苦海 bitter sea of mortality, 灭灭佛无碍慧 unhindered, infinite Buddha, wisdom 佛无差别 The identity of all Buddhas, and of their methods and purposes of enlightenment. One of the 3 identities of all Buddhas, of all minds, and of all beings. 佛生日 Buddha's birthday, the 4th month, 8th day, or 2nd month, 8th day, the former having preference for celebration of his birthday in China. 佛田 Buddha field, in which the planting and cultivation of the Buddhist virtues ensure a rich harvest. Especially the Buddha as an object of worship and the order for almsgiving. 佛界 The Buddha realm, the state of Buddhahood, one of the 10 realms, which consists of the 6 Gatitagatha with the realms of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Pratyeka, Buddhas, and Brahmakas, also a Buddha land, also the Buddha as country, cf. 佛土 佛眼 The eye of Buddha, the enlightened one who sees all and is omniscient. 佛眼尊 A term of the esoteric code for the source or mother of all wisdom, also called 佛眼不母、佛眼佛母、佛母身、佛母尊、虚空佛、佛之见。The penetrative power of Buddha as wisdom or vision. 佛祖 The Buddha and other founders of cults, Buddhist patriarchs, 2 of the records concerning them are the 佛祖统记 and the 佛祖通载、历代通载。佛种 The seed of Buddhahood, Bodhisattva seeds which, sown in the heart of man, produce the Buddha fruit, enlightenment. 佛种性 Those of the Buddha clan, Buddhists. 佛力三昧 A degree of samadhi in which the Buddhas appear to the meditator. 佛经 Buddhist canonical literature, also Buddha as image and sutras, with special reference to those purporting to have been introduced under Han Mingdi. Sutras probably existed in China before that reign, but evidence is lacking. The first work, generally attributed to Mingdi as reign, is known as the Sutra of 42 sections 42章经 but Maspero Inbefo ascribes it to the 2nd century AD. 佛腊日 The Buddhist last day of the old year, i.e. of the summer retreat. 佛舍 A Buddhist temple. 佛舍利 Buddha Sara Relics or ashes left after Buddha's cremation, literally Buddha's body. 佛般尼环经 佛灵涅盘记法注经 Dhammayavana Sutra or Maparinibbana Sutra. 佛藏 Buddha Thesaurus, the sutras of the Buddha as preaching, etc., also all the teaching of Buddha. 佛见 The correct views or doctrines of the Buddha doctrines. 佛记 Buddha as prediction, his foretelling of the future of his disciples. 佛说 Buddha as preaching, the Buddha said. Buddha as utterance of the sutras. There are over 150 sutras of which the titles begin with these 2 words, e.j. 佛说无量寿经 Aparimatayus Sutra, tr. by Sagyapharman AD 252. 佛语 The words or sayings of Buddha. 佛语心 Sattvatatvat, as the mind or storehouse of Buddha's words. 佛迹 佛迹 Buddha as relic, any trace of Buddha, e.g. the imprint of his foot in stone before he entered Nirvana. 佛身 Buddhaka, a general term for Sitrika or threefold embodiment of Buddha. There are Numerous categories or forms of the Buddhagya. 佛道 The way of Buddha, leading to Buddhahood, in P. As body, enlightenment, gnosis. 佛部 The groups in which Buddha appears in the Garbhato and Vajrato respectively. 佛陀 For there are numerous monks from India and Central Asia bearing this as part of their names. 佛陀时 Buddha, who arrived in China from Kashmir or Kabul, AD 423. 佛陀僧呵 Buddha Sihat, a disciple of the Sangha, probably 5th century AD, about whose esoteric practices, lofty talents, and final disappearance a lengthy account is given in the Fan Yu Ming Yu Ban Yi Ming Yi. It is also a title of 佛图澄 QV. 佛陀多罗 佛陀多罗多 Buddha of Kashmir or Kabul, was a translator about 650. 佛陀善多 Buddha of Central India, translator of some 10 works from 525-539. 佛陀提婆 Buddha Deva 佛陀盘遮 Buddhivaka 佛陀居多 Buddhagupta, a Buddhistic king of Magadha, son and successor of Akaditya, Ita. 佛陀波利 Buddhapla, came from Kabul to China 676, also Buddhapala, a disciple of Anguirjuna and founder of the 中论信教。佛陀密多罗 Buddha Mitra, the 9th patriarch. 佛陀跋陀罗 Buddhabhadra of Kapilavastu, came to China circa 408, introduced an alphabet of 42 characters and composed numerous works, also name of a disciple of Dharmaka, who Xianzhen met in India, 630-640. 佛陀耶舍 Buddha of Kashmir or Kabul, tr. 4 works, 408-412. 佛陀难提 Buddha Nandi of Kanwarpa, descendant of the Gautama family and 8th patriarch. 佛陀陀沙 Buddhasa of Heimukha Ayemukhu, author of the 大毗婆沙论。佛陀伐那山 Buddhavanagari, and mountain near Jagal, famous for its rock caverns, in one of which Kayamuni lived for a time. Ita 佛龙 name of a peak at the southwest corner of Tianpai, also an name for Li Zhi in QV. 佛顶 Kayamuni in the 3rd court of the Garbhato is represented as the 佛顶尊 in meditation, as universal wise sovereign. The 五佛顶 QV. 5 Buddhas are on his left representing his wisdom. The 3 佛顶 on his right are called 广大佛顶及广大佛顶 and 无边音声佛顶 in all. They are the 8 佛顶. 佛顶印 The characteristic sign on a Buddha's head, short curls, top knot, or a knot. 佛顶咒 冷眼咒 Citic Draw The White Umbrella Drain 的手冷眼睛。佛顶骨 Buddha The skull or cranial protuberance on the Buddha's head, one of his characteristic marks. 佛愿 The vow of Buddha to save all beings. 佛陀 used in certain names for 佛陀 Buddha. 佛陀石 Buddhadva. 佛陀斯那 Buddhasena. 佛陀吉多 Buddhagupta. 佛陀耶 Buddha. 佛陀耶舍 Buddha is known as the red-bearded Vibhite. 佛陀犍陀罗 Buddhabhadra. 佛骨 A bone of the Buddha, especially the bone against whose reception by the Emperor Xuanzong. The famous protest of Han Yu was made in 819. 面 Avoid, remit. 面僧 A monk whose attendance at the daily assembly is excused for other duties. 2. Sasa, a rabbit, also a hare. The hare in the moon, hence 怀兔者 is the moon or station. 兔毛尘 The speck of dust that can rest on the point of a hair as dung, 1/7 of that on a sheep as hair. 兔角 Sasa, via Sasa, a rabbit has horns, i.e. the non-existent, all phenomena are as unreal as a rabbit has horns. 冷 Cold 冷暖 Cold and warm 冷陶 Cold swill, a name for 冷面 cold dough strings 冷河 The cold river St. 斯多 叶 Smelt, melt, fascinating, translate 4 Yaimaka 野兽皮驼 Yajurveda, one of the 4 Vedas. 山 Cut, excise, translate as 山的涅木哲那 Sathya Makena, Stra, name of the 解生密 Sutra. 山提兰Described as a fabulous world of the past whose name is given as Aya, but this is doubtful. 山蛇叶 or 叶毗罗之子，山氏以毗拉之子 Sanjaya, Thariputra, or Sajaya Thariputra, one of the 6 founders of heretical or non-Buddhist schools, whose doctrine was that pain and suffering would end in due course, like unwinding a bow of silk, hence there was no need of seeking the way. 判 The right, judge, decide. 判教 The vision of the Buddha's teaching, e.g. that of Tentai, into the 5 periods and 8 teachings. That of Huayan into 5 teachings, etc. 判释 To divide and explain sutras, to arrange in order, analyze the Buddha's teaching. Li Tika, sharp, keen, clever, profitable, beneficial, gain, advantage, interest. 利人 To benefit or profit men, idam-li-ta paramita, the bodhisattva, mind is 自利利他 to improve oneself. For the purpose of improving or benefiting others, the Buddha mind is 利他一心 with single mind. To help others, pure altruism, 利生 is the extension of this idea to 众生 all the living, which of course is not limited to man or this earthly life. 利物 is also used with the same meaning. 物 being the living. 利使 the sharp or clever endpoint, i.e. the chief illusion of regarding the ego and its experiences and ideas as real, one of the 5 chief illusions. 利剑 a sharp sword, used figuratively for a mitpa and major, indicating wisdom, discrimination, or power over evil. 利智 keen intelligence, wisdom, discrimination, 喷法。利根 sharpness, cleverness, intelligence, natural powers, endowment, possessed of powers of Thepengsa, in dry night, faith, etc., or the 5 sense organs, 五根 利乐 blessing and joy, the blessing being for the future life, the joy for the present, or aid for salvation, and the joy of it. 利乐有情 to bless and give joy to the living, or sentient, the work of a bodhisattva. 利波波 离波多 离婆多 且利拔多 Revata. A Brahman hermit, one of the disciples of Kayamuni, to be reborn as Samanta Prabhasa. 2. President of the Second Synod, and native of Skya. 3. A contemporary of Asoka, mentioned in connection with the Third Synod. Cf. Item. 利益 benefit, aid, to bless, hence 利益妙 the wonder of Buddha's blessing, in opening the minds of all to enter the Buddha enlightenment. 力行舍 Sagraha, fastu, the drawing of all beings to Buddhism through blessing them by deed, word, and will, one of the 四摄法 QV. 利辩 sharp and keen discrimination, or ratiocination, one of the 7 characteristics 七种变 of the Bodhisattva. 利养 to nourish oneself by gain, avarice. 利养父 the bond of selfish greed, one of the 2 bonds, gain and fame. 别 sacred, divide, part from, other, different, differentiate, special. 别他那 Fina, 费玉鲁天 name of a diva, the second term suggests fire, and Fehu might be a conception of fire, the impi. Way suits both, for Fina means surrounding, enclosing, and fire, pervade, encompass. 别一 secondary texts or authorities, in contrast with 总一 the principal texts of a school. 别传 sacredly handed down, oral tradition, to pass on the teaching from mind to mind without writing, as in the Chen, Zen, or intuitional school. Also 单传 别节 Antara Kalpas, small or intermediate Kalpas, 别节别相圆修 The 相 of the 别教 i.e. the separatist or differentiating school, is the 修 of the 圆教 or perfect school, i.e. when the 别教 Bodhisattva reaches the stage of the 十回向, he has reached the 修 stage of the perfect nature and observance according to the 圆教 or perfect school. 别圆 The 别教 and 圆教 schools, QV and 四教别境 Different realms, regions, states, or conditions 别境心所 Five the ideas, or mental states, which arise according to the various objects or conditions toward which the mind is directed, e.g. if toward a pleasing object, then desire arises. 别报 Differentiated rewards according to previous states, i.e. the different conditions of people in this life resulting from their previous lives. 别念佛To intone the name of a special Buddha. 别惑别见 delusions arising from differentiation, mistaking the seeming for the real, these delusions, according to the 别教 are gradually eradicated by the Bodhisattva during his first stage. 别教The different teaching of the Hua Yan Zong. Both the Huayan school and the Lotus school are founded on the Yichen or one vehicle idea. The Lotus school asserts that the three vehicles are really the one vehicle, the Huayan school that the one vehicle differs from the three vehicles. Hence, the Lotus school is called the Tongjiao Yichen Unitary, while the Huayan school is the 别教 Yichen Differentiating school. 别时念佛 To call upon Buddha at special times. When the ordinary religious practices are ineffective, the Pure Land sect call upon Buddha for a period of 1 to 7 days, or 10 to 90 days. Also, 如法念佛别业 Differentiated karma, the cause of different resultant conditions, cf. 总业别理随缘The Li is the Zhenru Tattva, which one school says is different in operation, while another asserts that it is the same, for all things are Zichen, Zhu. 别相 Fire, differentiation, difference, one of the 六相 of the Huayan school. 别相三观The three views of the 别教 in regard to the absolute, the phenomenal, the mediocre 假中 as separate ideas. 别众 For a monk systematically or perversely to separate himself in religious duties from his fellow monks is called an offense or wickedness. 突吉罗别见 Unenlightened or heterodox views 别解脱戒 Another name for the commandments, which liberate by the avoidance of evil. Also 别解脱律仪别请 Special deference paid by singling out or inviting one member of the community, which procedure is against monastic rules. 别院 Special vows, as the 48 of Amitabha or the 12 of Yao Shi for Yashifo by Pia, as contrasted with general vows taken by all bodhisattvas. Qu Toil, translate K.G.H. 瞿平陀 Kovya Phi 结宾那 瞿师罗 Quira Phi 具 瞿皮耶 瞿波噶 I Yeodar, wife of Kayamuni Phi 耶 助 help, aid, assist, auxiliary 注音to assist in singing or intoning. 助业 auxiliary karma, i.e. deeds or works, e.g. reciting the sutras about the Pure Land, worship, praise, and offering, as additional to direct karma 正业, i.e. faith in Amitabha, expressed by constant thought of him and calling on his name. 助道 auxiliary means, e.g. of meditation, auxiliary discipline, any aid to faith or virtue. 劫 Ikopa, E.N.H. also translate Kansas, a fabulous period of time, a day of Brahm or 000. Yugas, a period of 432 million years of mortals, measuring the duration of the world, and month of Brahm is supposed to contain 30 such kalpas, according to the Malvaitrada. 12 months of Brahm constitute his year, and 100 such years his lifetime. 50 years of Brahm are supposed to have elapsed, and WNEN of incalculable time, therefore called a 大时节 great time. Note 劫波劫出 the beginning of the code of formation, the code of creation, also 成劫劫的罗 Calligraphy 劫的罗劫婆扎劫富拿 Kaparda, a shell, Kaura, small coin 劫婆罗树 劫波树 and 劫沙波沙 or 劫具, for both of which it is used. 劫布达那 or 劫布亚那 or 劫布举那 or 劫布祖那 Kapotana or Kabadhana, an ancient kingdom, the modern Kabad or Kash, north of Samarkand. 劫布罗 Karpra, camphor, described as 龙脑香 dragon, brand scent. 劫比他 Kapitha, an ancient kingdom of central India, also called Senchushi Sakya. 2. A Brahmin of Fiji who ill-treated the Buddhists of his time, was reborn as a fish, and was finally converted by Kayamuni, I tell. 劫比达 Ivan 劫宾那劫比罗 Kapila, also 劫比罗加比罗 or 加皮罗. The meaning is brown, but it is chiefly used for the sage Kapila, founder of the classical philosophy and the school of that name. 劫比罗天 金比罗天，具居罗天 a diva or demon, called Kapila or Kamra or Kabra. 杰比罗伐苏堵 or 杰比罗伐苏都 Kapilavastu 杰比罗国，加皮罗卫，加皮罗苏都 or 加皮罗苏都 or 加皮罗婆苏都 or 加皮罗婆苏都，加罗 or 加以 or 加为，加皮黎 etc. Capital of the principality occupied by the Kaya clan, destroyed during Kaymuni's life, according to legend, about 100 miles due north of Benares, northwest of present Gorakhpur, referred to in 西域记。杰比舍业 said to be Jibin Kashmir. 节水 the flooding, the cause of destruction. 三灾劫波 Kalpa, also 劫波 为劫 ENH. The period of time between the creation and recreation of a world or universe, also the causes of formation, existence, destruction, and non-existence, which form as a complete period are called Malpa 大劫. Each great kalpa is subdivided into 4 is the Kaya kalpas, i.e. numberless, incalculable, kalpa of destructions Varta. 2. Kalpa of utter annihilation, or empty kalpa 增灭劫，空劫 Savarta, Siddha. 3. Kalpa of formation. 成劫 Vivarta. 4. Kalpa of existence 注劫 Vivartasada, or they may be taken in the order 成住坏空. Each of the 4 kalpas is subdivided into 20 antura kalpas, 小劫 or small kalpas, so that Kalpa consists of 80 small kalpas. Each small kalpa is divided into a period of the increase and decrease. The increase period is ruled over by the 4 patriarchs in succession, i.e. the 4 ages of iron, copper, silver, gold, during which the length of human life increases by 1 year every century to 84,000 years, and the length of the human body to 8,400 feet. Then comes the code of decrease divided into periods of the 3 woes, pestilence, war, famine, during which the length of human life is gradually reduced to 10 years and the human body to 1 foot in height. There are other distinctions of the kalpas. A small kalpa is represented as 1680万 years, a kalpas 33600万 years, and kalpas 133400万 years. There are many ways of illustrating the length of a kalpa, e.g. pass a soft cloth over a solid rock 40 line. Size once in 800 years, when finally the rock has been thus worn away, a kalpa will not yet have passed, or a city of 40 li, filled with mustard seeds, one being removed every century till have gone, a kalpa will not yet have passed. Cf. 成劫劫波梭 偶尔杰波玉，偶尔杰波罗，偶尔杰波萨，杰梭罗，杰具婆 precise cotton, Gossypian herbician. But this refers especially to the cotton tree. 杰波杯 Kapla, a bowl, skull, the drinking bowl of Siva, a skull filled with blood. 杰波树Kalpataru, a tree in Indra's garden bearing fruit according to the seasons. 杰波罗 Kapla, a skull, O Sakripsa, C 杰波梭杰波梭天 Yoma, as ruler of time, 十分天劫海 The ocean of Kalpas, i.e. their great number. 劫浊 The impure or turbid kalpa, when the age of life is decreasing and all kinds of diseases afflict. Men 劫火The fire in the coal of destruction, also 劫禁火、劫焰、劫烧敌。三灾劫灰 Kalpa, ash, the ashes after the fire coal of destruction. 劫灾 The calamity of fire, wind, and water, during the 坏劫 coal of destruction. 劫焰 Kalpa, flames, 癌根劫火劫烧 癌根劫火劫波 癌根劫波劫具 飞 劫波梭劫宾那 Kovia, also 劫比拿王劫皮那 or 劫比那 or 劫毗那 or Kapila, 金毗罗 whose monastic name was Wat Kovia in P. As Bangsu, born under the constellation Scorpio, he is said to have understood astronomy and been king of southern Kosala. He became a disciple of Kayamuni and is to be reborn as Samantak Pravsa Buddha. 劫波业地 Kalpa, Kalpiati, perhaps connected with Kup in P. As 离分别 or 无分别 indiscriminate. Undifferentiate. 卵生Avijja, egg, born, one of the four ways of coming into existence, v. 四生却 decline, reject, but yet 却入生死 to live his perfect life, to enter into the round of births and deaths, as a bodhisattva does. 告 to inform, plead, accuse. 告香 to inform by offering incense. 吸 to suck up, inhale. 呼吸 exhale and inhale. 引 chant, hum, mutter. 引用 infant to intone, repeat. 吹 to blow, puff, praise. 吹光 to blow out a light, a blow out light. 吹毛 name of a sharp sword or Excalibur that would sever a falling feather, to blow hair or fur. 吹法螺 to blow the conch of the law, the Buddha as preaching. O 核心号牛 translate. Fourth, which is interpreted as Sivadai or omniscience of all Buddhas. O the loading of oxen. O 加罗声 Kra Puxan Puxian Samantha Hudra in his mandatory aspect against demons. 叫唤 Roriva also 嚎叫，呼呼。The Welling Hells, the fourth of the 8 hot hells, where the inmates cry aloud on account of pain. G. Prince, noble, ideal man or woman, translate com. 君持 君持，君持，具治家 or 具治家 Quad, cook, a pitcher, water pot, wash bowl. 军途 or 军途 Quad, a hole in the ground for the fire at the fire altar, see Homer fire altar. 吠 to bark as a dog, translate VE 6, 5, cf. 皮比谓别，费氏诗，费氏史家的伊卡费谓，费努力耶 ，Ferna lapis lazuli， 费卢遮那，费路者那 ，Phaocona vp， 费氏罗莫拿 ，Pharava vb， 费兰。Fahrenheit VP 费摩直达利 Famalacetra VP 费律怒 Fina 非别费琉璃费琉璃耶 Feria Lapis Lazuli 费舍丙费 or 脾费费生 Vaishna, the third of the 4 Indian castes, that of agriculture and trade. 费舍区 or 毕舍区 比舍加贝卡 the second Indian month, from 15th of 2 ND to 16th of 3 RD Chinese. Months 费舍离 or 费舍离 fell VP 费陀 Fena 非为含 to hold in the mouth, cherish, restrain 含宗教 a Thai term for the 通教 which was midway between or interrelated with Hmena and Mahena 含情 all beings possessing feeling, sentience 含生含灵 living beings, all beings possessing life, especially sentient life. 含华 in the closed lotus flower, i.e. those who await the opening of the flower for rebirth in paradise. 含识含内 all sentient beings. 坊 a place, locality, a temple, place of assembly, etc. G. Equal, imbalance, O, used for con. Juti. Conti, A, said to be a devoted disciple of Riputra, B, one of the attendants on Major. 坐 Niet, nie, sit, rest, situated. 坐句 given as nidana, an article for sitting on, said to be a cloth or mat. 坐久沉劳 to accomplish one's labor by prolonged sitting, as did Bodhidharma. 坐餐the evening meditation at a monastery, preceding instruction by the abbot. 坐堂 a sitting room, the assembly room of the monks. 坐下坐蜡馆 the retreat or rest during the summer rains. 坐下游a certificate of retreat given to a wandering monk. 坐禅 To sit in henna, i.e. abstract meditation, fixed abstraction, contemplation, its introduction to China is attributed to Bodhidharma, though it came earlier, and its extension to Tiantai. 坐禅堂 The monks' assembly room. 坐镇 Another term for henna contemplation. 夹 Squeeze, clip, nip, light. 夹山 Name of a monastery and monk in Lizhou is who under the Tang Dynasty. 妓 A singing girl, courtesan. 伎乐 Female musicians and performers. 妖 An imp, to bewitch, magical. 妖通The power to change miraculously into trees and animals. 五种通 妙 Sun, Sat, Mongju, Skma. Wonderful, beautiful, mystic, supernatural, profound, subtle. Mysterious sun means good, excellent, surpassing, beautiful, fine, easy. Sad means existing, real. Good mantra means beautiful, lovely, charming. 音频 In Chinese as 不可思议 beyond folklore. Discussion 绝代 special, outstanding, 无比 incomparable, 惊为深远 subtle and profound. 妙中 The profound medium, Madhya, the universal life essence, the absolute, that which expresses the unity of all things, i.e. the doctrine held by Tiantai as distinguished from the Biejiao, which holds the Madhyamaka doctrine but emphasizes the dichotomy of the transcendental and Jia phenomenal. 妙假 The profound meaning of phenomena of Tiantai, that they are that thought, each in water and wave, as distinguished from the Biejiao view, cf. 妙中 妙光 Far Prabhat, wonderful light, an ancient incarnation of Major. 妙光佛 Srirami, the 930th Buddha of the present Kalpa. 妙典 The classics of the wonderful Dharma, i.e. Mahayana. 妙吉祥 Wonderful and auspicious, the meaning of major, 妙 for mention 吉祥 for fee. 文书 妙喜世界The realm of profound joy, the country of felicity 维摩居士, who is stated to have been a contemporary of Kaiuni, 维摩诘经12. 妙喜足天 The heaven full of wonderful joy, Identuita, 斗绿天 妙善公主The princess of wonderful goodness, name of Wang Yan as third daughter of King Zhongyan. Zhuangjian. 妙音 The profound cause, the discipline of the Bodhisattva, i.e. chastity, and the 6 precepts, etc., as producing the Buddha, fruit. 妙土The wonderful land, a Buddha's reward, land, especially the western paradise of Amitabha. 妙宗 Profound principles, the Lotus School. 妙状 Rusrakatu. Name of a Bodhisattva. 妙状香三昧。Vajrakara, the ring on the top of a standard, a degree of ecstatic meditation mentioned in the Lotus Sutra. 妙德 Wonderful virtue, title of major, also an imp of the meaning of Kapalabhas to fee, 解比, etc. 妙心 The mind or heart wonderful and profound beyond human thought. According to Tentai the 别教 limited this to the mind 真心 of the Buddha, while the 原教 universalized it to include the unenlightened heart 妄心 of all men. 妙义菩萨 Navaka, i.e. Kayamuni in a previous incarnation as disciple of Pekara Randan Fo. 妙应 The miraculous response, or self-manifestation of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. 妙教 Admirable, profound teaching, i.e. that of the Lotus Sutra. 妙明 Profoundly enlightened heart or mind, i.e. the knowledge of the finality of the stream of reincarnation. 妙智 The wonderful Buddha, wisdom. 妙有 The absolute reality, the incomprehensible entity, as contrasted with the superficial reality of phenomena, supernatural existence. 妙果 Wonderful fruit, i.e. bodhi or enlightenment and nirvana. 妙乐 Wonderful music, in the Pure Land. Mi'yo, the sixth Tentai Patriarch. 妙法 Saddharma, Sadalamo, the wonderful law or truth of the Lotus Sutra. 妙法义成 The one vehicle of the wonderful Dharma, or perfect Mahina. 妙法堂 善法堂 The whole of wonderful Dharma, situated in the southwest corner of the Triastrias. Heaven, Dao, where the 30 Devas discuss whether affairs are according to law or truth, or the contrary. 妙法宫 The palace of the wonderful law, in which the Buddha ever dwells. 妙法灯 The lamp of the wonderful law shining into the darkness of ignorance. 妙法船 The bark or boat of wonderful Dharma, capable of transporting men over the sea of life into nirvana. 妙法华 I then 妙法莲华 妙法藏 The treasury of the wonderful Dharma. 妙法轮 The wheel of the wonderful law, Buddha's doctrine regarded as great sacred or wheel. 妙法莲华 法华 The wonderful truth as found in the Lotus Sutra. The One Vehicle Sutra, which is said to contain 十法 Buddha's complete truth as compared with his previous 全法 or 方便法, partial or expedient teaching, but both are included in this perfect truth. The sutra is the Saddhamapuraka 正法华经 or 天品妙法莲华经 妙法莲华经 also known as 大坛戒陀利 经, of which several translations in whole or part were made from Sanskrit into Chinese, the most popular being by Coleridge, but it was the special classic of the Tiantai school, which is sometimes known as the Lianzong Lotus School, and it profoundly influenced Buddhist doctrine in China, Japan, and Tibet. The commentaries and treatises on it are very numerous, two by Chehi. 质疑 of the Tiantai school being the 妙法莲华经文句 and the 玄义妙无 Asat, the mystery of non-existence. 妙玄 wonderful and profound, an abbreviation for 妙法莲华经玄义 the Tiantai commentary on the Lotus Sutra. 妙真无性 the profound nature of that Tathagata, the totality, or fundamental nature, of all things. 妙臂菩萨 Subhut, Kamra, the Bodhisattva of the wonderful arm, there is a sutra of this name. 妙色 Serpa, Sulobor, the wonderful form or body, i.e. of a Buddha from his Buddhaland. 妙色身如来 Sarpagata Akopya, the Buddha of the East, who is thus addressed when offerings are made to the hungry spirits. 妙庄王 妙庄严王 of Happy Heart, the king who is the subject and title of the 27th chapter of the Lotus Sutra. He is also reputed to be the father of Wang Yin. 妙莲华 the wonderful lotus, symbol of the pure wisdom of Buddha, unsullied in the midst of the impurity of the world. 妙行 the profound act by which a good karma is produced, e.g. faith, fee. 一行一切行 妙见 the beautiful sight, i.e. Ursa Major, or the Bodhisattva who rules there, styled 妙见大士, or 妙见菩萨, though some say Kayamuni, others Wang Yin, others Yao Shi Vaijia, others the seven Buddhas. His image is that of a youth in golden armor. 妙觉 the wonderful enlightenment of Mahina, or self-enlightenment to enlighten others. 妙觉的 the stage of wonderful enlightenment, Buddhahood. 妙觉性 the profound, enlightened nature, that of Buddha, one of the 六性 妙观 the wonderful system of the three Tiantai meditations, 三谛三观 妙语藏 the storehouse of miraculous words, mantras, drug or magic spells of Shenzhen. 妙贤 Subhadra, 善贤 and monk referred to in the 西域记 records of Western lands. 妙趣 the wonderful destiny or metempsychosis, i.e. that of Mahina. 妙车 the wonderful vehicles mentioned in the Lotus Sutra. 妙门the wonderful door of Dharma, Nirvana, the 6 Tiantai methods leading through meditation to enlightenment and the state of Nirvana. 妙音 wonderful sound. 一 Gajaldasvara, 妙音菩萨 or 妙音大士 a Bodhisattva, master of 17 degrees of Sundi, residing in Varokanarasmi, Pratimata, whose name has Chap 24 of the Lotus Sutra. 2. Sudho, a sister of Wang Yin, also a Buddha like Varua. Controlling the waters 水天德佛 the 743 are the Buddha of the present Kalpa. 3. Goa, Chusha and Arat. Famous for exegesis, who restored the eyesight of Dharmavivardhana by washing his eyes with the tears of people who were moved by his eloquence. I tell. 妙音遍满 Universal wonderful sound, Manojana, Abhigarshita, the cope of Nandalas Buddha. 妙音天 妙音乐天 Sarasvat, the wife or female energy of Brahm. Also called 辩才天, 辩才天女 Jap. Ben Satan, or Benton, goddess of eloquence, learning, and music, bestower of the Sanskrit language and letters, and the bestower of Cai riches, also the river goddess. Sometimes considered as masculine. Honored among the 7 gods of luck, and often represented as mounted on a dragon or a serpent. 妙音鸟 the wonderful voice bird, Thekkalapaka. 妙显山 the mountain of marvelous appearance, i.e. Subaru. 妙高山 妙高山王 the wonderful high mountain, Subaru, the king of mountains. 孝 filial, obedient. 孝子 a filial son. 孝服 mourning clothes for parents. 孝顺 obedient. 北 P.O. plants shooting a comet. 贝加夷 Bagai, a city south of Khotan, formerly famous for a statue exhibiting all the 32 lakonas, or marks on the body of Buddha. Hong, vast, spacious. Hongzhi, Hongzhi, posthumous name of a monk of Tiantong Tiantu Monastery, Ningpo, early in the 12th century. Song, the Song Dynasty, AD 960-1280. 宋元入藏诸大小乘经 Sutras of the Hnana and Mahima admitted into the canon during the Northern and Southern Song, AD 960-1127 and 1127-1280, and Yuan, AD 1280-1368 dynasties. BN 782-1081. 宋帝王 the third of the 10 rulers of Hades, who presides over the Clastra, the hell of black robes. Wei, tell, and 为密业 five light, to shine, illuminate, tr, by me, and name for the Shenzhen sect Zhenyan because of its power to dispel the darkness of delusion. 为奴伯其差 verb ka, epithet for the 3-eyed Deva, Siva. See also 毗流波叉 为奴茶家 Furhaka Iden P. Liuli, one of the four Maharaja Devas. 尿 urine, urinate. 尿床鬼子 a urinating ghost, a term of abuse. 尿榻 a urinal. 稀 rare, seldom, few, to hope for. 稀奇 rare and extraordinary. 西天师希求师 giving in hope of heaven or bliss, one of the 八种布施。稀有 rare, extraordinary, uncommon, few. 稀有人 there are few, a sad exclamation, indicating that those who accept Buddha's teaching are few, or that those who do evil and repent, or give favors and remember favors, etc., are few. 希法 attributed dharma, supernatural things, prodigies, miracles, a section of the 12 classical books. 稀四贵 ghosts that hope for sacrificial offerings from their descendants. 西连河西连产 the river Niraj, Vini. 西林音译 the dictionary compiled by Shi Ling of the Tang Dynasty, supplementing the Guilin音译 Hui Ling Uni. Some and meaning accord with Hui Ling, and terms used in translations made subsequent to that work are added. 序 Seriating, preface, introduction, the opening phrase of a sutra, thus have I heard, an opening phrase leading up to a subject. 序王 the introduction by Qi I to the Lotus Sutra. Introductions are divided into 序, 正, and 流通, the first relating to the reason for the book, the second to its method, and the third to its subsequent history. 弟 younger brother. 弟子 disciple, disciples. 形 form, figure, appearance, the body. 形象 painting, an image or likeness of Buddha. 形山 the body, comparable to a mountain. 形貌 form, appearance. 形貌欲 the desire awakened on seeing a beautiful form, one of the 六欲 6 desires. 形色 Sasnarha, the characteristics of form long, short, square, round, high, low, straight, crooked. It is also associated with the faker as personal appearance, and as a class of gods in the realm of form. 智 will, resolve, 智意 心智 also data, records. 快 glad, joyful, quick, sharp. 快乐 joyful. 快目王 the quick-eyed king, Sudra, or highly intelligent, who could see through a wall 40位, yet who took out his eyes to give us alms, fee. 显于经六 心 delight, joy. 忌 avoid, taboo, dread, hate, jealous. 忌日会日的 taboo day. i.e. the anniversary of the death of a parent or prince, when all thoughts are directed to him and other things avoided. 忍 T 颤提 or 颤地 patience, endurance, A. In adverse circumstances, B. In the religious state. There are groups of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 14, indicating various forms of patience, equanimity, repression, forbearance, endurance, constancy, or perseverance of the saints, both in mundane and spiritual things. 忍不堕恶趣 The state of patience ensures that there will be no falling into the lower paths of transmigration. 忍仙 The patientee or immortal of patience, i.e. the Buddha. 忍位 The state of patience. 忍加行 The discipline of patience. In the 四加行 four Jnana disciplines, also in the Mahayana. 忍善 The patient and good, or patient in doing good. 忍图 The place of patience or endurance, this world. 忍的 The state of patience, i.e. of enlightenment separating from the chain of transmigration. 忍智 Patience and wisdom. In the Jnana, patience is cause, wisdom effect. In Mahayana, the two are merged, though patience precedes wisdom. 忍水Patience in its depth and expense compared to water. 忍法 忍法位 The method or state of patience, the sixth of the 7 stages of the Jnana in the attainment of arhatship or sainthood, also the third of the 4 roots of goodness. 忍波罗蜜The patience pregnant, fee. 忍辱 忍戒 Sat or Salaka or Salakato. The universe of persons subject to transmigration, the universe of endurance. 忍调 Patiently to harmonize, i.e. the patient heart tempers and subdues anger and hatred. 忍辱 Chan Ti Bo Luo Mi Duo or Chan Di Bo Luo Mi Duo, the pregnant patience, especially bearing in sorrow and distress. Without resentment, the third of the 6 planets Liudu. Its guardian bodhisattva is the third on the left in the whole of space in the Garbado. 忍辱仙 Die, that who patiently suffered insult, i.e. calumny, in a former life, suffering mutilation. To comfort Kalirja. 忍辱的 The state of patience. 2 kinds are distinguished, patience which endures, insults originating in men, such as hatred or abuse, distresses arising from natural causes such as heat, cold, ache, sickness, etc. 忍辱太子 The patient prince of Benares, who gave a piece of his flesh to heal his sick parents, which was efficacious because he had never given way to anger. 忍辱一 The road of patience, a patient heart which, like a garment, wards off all outward sin. A general name for Thapaya, monk as robe. 忍凯，忍辱凯 patience as armor, protecting against evils, also Thapaya, monk as robe. 成 complete, finish, perfect, become. 成佛 to become Buddha, as a Bodhisattva does on reaching supreme perfect body. 成佛的脱 to become Buddha and obtain deliverance from the round of mortality. 成劫 Vaivarta Kalpa, one of the 4 kalpas, consisting of 20 small kalpas during which worlds end. The beings on them are formed. The others are Zhujie Vaivarta, Siddha Kalpa, Kalpa of abiding, or existence. Sun and moon rise, sexes are differentiated, heroes arise, forecasts are formed. Social life evolves. 坏劫 Savarta Kalpa, that of destruction, consisting of 64 small kalpas. When fire, water, and wind destroy everything except the 4th Dhyana. 空劫 Savarta, Siddha Kalpa, i.e. of annihilation. 劫波成为时论 Vidya, Matrid Hystra, 因时网 being face up and who as 为时因30网 reduced by Xianzhen. Also by others, 2时. There are works on it by various authors. 诚实 completely true or reliable, perfect truth, an abbreviation for 诚实宗, 诚实论, 诚实师, 诚实宗 Satyasiddhi sect, Jap, Jaijitsu, sh, based upon the Satyasiddhistra of Halivarman, Vihutr. By Comrade Fa. In China it was a branch of the Sanlun Sanlun sect. It was a Hmena variation of the Yakong doctrine. The term is defined as perfectly establishing the real meaning of the sutras. 诚实论 Tr. As above is in 16望, there are other works on it. 成就 Siddhi, accomplishment, fulfillment, completion, to bring to perfection. 成就众生 To transform all beings by developing their Buddha nature and causing them to obtain enlightenment. 成熟者 The right, those who attain, those in whom the good nature, immanent in all the living, completes their salvation. 成等正觉 To attain to perfect enlightenment, become Buddha. 成自然觉To attain to natural enlightenment as all may do by beholding eternal truth 实相 within their own hearts. 成生会根本会结魔会 the first group in the 9 Vajrayana groups. 成道 To attain the way, or become enlightened, e.g. the Buddha under Zivadhitri. 成道会腊八 the annual commemoration of the Buddha as enlightenment on the 8th day of the 12th month. 我 I, my, the ego, the master of the body, compared to the ruler of a country. Composed of the five skandhas and hence not a permanent entity. It is used for Atman, the self, personality. Buddhism takes as a fundamental dogma 无我, i.e. no 常我, no permanent ego, only. Recognizing a temporal or functional ego. The erroneous idea of a permanent self-continuity. Reincarnation is the source of all illusion. But then Nirvana Sutra definitely asserts a permanent ego in the transcendental world, above the range of reincarnation, and the trend of Mahayana supports such permanence. 常我乐境，我是 my body, myself, my affair. 我人四相 The four ejects of the ego in the Diamond Sutra. 一我相 the illusion that in the five skandhas there is a real ego. 二人相 that this ego is a man, and different from beings of the other paths. 三众生相 that all beings have an ego born of the five skandhas. 四受相 that the ego has i.e. a determined or fated period of existence. 我道 the illusion of an ego, one of the four inverted or upside down ideas. 我劣慢 Numna, the pride of thinking myself not much inferior to those who far surpass me. One of the 九慢 QV. 我甚慢 Ahimna, the pride of thinking oneself superior to equals. One of the 九慢 我执 Tmagrat, holding to the concept of the ego, also 人执 我是 the ego as the abode of all suffering. 我得 power or virtue of the ego being defined as 自在 suffering, master, free. 我波罗蜜 我愚 ego ignorance, holding to the illusion of the reality of the ego. 我想 the thought that the ego has reality. 我爱 self-love, the love of or attachment to the ego, arising with the eighth vijnana. 我慢 Abhimna, Tma, Moda. Egoism, exalting self and depreciating others, self-intoxication, pride. 我所 I and mine, the self and its possessions. 我所有 我所是 mine, personal, subjective, personal conditions, possessions, or anything related to the self. 我所心 the mind that thinks it is owner of things. 我所见 the incorrect view that anything is really mine, for all things are but temporal combinations. 我有 the illusion that the ego has real existence. 我法 self, or the ego, and things. 我法具有宗 the school that regards the ego and things as real, the 独子部 fits to triad school. 我波罗蜜 The ego providing the four based on the Nirvana Sutra in which the transcendental ego is 自在 i.e. has a real and permanent nature, the four are 常 permanency, the joy 我 personality 静 purity 我痴 ego infatuation confused by the belief in the reality of the ego. 我相 egoism, the concept of the ego as real. Anyone who believes in 我相人我众生我寿我 is not a true bodhisattva. 我人四相我空生空众生空人空 illusion of the concept of the reality of the ego, man being composed of elements and disintegrated when these are dissolved. 我空真如 The Jnana doctrine of impersonality in the absolute, that in truth there is no ego, this position abrogates moral responsibility, cf. 原人论我的满 Jnana, the pride of thinking oneself equal to those who surpass us. One of the 九慢我见身见 the erroneous doctrine that the ego, or self, composed of the temporary five skandhas, is a reality and permanent. 我欲取 the attachment to doctrines or statements about the ego. One of the 四取我颠倒 the illusion that the ego is real, also the incorrect view that the nirvana ego is non-ego. One of the 四颠倒解 log 施罗 precept command prohibition discipline rule morality. It is applied to the 5, 8, 10, 250 and other commandments. The 5 are 1. Not to kill 2. Not to steal 3. Not to commit adultery 4. Not to speak falsely 5. Not to drink wine. These are the commands for lay disciples. Those who observe them will be reborn in the human realm. The Sarvastivas did not sanction the observance of a limited selection from the mass, did the Chen Shizong Sakyuseki school. Each of the 5 precepts has 5 guardian spirits, in all 25, 五戒25神. The 8 for lay disciples are the above 5 together with NOS 7, 8, and 9 of the following, the 10 commands for the ordained monks and nuns are the above 5 with the following, 6, not to use adornments of flowers, nor perfumes, 7, not to perform as an actor, juggler, acrobat, or go to watch and hear them, 8, not to sit on elevated, broad, and large divacs, or beds, 9. Not to eat except in regulation hours, 10. Not to possess money, gold or silver, or precious things. The 具足戒 full commands for a monk number 250, those for a nun are 348, commonly. Code 500 also the first of the 五分法身, i.e. a condition above all moral error. The Sutra of Brahma has met us the following after the first 5, 6, not to speak of the sins of those in orders. 7. Not to vaunt self and depreciate others. 8. Not to be avaricious. 9. Not to be angry. 10. Not to slander the Choragna. 戒律 The power derived from observing the commandments, enabling one who observes the 5 commandments to be reborn among men, and one who observes the 10 positive commands 10. 善 to be born among devas, or as a king. 戒取 Clinging to the commandments of heterodox teachers, e.g. those of ultra asceticism, one of the 4 attachments, 4取 K2, Parmara. 戒取是 The delusion resulting from clinging to heterodox commandments. 戒取见戒禁取见 clinging to heterodox ascetic views, one of the 5 darsana 5戒。戒品 The different groupings or subjects of the commandments, or discipline, i.e. the 50, 250, etc. 戒善 The good root of keeping the commandments, from which springs the power for one who keeps. The 5 to be reborn as a man, or for one who keeps the 10 to be reborn in the heavens, or as a king. 戒器 A utensil fit to receive the rules, i.e. one who is not debarred from entering the order, as is a eunuch, slave, minor, etc. 戒垢 The source of defiling the commandments, i.e. woman. 戒场 The place where monks are given the commandments. 戒坛 The altar at which the commandments are received by the novice. The 方等戒坛 is the Mahima altar. 戒学 The study of the rules or discipline, one of the 3 departments 三学, the other 2 being meditation and philosophy. 戒定慧 Discipline, meditation, wisdom. Discipline wards off bodily evil, meditation calms mental disturbance, wisdom gets rid of delusion and proves truth. 戒师 The teacher of the discipline, or of the commandments, to the novice, also 戒和尚 戒师五德 The 5 virtues of the teacher of the discipline, obedience to the rules, 20 years as monk. Ability to explain Vinaya, meditation, ability to explain the Abhidharma. 戒律 Vinaya, the rules. 戒律藏 The Vinayapika, the second main division of the Buddhist canon. 戒德 The power of the discipline. 戒忍Patience acquired by the observance of the discipline, the first of the 10 Kuti. 戒急成坏 Zealous for the discipline rather than for knowledge, e.g. Hnana. 成疾戒坏 One who is zealous for knowledge rather than the discipline, e.g. Vimalakriti 为魔 成戒聚集One who emphasizes both precepts and meditative insight, the Bodhisattva. 惩戒具化 one who is indifferent to both meditative insight and moral discipline. 戒本 The Paratammokkha 波罗提木叉 QV 戒本经 is the latter half of the 梵网经。戒波罗蜜 Moral precepts, the second of the 6 precepts. 戒波离 Apli Adra, disciple of Kaiuni, famous for his knowledge of the Pranayama. 优波离 戒海 The rules are pure and purify like the waters of the ocean. 戒牒戒宴度牒 Certificate of ordination of a monk. 戒诛The commandments or rules are like pure white pearls adorning the wearer. 戒香The commandments or rules in their various forms, also the commandments as expressions for restraining evil, etc. 戒禁 Prohibitions arising out of the fundamental rules by laws. 戒禁取见 戒取戒息The commandments need, i.e. the right need then as when receiving the commandments. 戒腊 The number of years a month has been ordained. La is the name of an offering made at the end of the year in ancient times. Also 戒腊、戒腊、僧腊、戒藏 The Vinaya-Pitaka, the collection of rules. 戒贤 Labhadra, 西施 戒主 The rod or way of the commandments, the rules. 戒门 The way or method of the commandments or rules, obedience to the commandments as a way of salvation. 戒香 The perfume of the commandments or rules, i.e. their pervading influence. 戒体 The embodiment of the commandments in the heart of the recipient. 无表 Also the basis, or body, of the commandments. 祭人And magician, trickster, conjurer. P. An order of a court, rescript, a contract, lease, to comment, criticize. Pina. V. The Indian root. Do. To shake. Doso. Doso, stirring up to duty, discipline. 头陀 折 To snap, break, decide, compound, fold. 折服摄受 To subdue the evil and receive the good, cf. 折利达罗 or 折利淡罗 carry from, 发行成 a port on the south.East frontier of UA, Orissa, Wednesday. Considerable trade was carried on with Ceylon. Item. 折具家 着折具 or 所折具 Calcutta, i.e. Karthalak in Turkestan. 折石 A broken stone, i.e. irreparable. 折炉The snapped oak tree on which Bodhidharma is said to have crossed the Yangtze from Nanking. 投 To cast, throw into, surrender, tender. 头子 Tou, the name of a hill and monastery at Shuzhou, Zhouan of Yiqing chapter in its noted monk. 投机 to avail oneself of an opportunity to surrender oneself to the principles of the Buddha in the search for perfect enlightenment. 投渊 to cast oneself into an abyss, hoping for eternal life. 投华 to cast or offer flowers in worship. 投身 to cast away or surrender one's body or oneself. 易 curb, repress, or 抑扬教 the third of the 5 periods of Buddha's teaching, as held by the Nirvana sect of China Nieppan Zong, during which the Wei Mo Si Yi is attributed to him. 抑制 to suppress, e.g. 抑制恶事 suppress evil deeds. 抑制摄取the suppression or universal reception of evil beings, pity demands the latter course. 扶 aid, support, uphold. 扶尘根 the external organs, i.e. of sight, etc., which aid the senses. 扶尘根 is also written 扶尘根, meaning fleeting, vacuous, these external things having an illusory existence, the real organs. Arindriya are the 正根 or 圣意根 which evolve the ideas. 浮律坛常 浮律坛常教 the teaching which supports the rules and speaks of the eternal, i.e. the 涅盘经. Nirvastra 扶书 supporting commentary, another name for the 涅盘经 Nirvastra, because according to Tiantai it is an amplification of the Lotus Sutra. 菩萨 Bodhisattva, I am 菩萨 改 to change, correct. 改宗 to change one's cult, school of thought, or religion. 改悔 to repent and reform. 更 to change, and night watch, again, the more. 更要 medicines that should be taken between dawn and the first watch, of which 8 are named. 百一结魔舞 Li P Li Yuan Ravana, the wild plum or mango grove 西眼 树庐 to tie reeds together in order to make them stand up, illustration of the interdependence of things and principles. 障林 Yavana, 谢色之林 the forest in which a Brahman tried to measure Buddha's height with a 16 ft bamboo pole, but the more he measured the higher the body became. Another part of the legend is that the forest grew from the bamboo which he left behind in Shigri. 度 stop, prevent, azalda. 渡口 to shut the mouth, render speechless. 渡噜 to recall Lebanon, Indian incense, resin, gum used for incense. It is said to resemble peach resin and to grow in Alai. Its leaves resemble the pears and produce pepper. It is said to flourish in the sands of Central Asia and its gum to flow out onto the sands. 杜多，督察，头陀 cuvicum, discipline, to shake off sin, etc. 杜底 Dr. and messenger, dt, a female messenger. 杜鲁婆拔扎 Drovka, a king of Falabite, son in law of Laodicea. 步 Pada, step, pace. 布他 feet. For Buddha. 不执金刚 or 不执明王，波班囊结使波 a form of 普贤 Samantha Hadras Alvara, king. 每 each, every. 美达里 fee. 弥勒 Maitreya. 美达里莫那 Maitremonas, of kindly mind, tr. 百慈悲 merciful. 急 draw water, emulate, eager. 集景轮 The round of reincarnations is like the water wheel and the well ever revolving up and down. 木 to base, translate mu, amo. 木破太子 is 木破 one of the former incarnations of Kaiamuni. 沈 chen to sink, heavy. 沈明sunk in the gloom of reincarnations and ignorance. 沈檀 aguru or aguru, sandal incense. 沈香 沈水香 aguru, the tree and incense of that name. 沈空 to sink into emptiness or uselessness. 卧 wet, wash, enrich. 卧礁石 or 卧礁山, the rock or mountain, float on the bottom of the ocean, just above the hot purgatory, which absorbs the water and thus keeps the sea from increasing and overflowing. 卧 Jiaohai is the ocean which contains this rock or mountain. Wu filthy, impure klisa, contamination of attachment to the pleasures of sense, to heretical views, to moral and ascetic practices regarded as adequate to salvation, to the belief in the self, which cause misery. Mei, sunk, gone, not, translate and mu, amo, ma, mod, Latin, fee, etc. 没交涉 no interrelation. 美结 moha, delusion, bewilderment, infatuation, tr. 败于 foolishness, cf. 魔 美里地也废 derived from Taiyu, death, one of Yoma's 冥王 origins. 没巴比 no nose to lay hold of, no lead, no basis. 美度 Buddha, 非佛 美丽度 Du, soft, pliant, weak. 美丽多 Freka, temporary chastity or observance. 梅叶达利色智 Midi, illusion, views, impede. By 我见 egoism, the false doctrine that there is a real ego. 没滋味 tasteless, valueless, useless. e.g. the discussion of the color of milk by blind people. 梅特加罗子 or 梅刀加罗子 木莲、木间莲 Mughal Putra or Mughal 美陀 Buddha 非佛求 to seek, beseech, pray 求不得苦 the pain which results from not receiving what one seeks, from disappointed hope or unrewarded effort. One of the 8 sorrows. 求名菩萨 the Kyami, fan, seeking, Bodhisattva, the Lotus Sutra, and name of Maitreya in a previous life. Also, Mahatma, a disciple of Farooq Pravite, noted for his boundless ambition and utter want of memory. I tell. 求记 seeking Nirvana, i.e. the disciple who accepts the 10 commandments. 求纳 a quality, characteristic, or virtue, e.g. sound, taste, etc. 求纳皮的 Quvtai, 德敬 an Indian monk who came to China 492年5月 tr. 3 works, 第502. 求那跋摩 Govardhan, tr. 功德邓 a prince of Kup, Kashmir, who refused the throne, wandered alone, reached China, tr. 10 works, 2 of which were lost by AD 730. Born in 367, he died in Nanjing in AD 431. He taught that truth is within, not without, and that the truth, Dharma, is of oneself, not of another. The center of his work is placed in Yangzhou, Yongzhou. It is said that he started the order of nuns in China. 翻译名义翻译名义求那跋陀罗 Gudbhadra, tr. 德贤 a follower of the Mosaking copy. 2. A Brahma of Central India, tr. Into Chinese Psalm 78 works AD 435-443, B 394, D 468. Sha Book Sense, e.g. of Ganges 恒河 implying countless, translate as cf. Sha Jie Corpus countless as the sands of Ganges. 沙婆婆色 Sakvara, the Saxenial Assembly. 沙弥 Rumara, 是罗摩那洛迦，是莫那伊洛迦，是罗摩尼罗 the male religious novice, who has taken vows to obey the 10 commandments. The term is explained by 习恶行词 one who ceases from evil and thus works of mercy, or lives altruistically, 情侧男 a zealous man, 求记 one who seeks rest, 求涅盘记 one who seeks the peace of nirvana. 3 kinds are recognized according to age, i.e. 7 to 13 years old enough to 驱鸟 drive away crows, 14 to 19, cold infant able to respond to or follow the doctrine, 20 to 70. 沙弥尼 沙弥 Rumeric 是罗摩那里迦。A female religious novice who has taken a vow to obey the 10 commandments. I. 情策女 A zealous woman, devoted. 沙弥密戒 The 10 commandments taken by Thermeric, not to kill living beings, not to steal, not to lie or speak evil, not to have sexual intercourse, not to use perfumes or decorate oneself with flowers, not to occupy high beds, not to sing or dance, not to possess wealth, not to eat out of regulation hours, not to drink wine. 沙弥戒 The 10 commandments of Thermera. 十戒杀心 Mind like sand in its countless functionings. 沙摩地 Samatya 正量部 one of the 18 manasets. 沙波诃 SVH hell. 沙诃毕苏沙戒 Words as numerous as the sands of Ganges. 沙罗 Slow or lot 沙罗的 SL or sal tree, the teak tree, the shoria or Valeria robusta, a tree in general. 沙罗王 Slarja, a title of the Buddha. 沙罗那 or 沙罗拿梭拉拿王 Red, said to be a son of King Udayana, who became a monk. 沙罗双树 The twin trees in the grove 梭罗林 in which Kyamuni entered Nirvana. 沙洛迦 Sharika, a monastery in Kalpisa. I tell. 沙呵 Sat, 梭呵所呵 the world around us, the present world. O souls see above. 沙那利迦 Agarika, one of the 18 manasets. 沙门 Renwat 桑门、梭门、丧门、沙门那、舍罗摩那、沙迦问那、是摩那那。Ascetics of all kinds, the Sarmana or Samania or Germani of the Greeks, perhaps identical also with the tomb cushion. Sangmen or shaman. I tell. 2. Buddhist monks who have left their families and quitted the passions, the zenmoi of the Greeks. I tell. Explained by 功劳 toilful achievement, 勤习 diligent. Quieting of the mind and the passions, 静治 purity of mind, 贫道 poverty. He must keep well the truth, guard well every uprising of desire, be uncontaminated by outward attractions, be merciful to all and impure to none, be not elated to joy nor harrowed by distress, and able to bear whatever may come. The Sanskrit root is ren, to make effort, exert oneself, do austerities. 沙门果 The fruit, or rebirth, resulting from the practices of Dharma. 沙门统 The national superintendent or archbishop over the order appointed under the Wei dynasty. 老 Agile, fold, pen, secure, firm. 牢关 A firm barrier, a place shut tight, tight of the deluded mind. 牢笼 pen, pit, or fold, for animals, and cage, for birds. 狂 deranged, mad, wild. 狂乱往生 saved out of terror into the next life, however distressed by thoughts of hell as the result of past evil life, 10 repetitions, or even one, of the name of a myth ensures entry into his paradise. 狂慧 foolish wisdom, clever but without calm meditation. 狂狗 and mad dog. 狂华 musk volatiles, dancing flowers before the eyes. 狂象 and mad elephant, such is the deluded mind. 男 male 男女 male and female. 男根 the male organ. 意 a particle of finality, pronounced I, used in 以力陀 hd, the heart, the essence of a thing. 突 boat 突人 突居士 突奴 and monk, and not sometimes used as a term of abuse. 秀能 the two patriarchs 神秀宣子 and 慧能 Huimen, QV. 私 private, secret, selfish, illicit. 私隐and monk as private seal, which should resemble a skull as reminder of the brevity of life. 私婆渣 Fascista, 婢婆 私婆婆 Svave but own state, essential or inherent property, innate or peculiar disposition, natural state or constitution, nature, and W in P as 自体体而自性性。思多斯陀悉陀图多喜多 st. Described as the Cold River, one of the 4 great rivers flowing from the Anapata or Analpadega Lake Adodashi in Tibet. One account makes it an eastern outflux, which subsequently becomes the Yellow River. It is also said to issue from the west. Again, the Ganges flows eastward, the Indus south, Faksh, Oxus, west, St north. Faksh 等于 Fikud. According to Xianzhen, however, it is the northern outflux of the Sarico Lake, Lat. 38度20 N long. 74度以 now called Lockandaria, which flows into Lake Lop, thence underneath the desert of Gobi, and reappears as the source of the Huanghe. I tell. According to Richard, the Huanghe rises a little above 2 neighboring lakes of Kara, Charai Nganger, and Knora, Oring, Moor. Both are connected by a channel and are situated at an elevation of 14,000 feet. It may perhaps be at first confounded with Jagingo, a river 110 miles long, which flows from the south and empties into the channel joining the 2 lakes. To go to the bottom of, inquire into, and fundamental, supreme. Phi. 鸠佛鸠盘图康汉 and 鸠摩罗康ra. Phi. 居师那佛鸠师 Klingra 鸠鸠扎 Kukwat Akak Ortha 就近 Examine exhaustively, utmost, final, at the end, ATR Avatar, upper, superior, hence 至极 Ultimate, supreme 就近佛 The fundamental, ultimate, or supreme Buddha, who has complete comprehension of truth. Buddha in his supreme reality. 就近位 The supreme class or stage, i.e. that of Buddhahood. The Mahayana groups the various stages in the attainment of Buddhahood into 5, of which this is the highest. 就近极 The stage of complete comprehension of truth, being the 6th stage of the Tentai school. 6. 极就近乐 The supreme joy, i.e. Nirvana. 就近法身 The supreme Madhyamaka, the highest conception of Buddha as the absolute. 就近觉 Supreme enlightenment, that of Buddha, one of the 4 kinds of enlightenment in the 起信论. Awakening of faith. 者 Asta 4R, the 16000th part of Alhana, it varies from 1尺 4 寸 to 1尺 8寸 in length. 2. Good, virtuous, beneficial. 2日 吉日 a good, or auspicious, day. 2任 Rainan, founder of the Japanese 融通念佛 school. 2奔 Li and Ben, the 10-monk who assisted Anoka in the translation of the 人王经 Ren Wang Jing. 2福田 The field of blessedness, cultivated by offerings to Buddha, the law, and the order. 求功 The dragon palace in which Angrajuna recited the Hua Yan Jing Huiyan Jing. 见 Darsana, Nalasana, also the seeing, discerning, judgment, views, opinions, it is thinking. Reasoning, discriminating, selecting truth, including the whole process of deducing conclusions from premises. It is commonly used in the sense of wrong or heterodox views or theories, i.e. 邪见 or 有见, especially such as viewing the seeming as real and the ego as real. There are groups of 2, 4, 5, 7, 10 and 62 kinds of 见. 见佛 Beholding Buddha, to see Buddha. Hmena sees only the mere make or body of incarnation. Mahayana sees the spiritual body, or body in bliss, this Subhakya. 见修 Views and practice, heterodoxy, cf. 见思 见地 The stage of insight, or discernment of reality, the 4th of the 10 stages of progress toward Buddhahood, agreeing with the 预流果 of Jnana. 见大 Feasibility, or perceptibility, as one of the 7 elements of the universe. 见性To behold the Buddha, nature within oneself, a common saying of the Chen, Zen, or intuitive school. 见思 views and thoughts. In general, 见或思或 illusory or misleading views and thoughts. 见 refers partly to the visible world, but also to views derived therefrom, e.g. the ego, with the consequent illusion, 思 to the mental and moral world also with its illusion. The 三或 three delusions which hinder the 3 axioms are 见思、尘沙 and 无明 QV. Jnana numbers 88 kinds and the Mahina 112 of 见或 of 思或 10 and 16 respectively. 见爱 views and desires, e.g. the illusion that the ego is a reality and the consequent desires and passions, the two are the root of all suffering. 见慧 the wisdom of right views, arising from hypnomeditation. 见证 seeing correctly, said to be the name of a disciple of the Buddha who doubted a future life, to whom the Buddha is said to have delivered the contents of the 见证经. 见毒 the poison of wrong views. 见漏 the illusion of viewing the seeming as real. 四漏 见浊 Dikia corruption of doctrinal views, one of the 5 final corruptions. 见网斋 the service on the 3rd day when the deceased goes to seeking Yoma. 见相 the state or condition of visibility, which according to the 起信论 awakening of faith hurries us from motion, hence is also called 转相. 见真 to behold truth or ultimate reality. 见结 the bond of heterodox views, which fastens the individual to the chain of transmigration, one of the 9 attachments. 见父 见网 the net of heterodox views or doctrines. 见父 the bond of the illusion of heterodox opinions, i.e. of mistaking the seeming for the real, which binds men and robs them of freedom. 见结 见取 clinging to heterodox views, one of the 4 取 or as 见取见, one of the 5见 QV. 见取时 the trials of delusion and suffering from holding to heterodox doctrines, one of the 10 sufferings, or messengers. 见取见 Dipamara, to hold heterodox doctrines and be obsessed with the sense of the self. 五见 见闻 seeing and hearing, i.e. beholding Buddha with the eyes and hearing his truth with the ears. 见处 the state of wrong views, i.e. the state of transmigration, because wrong views give rise to it, or maintain it. 见地 the realization of correct views, i.e. the jnana stage of one who has entered the stream of holy living, the mahina stage after the first bodhisattva stage. 见证 wrangling on behalf of heterodox views, striving to prove them. 见道 the way or stage of beholding the truth of no reincarnation, i.e. that of birth upon the first stage of the Bodhisattva. The second stage is 修道 cultivating the truth, the third 悟学道 completely comprehending the truth without further study. 见障 the obstruction of heterodox views to enlightenment. 见非见 the visible and invisible, phenomenal and luminal. 见颠倒 to see things upside down, to regard illusion as reality. 角 Fina, a horn, a trumpet, also a corner, an angle, to contend. 假托 perverted doctrines and wrong thoughts, which weigh down a monk as a pack on an animal. 言 words, speech, to speak. 言意 word, dependence, i.e. that which can be expressed in words. 言句 sentences. 言权 words as explaining meaning, explanation. 离言权 beyond explanation. 言教 the teaching of Buddha as embodied in words. 言行 words and deeds. 言语言说 words, speech, verbal expression. 言成 set out in words, i.e. a syllogism. 鼓 a gully. 鼓呱呱 Gu, W-A, the cry of a ghost, made in proof of its existence to one who had written a treatise on the non-existence of 鬼 ghosts. 斗 Enmei, 磨砂, 磨撒 legumes, beans, peas, lentils, etc. 斗伽蓝Masra Sakrama, Lentil Monastery, an ancient villa about 200 li southeast of Mongolia. Ita 斗区 Dukkha, trouble, suffering, pain, defined by being harassed, distressed. The first of the four dogmas, or noble truths 4D, is that all life is involved, through impermanence, in distress. There are many kinds of kukyuvi. 北 Acacia, cowrie, conch, valuables, riches, a large trumpet sounded to call the assembly together. 北中Conch and bell. 贝多贝多罗贝多罗叶贝叶 Patra, palm leaves from Cyperus flavelliformis, used for writing material. 背文 the scriptures written on palm leaves. 背之家 Prateka, P 之家背碟 Patriot boats, straws written on the 赤 Kia 加沙野 Red, hot, south, naked 赤煤炭 A tree used for incense 赤白二蹄 The drops of red and white, i.e. female and male sperm which unite in conception. 赤眼 The red, i.e. a turtle. 赤肉团 赤肉 The red flesh lump, the heart. 赤鳄眼大 Tragaiona an ancient province and city of Takra, the present Chagania in LAT. 38度21 N. Long. 69度21 V.赤兹皮婆沙 The red, mustached, or bearded, vibrant, and named for 佛陀耶舍 Bodhisattvas. 赤龟 The red demons of purgatory, one with the head of a bull, another with that of a horse, etc. 走 To walk, go 走海 To travel by sea 足 Foot, leg, enough, full 足目 Eyes in his feet, name of Akutha Gautama, to whom is ascribed the beginning of logic. His work is seen in 5 books of aphorisms on the Nila. Keys Shen Kaya Tangnu Diha The body, the self. 深入 The sense of touch, one of the 6入 6 senses. 身三口四意三 The 3 commandments dealing with the body, prohibiting taking of life, theft, unchastity, the 4 dealing with the mouth, against lying, exaggeration, abuse, and ambiguous talk, the 3 belonging to the mind, covetousness, malice, and unbelief. 神光 The glory shining from the person of a Buddha or Bodhisattva, a halo. 生命 Body and life, bodily life. 生气 The body as a utensil, i.e. containing all the 12 parts, skin, flesh, blood, hair, etc. 身土 Body and environment. The body is the direct fruit of the previous life, the environment is the indirect fruit of the previous life. 生成 The body as the citadel of the mind. 身如一通 Hividi Jena Also 身通, 身足通 The power to transfer oneself to various regions at will, also to change the body at will. 身坐 The body as the throne of Buddha. 身心 Body and mind, the direct fruit of the previous life. The body is Rupa, the first skandha, mind. Embraces the other 4, consciousness, perception, action, and knowledge, 五蕴 生根 Kaindriya, the organ of touch, one of the 6 senses. 身业 The karma operating in the body as representing the fruit of action in previous existence. One of the 3 karmas, the other 2 referring to speech and throat. 身毒 Sindhu, Sangha, Fi 印度身毛上迷香 The hairs on Buddha's body curled upwards, one of the 32 marks. 身灯 The body as a lamp, burnt in offering to a Buddha, e.g. the medicine king in the Lotus Sutra. 身田The body regarded as a field which produces good and evil fruit in future existence. 身相 Bodily form, the body. 身连 the lotus in the body, i.e. the heart, or 8-leaf lotus in all beings. It represents also the Garbato, which is the matrix of the material world out of which all beings come. 身见 Satyayadai, the illusion that the body, or self, is real and not simply a compound of the 5 skandhas, one of the 5 wrong views 五见 身识 Kaya, Vijnana Cognition of the objects of touch, one of the 5 forms of cognition 五根 身车 the body as the vehicle which, according with previous karma, carries one into the paths of transmigration. 神通 the power to transfer the body through space at will, one of the marks of the Buddha. 身语 the numberless bodies of Buddhas, hovering like clouds over men, the numberless forms which the Buddhas take to protect and save men, resembling clouds, the numberless saints compared to clouds. 车 a cart, wheeled conveyance. 车叶 chy, ink-shaped shadow. 车逆 Chandor Chandaka, the driver of Kaya Muni when he left his home. 车地 the name of a cave, said to be at Para, or Saptaparaga. 车轴 the hub of a cart, applied to large drops of rain. 车波罗婆 name of a spirit. 心头 the Indus, Saint, Iden 信度 心头波罗香 Saint Hupra, Saint Hopra, incense or perfume, from a fragrant plant said to grow on the banks. Of the Indus, Sindhu. 尘 hour, time, the celestial bodies. 尘那 Jnana, victorious, applied to a Buddha, a saint, etc., forms part of the names of 尘那亚罗多。Jnanadrata, 尘那福多罗 Jnanaputra, 尘那梵图 Jnanabantu, 3 Indian monks in China, the first and last during the 7th century. 巡 wander about, patrol, inspect. 巡堂 to patrol or circumambulate the whole. 巡寮 to inspect all the buildings of a monastery. 巡案 to patrol and receive any complaints. 巡更 to patrol as night watchman. 巡火 guarding against fire. 巡息 to walk about with a metal staff, i.e. to teach. 宾 the ancient state of Bin, south-west Shanxi, translate P, 以知音 Prametriaputra 宾奇文陀服 Anthropoeda 阿那丁底 etc. 邪 deflected, erroneous, heterodox, depraved, the opposite of正, also erroneously used for 耶 邪道见 heterodoxy, perverted views or opinions. 邪命 邪命时 heterodox or improper ways of obtaining a living on the part of a monk, e.g. by doing work with his hands, by astrology, his wits, flattery, magic, etc. Begging or seeking alms was the orthodox way of obtaining a living. 邪命说法 The heterodox way of preaching or teaching for the purpose of making a living. 邪执 Heterodox tenets and attachment to them. 邪淫 Adultery. 邪山 and mountain of error or heterodox ideas, such ideas as great as a mountain. 邪性定 邪性定句 the accumulation of suffering to be endured in purgatory by one of heterodox nature, one of the three accumulations 三句 邪慢 Methana, perverse or evil pride, doing evil for self-advancement, to hold to heterodox views, and not to reference Citroragna. 邪善 Heterodox bending, i.e. to influence people by false doctrines. 邪循 Epita, should being erroneously used to represent the syllable p, 图 邪法 Heterodoxy, false doctrines or methods. 邪思 Depraved and selfish desires, lust. 邪妄 The net of heterodoxy or falsity. 邪具 The accumulation of misery produced by false views, one of the 三句 邪行 Erroneous ways, the 96 heretical ways, the disciplines of non-Buddhist sects. 邪行真如 The phenomenal tathafat, from which arises the accumulation of misery. 邪见 Heterodox views, not recognizing the doctrine of moral karma, one of the 5 heterodox opinions and 10 evils 五见十恶 邪见成 The hnana, the vehicle of perverted views. 邪见丛林 The thickets of heterodoxy. 邪道 Heterodox ways or doctrines. 邪云 Clouds of falsity or heterodoxy, which cover over the Buddha nature in the heart. 邪魔 Evil demons and spirits, Ras. 邪魔外道 Ras and heretics. 那 Where How What That Translate N-A-N-E, no, Naya, C-F. 那他 Enga, a river. 那家 Enga. Snake, dragon, elephant. It is Tr. By long dragon and by 象 elephant. E as dragon it represents the chief of the scaly reptiles. It can disappear or be manifest, increase or decrease, lengthen or shrink. In spring it mounts in the sky and in winter enters the earth. The dragon is of many kinds. Dragons are regarded as beneficent, bringing the rains and guarding the heavens. Again Draco, they control rivers and lakes, and hibernate in the deep Ngora. Titles of a Buddha, also of those freed from reincarnation, because of his powers, or because, like the dragon, he soars above earthly desires and ties. One of his former reincarnations was a powerful poisonous dragon which, out of pity, permitted itself to be skinned alive and its flesh eaten by worms. A race of serpent worshippers. 那加厄拉树那 or 那加厄和树那 Ankrajuna, 龙树的 dragon, Arjuna tree, or Gakrona, in P. Probably. Wrongly as Longmong dragon, fierce. One of the four sons and reputed founder of Mahima, but Siaphor native of South India, the 14th patriarch, he is said to have cut off his head as an offering. He probably flourished in the latter half of the 2nd century AD. Eliot, Phi. Longshu. He founded the Theravada or Zhong school, generally considered as advocating doctrines of negation or nihilism, but his aim seems to have been a reality beyond the limitations of positive and negative, the identification of contraries in a higher synthesis, e.g. birth and death, existence and non-existence, eternal and non-eternal, Phi. 中论。那仙 Angasana 那迦西那 the instructor of the king in Thimiling, the Ploha, Phi. 那仙经 那仙比丘经 那利罗 那利季罗 Enrikara, 那利罗吉利的 coconut. Enrikalith is described as an island several thousand leagues south of Ceylon, inhabited by dwarfs 10 feet high, who have human bodies, with beaks like birds, and live upon cocoa nuts. Ita. Naja. Nat, said to be the eldest son of Vairava and represented with 3 faces, 8 arms, a powerful demon, king. Nahan. Na Jinghan and Va. Na Po. Na Po Moli, Nava, Navanlik. Variegated or mixed flowers. Na Lü. Anuradha, Phi. Na Lü. Na Ti. Nat, river, torrent, name of Punupia, Puru Nati, Puyen Baye, and northern monk of central India. Na Ti Jia Ye. Na de Jia Ye Bo Nat Kupat, brother of Lokayapa, to become cemented Prabhupada Buddha. Na Jie. Na Jie Lo He Lo, Nagara. Na Lo He Lo, an ancient kingdom and city on the southern bank of the Kabul River, about 30 miles west of Jalalabad, LAT 34度28 and long 70度30里. The Nagara of Ptolemy. Ita. Namo. Men Namo, or Panmo. Min. Na Lantuo. Inlet, a famous monastery 10 miles north of Mchaga, built by the king Akaditya. Inlet is in P. as 15燕 unworrying benefactor, a title attributed to the Jolhage well in the lake. Road there. The village is identified in Ital as Baracon, for inland excavations. See Archaeological Survey Reports, NCF. 宣三 as account. 那由他 name up 那里多 or 那由多 那数 or 那数 annual 10万 or 1 million or 10 million. 那罗 net cf. 那扎 a dancer or actor 技戏 or perhaps narya manly strong. One definition being the 那罗延那罗延Nryaa, son of Nara or the original man, patronymic of the personified Purusha or first living being, author of the Purusha hymn, and W. He is also identified with Brahm, Vayu, or Ka, in P. 百人身本 the originator of human life, 坚固 firm and stable, 立世 or 天界立世 hero of divine power, and 金刚 Phaedra, the term is used adjectively with the meaning of manly and strong. Nryaa is represented with 3 faces, of greenish, yellow color, right hand with a wheel, riding agariya, bird. 那罗延天 Nryaa, Deva, Idan Nryaa. His 那罗延天后 sexual female energy is shown in the Garbatol group. 那罗摩那 or 那罗摩那 Narannava, a young Brahman, a descendant of Manu. 那罗那里 Nara, Nari union of the male and female natures. 那罗陀 Nadra, a flower, tr. 人持花 carried about for its scent. 那耶 Naya, leading, conduct, politic, prudent, method, in P. By 正理 right principle, 成 conveyance, e mode of progress, and 道way, or method. 那耶修魔 No is a name of JT, Ni Endragrantha. 那洛迦Naraka, hell, the place of torment, the lower regions, and W, in P. By 地狱 QV. 那摩 Namo, Iden 南无 QV. 那腊遮 Emika, an arrow, in P. 追 a pointed implement. 那连耶舍那连提里耶舍 Narendra, and monk of Udina, North, West India, 6th century AD, tr. The Khandra, Garba, Sraya, Garba, and others trust. 那阿赖耶曼荼罗 Enlaya, Mala, the Nam, Lay Mala, or the 道场 Bodhi, site or seat, which is 无一处 without fixed place, independent of place, and entirely pure. 那比 Nabhai, navel, nave of a wheel. 那麻 Namo, Iden 南无 Li, a village, neighborhood, third of an English mile, translate rent, perhaps also for land. 防 ward off, protect, beware, to conjure. 防难 to counter or solve difficulties, especially difficult questions. 防罗 identify warders or patrols in Hades. 防纳 Fina, weaving, sewing, tr. As a terrorist. 8. 8 strokes. 乳 milk, which in its 5 forms illustrates the Tiantai 50教 5 periods of the Buddha's teaching. 乳味 the flavor of fresh milk, to which the Buddha's teaching in the Hua Yan Jing Huiyan Jing is compared. 乳木 resinous wood, for homa, or fire sacrifice. 乳水眼 the eye able to distinguish milk from water, as the goose drinks the milk and rejects the water. So the student should distinguish orthodox from heterodox teaching. 乳精 Tiantai compares Tifutans of Kastra Hua Yan Jing to milk, from which come all its other products. 乳香 Kunduruka, Boswellia thurifer, both the plant and its resin. 是 Artha 乐加他加 being an error for a affair, concern, matter, action, practice, phenomena. To serve. It is practice or the thing, affair, matter, in contrast with the theory or the underlying principle. 适度 salvation by observing the 5 commandments, the 10 good deeds, etc. 视教 teaching dealing with phenomena. The characterization by Tiantai of the Tripitaka or Hnana. Teaching as 界内视教 within the 3 realms of desire, form, and formlessness, and the 别教 different teaching as 界外视教 outside or superior to those realms, the one dealt with the activities of time and sense, the other transcended these but was still involved in the transcendent. The 别教 was initial Mahayana incompletely developed. 是法界 the phenomenal world, phenomenal existence. 四法界是法身 the Buddha, nature in practice, cf. 理法身 which is the Buddha, nature in principle, or essence, or the truth itself. 是火 phenomenal fire, 性火 fire as an element, also fire, worship. 势力 practice and theory, phenomenon and lumenon, activity and principle, or the absolute. Phenomena ever change, the underlying principle, being absolute, neither changes nor acts, it is. The 真如 QV also be 理 for 是理法界，是理无碍法界 v 四法界是理3000 the 3000 phenomenal activities and 3000 principles, a term of the Tiantai school. 是理无法 v 无法是相 phenomenon, affair, practice. The practices of the esoterics are called 是理部 as contrasted with their open teaching called 教相部。是理禅师 and mystic, or monk in meditation, yet busy with affairs, an epithet of reproach. 试论 Discussion of phenomena in contrast with 理论。视造 Phenomenal activities. According to Tentai, there are 3000 underlying factors or principles 理据 giving rise to the 3000 phenomenal activities. 事迹 Traces of the deeds or life of an individual, biography. 视障 Phenomenal hindrances to entry into nirvana, such as desire, etc. 理障 are monumental. Hindrances, such as false doctrine, etc. 急 Haste, urgency. 急复习 Lender sandals. 雅 Second, inferior. Used in translate as I, e.g. 雅略利亚 想 offer up, enjoy 享堂 the whole of offerings, an ancestral whole 是 attend, wait on, attendant 侍者 an attendant, e.g. as Nanda was to the Buddha, assistants in general, e.g. the incense assistant. In a temple. 使 to send, cause, and messenger, a pursuer, molester, lictor, disturber, troubler, impede. As 烦恼 Klesa, affliction, distress, worldly cares, vexations, and as consequent reincarnation. There are categories of 10, 16, 98, 112, and 128 such troublers, e.g. desire, hate, stupor, pride, doubt, erroneous views, etc., leading to painful results in future rebirths, for they are karma messengers, executing its purpose. Also 金刚童子 QV 供 PJ to offer in worship, to honor, also to supply evidence. 供佛 to offer to Buddha. 工具 供物 offerings, i.e. flowers, unguents, water, incense, food, light. 供天 天宫 the devas who serve Indra. 供奉 to offer, the monk who serves at the great altar. 公账the 10th dynasty register, or census of monks and nuns, supplied to the government every 3 years. 公丈鱼 the cloud of bodhisattvas who serve the Tathagata. 供养 to make offerings of whatever nourishes, e.g. food, goods, incense, lamps, scriptures, the doctrine, etc., any offering for body or mind. 来 Kenma, Gen, Gata. Come, the coming, future. 来世 future world, or rebirth. 来应 to come in response to an invitation, to answer prayer, by a miracle. 来果 the fruit or condition of the next rebirth, regarded as the result of the present. 来生 future rebirth, the future life. 来迎 the coming of Buddhas to meet the dying believer and bid welcome to the Pure Land. The three special welcomers are Amitabha of Avalokitesvara and Mosmaputta. To depend, rely on, dependent, conditioned, accord with. Dependent on or trusting to someone or something else, trusting on another, not on self or works. 依他性 依他起性 not having an independent nature, not a nature of its own, but constituted of elements. 依他自性 one of the 三性 dependent on constructive elements and without a nature of its own. 依他心 the mind in a dependent state, that of the Buddha in incarnation. 依他实欲 the unreality of dependent or conditioned things, e.g. the body or self, illustrated in 10 comparisons: foam, bubble, flame, planting, illusion, dream, shadow, echo, cloud, lightning, fee. 维摩诘经2医院 dependent and perfect, i.e. the dependent or conditioned nature, and the perfect nature of the unconditioned Tathagata. The ground on which one relies, the body on which sight, hearing, etc. depend, the degree of Sunday attained, cf. 医生、医报、fee、医政、医护 to rely on, depend on 医果 idem 医报 fee 医政 医治 to depend and rest upon 医治甚深 the profundity on which all things depend, i.e. that Tathagata, also the Buddha. 医治师医治阿舍离 Sikaya, or master of a junior monk. 医正 the two forms of karma resulting from one as past, 正报 being the resultant person, 医报 being the dependent condition or environment, e.g. country, family, possessions, etc. 依法不依人 to rely upon the Dharma, or truth itself, and not upon the false interpretations of men. 100. 禅伴 a board to lean against when in meditation. 一眼真如 that Tathagata its expressible form, as distinguished from it as being inexpressible. 医生 the body on which one depends, or on which its parts depend, cf. 依他依通 the magical powers which depend upon drugs, spells, etc. fee 五通两 two a couple, both an ounce, or tell 两卷经 the two fascicle sutra, i.e. the 佛说无量寿经两垢两垢如 the contaminated and uncontaminated Tathagata, or Buddha, nature, fee 止观二 and 起信论 awakening of faith 两全 the two temporary vehicles, Rupakam, Pratyeka Buddha, as contrasted with the Shi complete Bodhisattva doctrine of Mahina. 两河 The two rivers, Nirajan, Ni, where Buddha attained enlightenment, and Hiramat, Shi, where he entered Nirvana. 两世 The two wings of Ding and Hui, meditation and wisdom. 两间神 The two recording spirits, one at each shoulder, 同名 and 同作神。两界 两部 两舌 Double tongue. One of the 10 forms of evil conduct 12业。两财 The two talents, or rewards from previous incarnations, 内 inner, i.e. bodily or personal conditions, and white external, i.e. wealth or poverty, etc. 两足尊 The most honored among men and devas, led among two-footed beings, a title of the Buddha. The 2 feet are compared to the commandments and meditation, blessing and wisdom. Relative and absolute teaching, i.e. Hnana and Mahina, meditation and action. 两部 两界 2 sections, or classes. 两部曼陀罗 One of the 2 sections, i.e. dual powers of the 2 Japanese groups symbolizing the Feitrito and Garbato 金刚界 and 胎藏界 两数 The 2 rats, or black and white mice, night and day. 点 Canon, rule, allusion, to take charge of, mortgage. 点客 or 点兵 知客 the one who takes charge of visitors in a monastery. 点坐The verger who indicates the order of sitting, etc. 点览 Summary of the essentials of a sutra, or canonical book. 词典 A dictionary, phrase, book. 句 O, complete, to present, implements, translate gh. 具史罗 or 取史罗 or 取师罗 Guira, a wealthy householder of Kam, who gave Kayamuni the Guiravana Park and Thura. 巨兽 Humant. Having long life, a term by which monk, a pupil or a youth may be addressed. 具戒 Iden 具足戒 具戒方便 The expedient method of giving the whole rules by stages. 具戒的 The second of the Bodhisattva 10 stages in which all the rules are kept. 具之灌顶 One of the 3 Heiliger baptisms of the 大日经 A ceremonial sprinkling of the head of a monarch and his investiture with water from the seas and rivers in his domain. It is a mode also employed in the investiture of certain high officials of Buddhism. 具缚 Completely bound. All men are in bondage to illusion. 据说 To discuss completely, state fully. 具谈 Gautama, Vichu. 具足 O, complete. 具足戒 The complete rules or commandments 250 for the monk, 500 actually 348 for the noun. 具足得本愿。The 44th commandment as 48 vows that all universally should acquire his virtue. 含 a box, receptacle, to enfold, a letter. 涵盖相应 a greeting like a box element. 刻 cut, carve, engrave, a press, a quarter of an hour, instant. 刻造 to engrave the canon. 到 arrive, reach, to 到彼岸 permit, cf. 波 to reach the other shore, i.e. nerva. 到头 at the end, when the end is reached. 治 restrain, govern, regulations, mourning. 至多 质地 or 质地 质体 katia, a tumulus, mausoleum, monastery, temple, spire, flagstaff on a pagoda, sacred place or thing, idem 肢体 or 质地 cf. 沙至多山部 Jativani, a menacept. 质地判地 or 判断那 katia, vandana, to pay reverence to, or worship a spa, image, etc. 智达罗 Katra, the spring month in which the full moon is in this constellation, i.e. Virgo or Jia, NW. Gives it as March, April. In China it is the first month of spring from the 16th of the first moon to the 15th of the second. Also idem 至多 katia. 制戒 制教的 restraints or rules, i.e. of the Vedanta. 制门 the way or method of discipline, contrasted with the 化门 i.e. of teaching, both methods used by the Buddha, hence called 化智二门。沙 chalk, translate K 沙土 起插起撒 katra, land, fields, country, place, also a universe consisting of 3,000 large chiliocosms, also a spire or flagstaff on a pagoda and monastery, but this interprets katia, cf. 智 Other forms are 沙多罗 or 智多罗 or 刹多罗 哥刹达罗。沙尘 Lengths, countless as the dust. 沙利沙地利沙达利耶考吹远 The second, or warrior and ruling caste, Chinese render it as 田主 Landowners and 王种 royal caste, the caste from which the Buddha came forth and therefore from which all Buddhas, 如来 spring. 沙漠 Kenma, a residence, dwelling, abode, land, property, idem 沙 and 沙干 沙海 Land and sea. The flagpole of a monastery, surmounted by a gilt bowl or pearl, symbolical of Buddhism, inferentially a monastery with its land. Also 沙柱 金沙 or 表沙刹那 cut an indefinite space of time, and moment, an instant, the shortest measure of time. As Calpe is the longest, it is defined as mean a third, but according to another definition. 60开括 one finger, snap, 90 a third 面 4500 a minute. There are other definitions. In each 900 persons are born and die. 刹那三世 The moments past, present, future. 刹那无常 Not a moment is permanent, but passes through the stages of birth, state, change, death. 刹那生灭 All things are in continuous flow, born and destroyed every instant. 初 To cut cloth for clothes, beginning, first. 初夜The first of the three divisions of the night. 初位 The initial stage on the road to enlightenment. 初住 The first of the 10 stages, or resting places, of the Bodhisattva. 住 is the resting place or stage for a particular course of development. That is the position or rank attained by the spiritual characteristics achieved in this place. 初三支 The first of the three is that higher incalculable corpus. 初刹那时 The initial consciousness, i.e. the eighth or laya, vijnana, from which arises consciousness. 初的 The first of the 10 bodhisattva stages to perfect enlightenment and nirvana. 初心 The initial resolve or mind of the novice. 初日分 The first of the three divisions of the day, beginning, middle, and 初中后 初艮 The first watch of the night. 初十教 A term of the 法相宗 Dharmalakkhana school, the first of the three periods of the Buddha's teaching, in which he overcame the ideas of heterodox teachers that the ego is real, and preached the Four Noble Truths and the Five Skandhas, etc. 初果 The initial fruit, or achievement, the stage of Srodha-Panna, illusion being discarded and the stream of enlightenment entered. 初果相 The ending at the stage of Srodha-Panna. The other stages of Jnana, Asatman, Enman, and Arhat. 初欢喜的 The first of the 10 stages toward Buddhahood, that of joy. 初发心 The initial determination to seek enlightenment, about which the Jing dynasty waited. Jing says, 初发心时变成正觉 At this very moment the novice enters into the status of perfect enlightenment, but other schools dispute the point. 初禅天 The first of the four in the heavens, corresponding to the first stage of Dhyana meditation. 初禅梵天 Devas in the realms of form, who have purged themselves from all sexuality. 初禅定 The first Dhyana, the first degree of Dhyana meditation, which produces rebirth in the first Dhyana heaven. 初能变 the initiator of change or mutation, i.e. the Laya Vijna, so-called because the other Bhutas are derived from it. 着 lofty, tall, erect. 着息 tall or erect staves, i.e. their place and monastery. 卑 low, inferior, translate p, v, vy, n. 卑慢 下慢, the pride of regarding self as little inferior to those who far surpass one of the 期盼. 卑先逆 presentagent, v 波 卑地利 pit, a kind of hungry demon. 卑波罗 Pipala, Sipadhydruma, v 图 卑摩罗叉 Vimalka, the pure I, described as of Kabul, expositor of the 十颂律, teacher of Cambridge Bud. At Karashar, Can to China AD 406, tr. 2 works. 卑利撮 灭替称 Lakas, border people, hence outside the borders of Buddhism, non-Buddhist. 叔 a father as younger brother, translate as Su. 叔叔罗 叔叔摩罗 I Amra, a crocodile. 书家 or 口星号书家叔婆 Sukha, a parrot. 疏离 Sukla or Sukra, white, silvery, the waxing half of the moon or month, one of the asterisms, the 24th of the astronomical yogas, and W associated with Venus. 取 Apna to grasp, hold on to, held by, be attached to, love, used as indicating both I love or desire and 烦恼, the vexing passions and illusions. It is one of the 12 Inannas 12 因缘 or 10. 二知 the grasping and or holding on to self, existence and things. 取自语 easy, facile, loose talk or explanations. 取向 the state of holding to the illusions of life as realities. 取相禅 to hold repentance before the mind until the sign of Buddha's presence annihilates the sin. 取予 the producing seed is called 取果, that which it gives or produces is called 予果. 取者 to grasp, hold on to, or be held by anything or idea. 取运 says skandhas which give rise to grasping or desire, which in turn produces the skandhas. 见取彼 见 受 to receive, be, there, in be. Avadana, perception, knowledge obtained by the senses, feeling, sensation. And W it is defined as mental reaction to the object, but in general it means receptivity or sensation. The two forms of sensation of physical and mental objects are indicated. It is one of the 5 skandhas. As one of the 12 Inannas, it indicates the incipient stage of sensation in the embryo. 取具 to receive the entire commandments, as does a fully ordained monk or nun. 去向行识 The four immaterials can thus fade on, such saskat, vijnana, i.e. feeling, ideation, reaction, consciousness, 去借 to receive or accept the commandments or rules, a disciple, the beginner receives the first 5, the monk, nun, and the earnest laity proceed to the reception of 8, the fully ordained, accepts the 10. The term is also applied by the esoteric sects to the reception of their rules of admission, 取持 to receive and retain, or hold on to, or keep, the Buddha's teaching. 取业 duties of the receiver of the rules, also to receive the results or karma of one's deeds. 取岁 to receive or add a year to his monastic age, on the conclusion of the summer as retreat. 受用 received for use. 受用身 Physiognomic 报身体 三身 tripya, i.e. the functioning glorious body, 自受用 for a Buddha's own use or bliss, 他受用 for the spiritual benefit of others. 受用土 the realm of physiognomic 受者 a recipient, e.g. of the rules. The illusory view that the ego will receive reward or punishment in a future life, one of the 16 false views. 受孕 Vedam, sensation, one of the 5 skandhas. 受记 受觉, 受别 to receive from a Buddha, predestination, to become a Buddha, the prophecy of a Bodhisattva as future Buddhahood. 受随 to receive the rules and follow them out, 受体随行 去 to give, translate 卡 托Translate tha 多怒色见 Turika, Oleganon, incense, also the name of an Indo-Scythian or Turkish race. Hu cold, breathe out. Hu hu the Rora Vader force hot hell. Hu tu ke tu or Hu tu ke tu Huteto, a chief lama of Mongolian Buddhism, who is repeatedly reincarnated. Hu Mo Homa, an ablation by fire. 细摩达罗 Himatala 雪山下 An ancient kingdom ruled in AD 43 by a descendant of the Kaya family. Probably the region south of Kamdut and eastern north of Hindu Kush near the principal source of the Oxus. I tell. 西域记3 He ko. Breathe out, yawn, scold, ha, laughter, used for he and a. He yedana. Yatana, an organ of sense, feet. 六入 He li tuo, or adi tuo, or he li tuo, Frit, the demon, mother, also harida, harida, tawny, yellow, turmeric. He zha jia, or he zha jia, haka, gold, thorn, apple. He po po, Hahava, or Ababa, the fourth of the 8 code house, in which the sufferers can only utter this sound. 呵罗罗 AAA, the third of the 8 code house, in which the sufferers can only utter this sound. 呵则监督 the 11th of the 20 rules for monks, dealing with rebuke and punishment of a wrongdoer. 亚的 co-starter, translate ta 亚米也他 or 亚米也他 tabias, i.e. 所谓 as or what is said or meant, it means, i.e. etc. 亚刹那 Tadka, the 2250 th part of an hour. Itel 亚拉健 Telen, an ancient kingdom on the frontiers of Persia, its modern town is Telecom. 亚沙什罗竹沙施罗 Taco, ancient kingdom and city, the Taxila of the Greeks, the region near Hussein Mabdo in Lat. 35度48 N long 72度44 Itel 亚摩利底 or 单摩利底多摩利地 Troliptai or T, the modern townlot near the mouth of the Hooghly. Formerly the principal emporium for the trade with Ceylon and China. Itel 亚罗斯 Talas or Taras, an ancient city in Turkestan 150 list of Mingbulak, according to Xianzhen. A river which rises on the mountains west of Lake Issyk-Kul and flows into a large lake to the northwest. Itel 亚密 termed or Tiamat or Tiamat, an ancient kingdom and city on the Oxus in Lat. 37度5 N long 67度6 Itel 味 Rasa taste, flavor, the sense of taste. One of the 6 sensations. 味尘 taste, dust, one of the 6 particles which form the material or medium of sensation. 味欲 味着的 taste, desire, hankering after the pleasures of food, etc., the bond of such desire. 味道 taste, flavor, the taste of Buddha, truth or tasting the doctrine. 咒 咒陀罗尼 mantra, an incantation, spell, oath, curse, also a vow with penalties for failure. Mystical or magical, formally employed in yoga. In Lamaism they consist of sets of Tibetan words connected with Sanskrit syllables. In a wider sense, Sidre is a treatise with mystical meaning or explaining it. 咒句咒杀咒起死鬼 or 咒起尸鬼, an incantation for raising the Vatla way Torlo or corpse, demons to cause the death of another person. 咒心 the heart of a spell or vow. 咒藏 one of the 4 Piakas, the thesaurus of Thras. 咒术 sorcery, the sorcerer as arts. 咒愿 vows, prayers, or formulas uttered in behalf of donors, or of the dead, especially at the All Souls Day as offerings to the 7 generations of ancestors. Every word and deed of a bodhisattva should be Adra, me, Javita, life, vital, lens of life, fate, decree, 命光, the light of a life, i.e. 孙高, 命命妙, 奇婆奇婆加 J Vajvaka, J Vajva, a bird with 2 heads, a sweet songster, 声声鸟 or 共命鸟 is the same bird, 命宝, the precious possession of life, 命根, a root or basis for life or reincarnation, the nexus of Gnana between 2 life periods, accepted by Mahina as nominal but not real. 命犯, life and honor, i.e. perils to life and perils to noble character. 命浊, one of the 五浊, turbidity or decay of the vital principle, reducing the length of life. 命终, life as end, nearing the end. 命者, the living being, the one possessing life, life. 命藤, the road of life, gnawed by the 2 rats, i.e. night and day. 命道沙门, Arrow who makes the commandments, meditation, and knowledge his very life, as Nanda. Date, 命难, life as hardships, the distress of living. 周, around, on every side, complete. 周地盘陀家, or 周地盘陀家, Kudrapan they cut little or mean past. Twin brothers were born on the road. 1. Cold Sudhipan they cut purity past, the other born soon after and cold as above, in P. 小路, small road, and 继道 successor by the road. The elder was clever, the younger stupid, not even remembering his name, but became one of the earliest disciples of Buddha, and finally an arhat. The records are uncertain and confusing. Also 周地班兔, 周至班他家, 周地盘特, 周地盘特家, 猪。茶饭托家, 周陀。周记。周观 the first anniversary of a death, when 周记斋 anniversary masses are said. 周祥 the anniversary of Buddha's birthday. 周罗 周罗法, 手罗 si, a top knot left on the head of an ornament when he receives the commandments. The locks are later taken off by his teacher as a sign of his complete devotion. 周遍 universal, everywhere, on every side. 周遍法界 the universal Dharmakya, the universe as an expression of the Dharmakya, the universe, cf. 法界 周大 count, said to be the same as 尘陀 周陀 Kudra, said to be the same as 周利 Supra 和 harmony, peace, to blend, mix with, unite with, respond, rhyme 和顺 harmonious and compliant 和会 to blend, unite 何迦罗，何迦罗那，何迦那，何罗那。By correct grammar analysis, change of form in P. As 受记 prediction, i.e. by the Buddha of the future felicity and realm of a disciple, hence Kaunya is known as Vicarat Kaunya. 河南，婆南，半坛 or 半提，判地，判旦南，盘旦，盘那妹，盘图卫，盘旦方的呢。Obeisance, prostration. Bowing the head, reverencing, worshipping. 和合 to blend, unite, be of one mind, harmonize. 和森，和森，合众，合众 a seven 僧家 and monastery. 和森海 and monastery where all are of one mind as the sea is of one taste. 和尚 a general term for a monk. It is said to be derived from Khotang in the form of 和舍 or 和舍 or 屋舍, which might be a translate of Valmiki, Tibetan and Khotan, the reverend. Later it took the form of 和尚 or 和尚. The Yu Zong used 和尚, others generally 和尚. The Sanskrit term used in its interpretation is Upotoye of Haya, a sub-teacher of the Vedas, inferior to Lankaya. This is in P. As Li Sheng strong in producing knowledge, or in begetting strength in his disciples, also by 知有罪知无罪 a discerner of sin from not sin, or the sinful from the not sinful. It has been used as a synonym for 法师 a teacher of doctrine, in distinction from 律师 a teacher of the Vinaya, also from 禅师 a teacher of the intuitive school. 何夷罗Phaedra, 何夷罗环月叉，拔舌罗波尼 Phaedrapi, the 金刚手 Bodhisattva holding the scepter or thunderbolt, or 金刚神丸 of the names of Indra, as a demon king and protector of Buddhism. 和田 Khotang, Costana, cf. 鱼和须吉 Visuki, Lord of Angus, name of a dragon, king, with 9 heads, Hydra, headed, also 和修吉和须密和须密多 Vasumitra. A distinction is made, probably in error, between Vasumitra, noted as a libertine and for his beauty, and Vasumitra Vasumiyya Lord Qv, a converted profligate who became president of the synod under Kaunika. 和香丸 a pill compounded of many kinds of incense, typifying that in the one Buddha, truth lies all truth. 垂 drop, droop, let down, pass down, regard. 垂示垂语 to make an announcement. 垂迹 traces, vestiges, manifestations or incarnations of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in their work of saving the living. 夜 night, translator 夜他拔 thus that, suitably, exactly, solid, really. 夜叉、起叉、要叉、月叉、loka. Demons in the earth, or in the air, or in the lower heavens, they are malignant and violent and devourers of human flesh. 2. The 八大将, the 8 attendants of Kuvara, or Varevan, the god of wealth, those on earth bestow wealth, those in the empyrean houses and carriages, those in the lower heavens guard the moat and gates of the heavenly city. There is another set of 16. The names of all are given in 陀罗尼集经3. See also 罗 for a count for Tiamaka. They are credited with the powers of Bhatua. 夜魔 Yoma, originally the Aryan god of the dead, living in a heaven above the world, the region of the south, but Brahmanism transferred his abode to hell. Both views have been retained by Buddhism. I tell. Yoma in Indian mythology is ruler over the dead and judge in the hells, is green in aspect, green in color, clothed in red, riding on a buffalo, and holding a club in one hand and news in the other. He has 2 4-eyed watchdogs. NW the usual form is 阎魔 QV. 夜魔天 Yomadeva, the third Devaloka, which is also called 虚夜魔 or 苏夜魔 in P. as 十分 or 善十分的 place where the times or seasons are always good. 夜魔儒家Yomaloka, the realm of Yoma, the third Devaloka. 夜书 Yajurveda, the sacrificial Veda of the Brahmins, the liturgy associated with Brahminical sacrificial services. 4. To receive respectfully, honored by, have the honor to, be favored by, serve, offer. 奉事 to carry out orders. 奉家 奉纳 to make offerings. 奉行 to obey and do the Buddha's teaching. 9. Remedy, alternative, how. What? A yellow plum. 耐力 Identity Naraya hell. 奈何 the inevitable river in purgatory to be crossed by all. 奈何桥 the bridge in one of the hells, from which certain sinners always fall. 奈去罗诃罗 Radharara, name of Amaka. 奇 Karya, Adbhuta, wonderful, rare, extraordinary, odd. 奇妙 beautiful or wonderful beyond compare. 奇特 wonderful, rare, special, the 3 incomparable kinds of 神通奇特 power to comfort all beings. 慧心奇特 Buddha, wisdom, and 摄受奇特 Buddha, power to attract and save all beings. 奇异 extraordinary, uncommon, rare. 奔 to run, translate ponent. 奔让舍罗 Puyo, almshouse or asylum for sick and poor. 奔图奔图利迦 Puraka, the white lotus feet. Fen orphan, also the last of the 8 great cold hells, Phi, the, Yu, Ben那拔占那 Pura, Farghana, an ancient kingdom and city in Bengal. Ben na Jia, Pupanga, the flowering dragon, tree under which Maitreya is said to have attained enlightenment. Way. To throw down, depute, really, crooked, the end. Wei Shen. To die, said of a monk. Du. Jealous, envious. Du bu nan. Iripaka. Impotent except when aroused by jealousy, one of the 5 classes of eunuchs. Gu. Paternal aunt, husband as sister, and not to tolerate, however, leave. Gu shi cao. Ju shen kusai grass, grass of good omen for divination. Gu zang. Ku Sen, formerly a city in Liancha, Kansu, and an important center for communication with Tibet. Shi. Beginning, first, initial, thereupon. Shi. An initiator, a bodhisattva who stimulates beings to enlightenment. 实教. According to Tenpai, the preliminary teaching of the Mahina, made by the Avatazaka Kikan school, also called Xiangshi it discussed the nature of all phenomena as in the Wei Shi Luan, Kong Shi Jiao, and held to the immateriality of all things, but did not teach that all beings have the Buddha nature. 始终 beginning and end, first and last. 始行人 a beginner. 始觉 the initial functioning of mind or intelligence as a process of becoming, arising from 本觉 which is mind or intelligence, self-content, unsullied, and considered as universal, the source of all enlightenment. The initial intelligence or enlightenment arises from the inner influence of the mind and from external teaching. In the original intelligence are the 4 values adopted and made transcendent by the Nirvana, faith, 常乐我净 perpetuity, joy, personality, and purity. These are acquired through the 始觉 process of enlightenment. Cf. 起信论 awakening of faith. 梦 eldest, first, Mencius, root. 梦八郎 the 8 violent fellows, a general term for plotters, ruffians, and those who write books opposed to the truth. 孟婆神 the Man family then, said to have been born under the Han dynasty, and to have become a Buddhist, later deified as the bestower of Meng Po Tang, the drug of forgetfulness, or oblivion of the past, on the spirits of the dead. Gu, orphan, solitary. Gu Shan, an isolated hill and monastery in Kiongsu, and name of one of its monks. 孤地狱 孤独地狱 Antarctica, solitary house situated in space, or the wilds, etc. 孤园，孤独园，给园之环，是多林 Jitvana, the seven-story abode and park presented to Kayamuni by Anthopiaka, who bought it from the Prince Jita. It was a favorite resort of the Buddha, and most of the structures, authentic and suppositions, date from this spot. I tell. 孤独园 is also a term for an orphanage, asylum, etc. 孤落家 a fruit syrup. 孤调 self-arranging, the Hnana method of salvation by individual effort. 官 official, public. 官难 in danger from the law, official oppression. 定 to fix, settle, setting. Composing the mind, intent, contemplation, perfect absorption of thought into the one object of meditation. NW abstract meditation, the mind fixed in one direction or field. 一、散定 scattered or general meditation in the world of desire. 二、禅定 abstract meditation in the realms of form and beyond form. It is also one of the 5 attributes of the Dharmaka 法身, i.e. an internal state of imperturbability or tranquility, exempt from all external sensations, 超受因 cf. 三摩提定律 fellow meditators, fellow monks. 定光一 Peikara 提环节燃灯佛 to whom Kayamuni offered 5 lotuses when the latter was Wu Tongruton Bodhisattva, and was thereupon designated as a coming Buddha. He is called the 24th predecessor of Kayamuni. He appears whenever a Buddha preaches the Lotus Sutra. 2. Crystal or some other bright stone. 定判 to determine, adjudge, settle. 定力 Sampayala. The power of abstract or ecstatic meditation, ability to overcome all disturbing thoughts, the force of the 5 Black Li, described also as 摄心 powers of mind, control. 定句 one of the 3句 QV. 定命 determined period of life, fate. 定妃 the female figures representing meditation in the malas, male is wisdom, female is meditation. 定学 learning through meditation, one of the 3 forms of learning 三学. 定心定意 and mind fixed in meditation. 定心三昧 a fixed mind sandi, i.e. fixed on the Pure Land and its glories. 定忍 patience and perseverance in meditation. 定性 fixed nature, settled mind. A classification of 5 kinds of nature 5种性 is made by the 法相宗, the first to be in the 定性二圣, i.e. focus and pratyeka Buddhas, whose mind is fixed on the headship and not on Buddhahood. The 定性喜乐的 is the second in the heaven of form, in which the occupants abide in surpassing meditation or trance, which produces mental joy. 定慧 meditation and wisdom, two of the 6 planets, likened to the 2 hands, the left meditation, the right wisdom. 定散 a settled or a wandering mind, the mind organized by meditation or disorganized by distraction. The first is characteristic of the saint and sage, the second of the common untutored man. The fixed heart may or may not belong to the realm of transmigration. The distracted heart has the distinctions of good, bad, or indifferent. 定散二善 both a definite subject for meditation and an undefined field are considered as valuable. 定智 meditation and wisdom. 定根 Samdriya meditation as the root of all virtue, being the fourth of the 5 indriya 五根. 定业 fixed karma, rebirth determined by the good or bad actions of the past. Also, the work of meditation with its result. 定业亦能转 even the determined fate can be changed by the power of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. 定水 calm waters, quieting the waters of the heart, and so beholding the Buddha as the moon is reflected in still water. 定相 fixity, determined, determination, settled, unchanging, nirvana, the appearance of meditation. 定觉知 the enlightenment of meditation, the 6 of Dasabodhayika 七菩提分 QV. 定身 the dharmic gate of meditation, one of the 五分法身 5 forms of the Buddha, Dharmakya. 宗 ancestors, ancestral, clan, class, category. Kind, school, sect, sutta, summary, man. Doctrine, syllogism, proposition, conclusion, realization. Sects are of 2 kinds, those founded on principles having historic continuity, as the 20 sects of the Hnana, the 13 sects of China, and the 14 sects of Japan, are those arising from an individual interpretation of the general teaching of Buddhism, as the sub-sects founded by Yongming. 永明第975法相宗、法性宗、破相宗 or those based on a peculiar interpretation of one of the recognized sects, as the Jade Shen Jingtu Zhenzong found by Xingren Sheng. There are also divisions of 5, 6, and 10, which have reference to specific doctrinal differences. Cf. 宗派 宗成 the vehicle of a sect, i.e. its essential tenets. 宗源 The basic principles of a sect, its origin or cause of existence. 宗仪 The rules or ritual of a sect. 宗仪 That on which a sect depends. 宗法 宗教 The master workman of a sect who founded its doctrines. 宗因喻 Proposition, reason, example, the three parts of a syllogism. 宗学 The study or teaching of a sect. 宗课八 Superantiquity. So, Kat, the reformer of the Tibetan Church, founder of the Yellow Sect. 黄帽教 according to the 西藏新志 BAD 1417 and HSIN, Kansu. His sect was founded on strict discipline, as opposed to the lax practices of the Red Sect, which permitted marriage of monks, sorcery, etc. He is considered to be an incarnation of Majur, others say of Amitabha. Zongmi Zongmai, one of the 5 patriarchs of the Huayan Avatasaka sect, 第841. 宗旨 The main thesis, or ideas, e.g. of a text. 宗集 Ultimate or fundamental principles. 宗法 宗体 The thesis of a syllogism consisting of 2 terms, each of which has 5 different names. 自性 subject, 差别 its differentiation, 有法 that which acts, 法的 action, 所别 that which is differentiated, 能别 that which differentiates, 前程 first statement, 后程 following statement, 宗依 That on which the syllogism depends, both for subject and predicate. 宗派 Sects of Buddhism. In India, according to Chinese accounts, the 2 schools of Jnana became divided into 20 sects. Mahayana had 2 main schools, the Dharmika, ascribed to Angrajanam about the 2nd century AD, and the Yogakraya, ascribed Tosai and Vaisabhan in the 4th century AD. In China 13 sects were founded. 1. 俱舍宗 Abhidharma or Kosa sect, representing Jnana, based upon the Abhidharma, Kosa. Stra or 俱舍论 2. 陈实宗 Sautya-Siddhi sect, based on the 陈实论 Sautya-Siddhi, Stra, tr. Black. Kamrajva, no sect corresponds to it in India. In China and Japan it became incorporated in the 三论宗 3. 律宗 Vinaya or discipline sect, based on 十诵律、四分律、僧之律 etc. 4. 三论宗 The Three Stra sect, based on from Dharmika, Stra 中观论 of Angrajana, the Sutta, Stra 百 论 of Riddhiva, and Thikdesa, Nikya, Stra 12门论 of Angrajana. This school dates back to the translation of the 3 Stras by Kamrajva in AD 409. 5. 涅盘宗 Mirvas Act, based upon Thimapari Mirva, Stra 涅盘经 tr. by Dermorex in 423, later incorporated into the type, with which it had much in common. 6. The 论宗 David sect, based on Vaisabenhu's work on the 10 stages of the Bodhisattva's path to Buddhahood, tr. by Bodhirasai 508, absorbed by the Apatasaka school, infra. 7. 净土宗 Pure Land or Sukhat sect, founded in China by Bodhirasai. Its doctrine was salvation through faith in a myth into the Western paradise. 8. 禅宗 Hinna, meditative or intuitional sect, attributed to Bodhidharma about AD 527. But it existed before he came to China. 9. 摄论宗, based upon the 摄大乘论 Mahimsaparigraha, Stravyasaga, tr. by Paramrita in 563, subsequently absorbed by the Apatasaka sect. 10. 天台宗 Tentai, based on the 法华经 of the Armapure Orchestra, or the Lotus of the Good Lord. It is a consummation of the entire Nika tradition. 11. 华严宗 Apatasaka sect, based on the Apatasaka, Stra, or Gantha, Viha 华严经 tr. in 418. 12. 法相宗 Dharmamaka sect, established after their turn of Xianzhen from India and his trance of the important Yoga works. 13. 真言宗 Mantra sect, AD 716. In Japan 12 sects are named Senran, Haz, Kigen, Kasha, Jaijutsu, Ritsu, Tenzei, Shenzhen. These are known as the ancient sects, the two last being styled medieval. There follow the Zen and Jaidu, the remaining two are Shen and Nichiren. At present there are the Haz, Kigen, Tenzei, Shenzhen, Zen, Jaidu, Shen, and Nichiren sects. 宗用 principles and their practice, or application. 宗祖 the founder of a sect or school. 宗家 a name for Shendao 善导 第681, a writer of commentaries on the sutras of the Pure Land sect, and one of its principal literary men, cf. 念佛宗 宗义 the tenets of a sect. 宗旨 the ultimate or fundamental tenets of a sect. 宗要 the fundamental tenets of a sect, the important elements or main principle. 宗说俱通 in doctrine and expression both thorough, a term applied to a great teacher. 宗门 originally the general name for sects, later appropriated to itself by the Chanchen, Zen, or intuitional school, which refers to the other schools as 教门 teaching sects, i.e. those who rely on the written word rather than on the inner light. 宗风 the customs or traditions of a sect. In the Chen sect it means the regulations of the founder. 宗固 The bones or essential tenets of a sect. 总体 The body of doctrine of a sect. The thesis of a syllogism. 宗法 G. Dwell, reside. B. 居士据罗波底加罗越 Culopathy. A chief, head of a family, squire, landlord. A householder who practices Buddhism at home without becoming a monk. The female counterpart is 女居士. The 居士传 is a compilation giving the biography of many devout Buddhists. 居伦居邻 or 居邻居伦 Identita, Kaunya, 比较区 To vent, oppression, wrong. 区扎波陀 or 区扎波陀 Kukum the jury, cock as foot, and mountains said to be 100 lias of the Bodhi tree. And, by Itel, 7 miles south-east of Gate, where Kayapa entered into Nirvana, also known as 巨卢波陀山 Tr. By 尊祖 honored foot. The legend is that these 3 sharply rising peaks on Kayapa entering close together over him. Later, when Majura ascended, he snapped his fingers, the peaks opened. Kayapa gave him his robe and entered Nirvana by fire. 驱斥阿烂魔 Kukwat and monastery built on the above mountain by Asoka, cf. 西域记八驱之驱词库车龟兹丘兹 Kucha, Kacha. An ancient kingdom and city in Turkestan, north-east of Kashgar. 屈浪那 or 屈浪拿 KRN, anciently a kingdom Tokhara, the modern Corona, with mines of lapis lazuli. LAT 36度28 N, long 71度21. Itel 驱摩罗驱粪罗的 lotus bud 驱旋 A cottony material of fine texture. 驱陀加阿含 The Pali Katthakama, the 5th of the Gammas, containing 15 or 40 works, including such as Siddharmatha, Itivtaka, Jataka, Buddhivasa, etc. 驱双米加 Kashmir, a region near Kermana, LAT. 39度50 N, long. 65度25 E item. 驱漏多 Kuta, an ancient kingdom in North India famous for its rock temples, Kulu, north of Kangra. And Slow Shore, bank 岸树 A tree on a river as brink, life as uncertainty. 岸头 The shore of the ocean of suffering. 彼岸 The other shore, Nirvana. 帕 Kerchief, the 帕克斯巴 Bashpa, feet. 八 and 八根 exchange west to reward the 7th of the 10 celestial steps. 根生会 An assembly for offerings on the night of Ken, Shen to an image in the form of a monkey, which is session symbolical animal. A Taoist rite adopted by Buddhism. D. Bottom, basis, translate dh. 底下 at the bottom, below, the lowest class of men. 地利 tribe 3 in Trisomia, etc. 地燕多 丁岸多 type, trion type, described as the singular, dual, and plural endings in verbs. 地利车 Kyriegoni, the animal species, animals, especially the 6 domestic animals. 地沙 Tyre. The 23rd of the 28 constellations 癸宿 in Cancer, it has connection with Siva. 2. Name of a Buddha who taught Kyamuni and Maitreya in a former incarnation. 地利 the fundamental principle or law. 回 回六 延 prolonged, delay in flight. 延年 延寿延命 prolonged life. 延年转寿 prolonged years and returning anniversaries. 延命法 methods of worship of the 延命菩萨 life, prolonging bodhisattvas to increase length of life. These bodhisattvas are 普贤、金刚萨埵、德藏、观音 and others. 严促节制 Buddha, wisdom, which surmounts all extending or shrinking kalpas. 劫波 延寿 prolonged life, the name of Meng Shao, a noted Hangzhou monk of the Song dynasty. 延寿堂 the hall or room into which a dying person is taken to enter upon his long life. 延庆寺Yanqing Si, the monastery in which is the ancient lecture hall of Tiantai at Simingshan Siming Zhezhou. Nu crossbow 宝努达罗萨 Durdhara, hard to hold 难支持 or hard to overcome 难降服 or hard to behold 无能见 guardian of the inner gate in Thyokaunas-Mala. 努涅地 Gauti, approaching, arriving. B. That, the other, in contrast with this. 彼岸 波罗 Par, yonder shore I in Nirvana. This real life of reincarnation is 此岸 this shore. The stream of karma is 中流 the stream between the one shore and the other. Metaphor for an end to any affair pregnant, an incorrect etymology, no doubt old, is the way to reach the other shore. 比茶 Pita or piaka, a basket. Walk to go, gone, past, to be going to, future. 往生 the future life, the life to which anyone is going, to go to be born in the pure land of Amitabha. 一往相回向 to transfer one's merits to all beings that they may attain the pure land of Amitabha. 二还相回向 having been born in the pure land to return to mortality and by one's merits to bring mortals to the pure land. 忠 loyal 忠心 loyal, faithful, honest. Who suddenly, hastily, and immediate. Huling Kong, an ancient kingdom and city between Balk and Kangdus. Hulomo shut down, a district of ancient Takra, north of the Waken. Itel Bu Atras, Centras, fear, afraid. Buhan Horhai Fergana, in Russian Turkestan. 不畏施 almsgiving to remove one as fierce. 不魔 scare, demon, a supposed tr. of the term haiku. 达 distressed, pity. Translate fort, ta, ten, etc. 答他 tadieth, 所谓 whereas, as here follows. 达他揭多 or 达他聂多, 达陀杰多, 达陀益多, 达萨阿杰 or 达塔阿杰, Tazkiata, 非多. 达利耶达喇舍 or 达利耶达喇舍, Traistria, the 33 heavens of Indra, cf. 多罗叶灯灵舍 达刹那 Top, a length of time consisting of 120 ka, or moments, or a wink, the time for 20 thoughts. 达里之法里迦 Trikvarika, the 3 garments of a monk. 达罗摩喜 Katra, Misa, tr. As the 正月 or first month, and W gives March, April. 达所迦 Takaka, name of a dragon, king. 达父 Tiven, U. 达罗夜耶 Treya, 3, with special reference to Citroragna. 达图 that, cf. 檀那 a staff. 达那 Iden 檀那定那 alms, giving, charity. 达波那 Tapana, an ego, or self, personal, permanent existence, both 人我 and 法我 qv. 愤 anger 愤怒 anger, angry, fierce, over, owing, a term for the 愤王 or 愤怒王, 愤怒明王, the fierce merges. As opponents of evil and guardians of Buddhism, one of the 2 bodhisattva forms, resisting evil, in contrast with the other form, manifesting goodness. There are 3 forms of this. Fierceness in the Garbatol group and 5 in the Diamond group. 愤怒钩 a form of Wangyan with a hook. 愤结 the bond of anger. 念 Sati, recollection, memory, to think on, reflect, repeat, intone, a thought, and moment. 念力 some type Allah, one of the 5 lower powers, that of memory. Also one of the 7 Bodhayagachi Puti. 分 念佛 to repeat the name of a Buddha, audibly or inaudibly. 念佛者 one who repeats the name of a Buddha, especially of Amitabha, with the hope of entering the Pure Land. 念佛宗 or 念佛门 the sect which repeats only the name of Amitabha, founded in the 10th dynasty by 道绰 Deo Quo, 善道宣 Deo, and others. 念佛三昧 the sanctity in which the individual wholeheartedly thinks of the appearance of the Buddha, or of the Dharmakaya, or repeats the Buddha's name. The one who enters into this sanctity, or merely repeats the name of Amitabha, however evil his life may have been, will acquire the merits of Amitabha and be received into paradise, hence the term 念佛往生. This is the basis or primary cause of such salvation, 念佛三昧. 念佛为本 or 念佛为先. Amitabha's merits by this means revert to the one who repeats his name 念佛回向. 念佛往生愿 the 18th of Amitabha's 48,000. 念天 one of the 60 lokas, that of recollection and desire. 念定correct memory and correct samadhi. 念念 K of Akha, the 90th part of the duration of a thought, an instant thought after thought. 念念无常 instant after instant, no permanence, i.e. the impermanence of all phenomena, unceasing. Change 念念相续 unbroken continuity, continuing instant in unbroken thought or meditation on a subject, also unceasing invocation of a Buddha's name. 念持 to apprehend and hold in memory. 念根 Samtandrina, the root or organ of memory, one of the 5 indriya 五根. 念漏 the leakages or stream of elusive memory. 念珠 to tell beads. 念经 to repeat the sutras or other books, to intone them. 念者through perverted memory to cling to illusion. 念处 sometime upasana, the presence in the mind of all memories, or the region which is contemplated by memory. 四念处 4 objects on which memory or the thought should dwell, the impurity of the body, that all sensations lead to suffering, that mind is impermanent, and that there is no such thing as an ego. There are other categories for thought or meditation. 念觉知 holding in memory continually, one of these Aptabodhaya 七觉知. 念言 as the mind remembers, so the mouth speaks, also the words of memory. 念诵 to recite, repeat, intone, e.g. the name of a Buddha, to recite mantra or spell. 性 svabhava prati prajna, the nature in P, as embodied, causative, unchanging, also as independent or self-dependent, fundamental nature behind the manifestation or expression. Also, the Buddha, nature immanent in all beings, the Buddha heart or mind. 信佛 Siddhartha 法信佛 法身信句 The Tentai doctrine that the Buddha nature includes both good and evil 观音玄义记2 cf. 体句理句 of similar meaning 性分 The nature of anything, the various nature of various things 性命 The life of conscious beings, nature and life 性善 Good by nature, rather than by effort, naturally good, in contrast with 性恶 evil by nature. Cf. 性句信徒 The sphere of the Dharma, nature, i.e. that Tathagata, idem 法信徒性的 Spiritual nature, the second of the 10 stages as defined by the Tongjiao Intermediate School, in which the illusion produced by Jiansi seeing and thinking is subdued and the mind obtains a glimmer of the immateriality of things. Cf. 是的信宗法信宗性的 Natural attainment, i.e. not acquired by effort, also 生的性德 Natural capacity for good or evil, in contrast with 修行 powers of goodness attained by practice 信心The perfectly clear and unsullied mind, i.e. the Buddha mind or heart. The Chen Zen school use 信心 or 心性 indifferently. 信念处 Siddha, sometime Upasana, one of the 4 objects of thought, i.e. that the original nature is the same as the Buddha nature. 四念处信戒 The natural moral law, e.g. not to kill, steal, etc., not requiring the law of Buddha. 信我 The Buddha nature ego, which is apperceived when the illusory ego is banished. 信恒修纵A division of Sitrarabnin its 3 aspects into the categories of Hen and Zong, i.e. cause and effect, or effect and cause, a 别教 division, not that of the 原教。性欲 Desires that have become second nature, desires of the nature. 性海The ocean of Tathagata, the all containing immaterial nature of Siddhartha. 性火 Fire as one of the 5 elements, contrasted with 是火 phenomenal fire. 性香 The nature of anything, and its phenomenal expression 性并无味囊 functional or nominal and xiong 有味 functional or phenomenal. 性相学 The philosophy of the above, 性相 i.e. of the nominal and phenomenal. There are 10 points of difference between the 性相二宗, i.e. between the 性 and 相 schools. 二宗性种性 Nature, signature, i.e. original or primary nature, in contrast with 习性性 active or functioning nature, it is also the Bodhisattva 十行 stage. 性种界 ident 性界，性空 the nature void, i.e. the immateriality of the nature of all things. 性空教 one of the three Nanshan mentioned sects which regarded the nature of things as unreal or immaterial, but held that the things were temporally entities. 性空观 the meditation of the 性空教 sect on the unreality or immateriality of the nature of things. 性罪 things that are such according to natural law, apart from Buddha's teaching, e.g. murder, etc. 性色 transcending to perform within or of fate as Gata-garpa, also 真色 性觉 inherent intelligence or knowledge, i.e. that of thought. 性识 natural powers of perception, or the knowledge acquired through the sense organs, mental knowledge. 性气 arising from the primal nature, or tata thought, in contrast with 元气 arising from secondary causes. 性真 natural and conventional sins, i.e. sins against natural law, e.g. murder, and sins against conventional or religious law, e.g. for a monk to drink wine, cut down trees, etc. 房 house, room, the rooms for monks and nuns in a monastery or nunnery. 房宿 Scorpio, ident 结宾纳 所 a place, where, what, that which, he, etc. who 所作 that which is done, or to be done, or made, or set up, etc. 所依 Rhea, that on which anything depends, the basis of the vagueness. 所别 the subject of the thesis of a syllogism, in contrast with 能别 the predicate, that which is differentiated. 所化 the one who is transformed or instructed. 所应 that which is brought forward or out, a quotation. 所有 what one has, what there is, whatever exists. 所知一 that on which all knowledge depends, i.e. the laya vihna, the other vihnas being derived from it, cf. 80所知障 the barrier of the known, arising from regarding the seeming as real. 所立 a thesis, that which is set up. 所愿 lambana, that upon which something rests or depends, hence subject of perception, that which is environmental or contributory cause, attendant circumstances. 所愿缘 anticipating pradrana, the influence of one factor in causing others, one of the 四缘 所圈 that which is expounded, explained, or commented on. 所辩记 that by which the mind is circumscribed, i.e. impregnated with the false view that the ego and things possess reality. 所量 that which is estimated, the content of reasoning or judgment. 主 a prop, a post. 主杖主杖子 a crutch, staff. 抹 rub out or on a face. 抹香 powdered incense to scatter over images. 拓 carry on the palm, in trust to, pretext, extent. 拓绫罗 one of the 12 generals in the Yeshivajna Sutra. 拍掌拍手 clapping of hands at the beginning and end of worship, a Shenzhen custom. 抱 embrace, enfold, cherish. 抱佛脚 only when old or in trouble, to embrace the Buddha as feet. 成 receive, succeed to, undertake, serve. 成事 entrusted with duties, serve, obey, and minister. 成漏盘 or 成漏盘的 do, receivers, or metal circles at the top of a pagoda. 拙 stupid, clumsy. 拙巨罗 or 巨罗球罗 kukara, a plant and its perfume. 拙度 a stupid, powerless salvation, that of Nana. 抵 knock, arrive, resist, bear, substitute. 底迷 timi, tamangela, a huge fish, perhaps a whale. 折 tear open, break down. 折摩陀那 Kalmadana or Nyemo Mingmat, an ancient kingdom and city at the southeast borders of the desert of Gobi. Itel 抽 draw, withdraw, pull out. 抽签 to draw lots, seek divine indications, etc. 抽脱 to go to the latrine. 拖 talk, tuck, delay, implicate. 拖泥带水和泥和水 mud and water holder, or made of mud and water, H.A. Zen School censure of. Faso remarks. 拂 to rub, wipe, dust. 拂子 a duster, fly brush. 拂石磐石节 echo pass measured by the time it would take to wear away an immense rock by rubbing it with a diva, garment, cf. 戒烟节波伏击入旋 to rub out the traces of past impurity and enter into the profundity of Buddha. 招 call, beckon, notify, cause, confess. 招魂 to call back the spirit of the dead. 招提拓斗提舍 Terdia, the four directions of space, Terdia, belonging to the four quarters, I. Thisage or church, name for a monastery. P. to spread open, unroll, thrown on, as a cloak. P is to wear the garment over both shoulders. 坦 is to throw it over one shoulder. PT. the first donning of the robe and shaving of the head, by a novice. 捻 to take in the fingers, pluck, pinch. 捻骨 念题 to refer to ancient examples. 拈花微笑 Buddha held up a flower and Kayapa smiled. This incident does not appear till about AD 800, but is regarded as the beginning of the tradition on which the Chen, Zen, or intuitional sect based its existence. 念一 To gather up the garment. 念香 To take and offer incense. 念语 To take up and pass on a verbal tradition, a Chen, Zen term. 拔 Pull up or out, raise. 拔脖 拔脖 fat son, calf, young child. 拔底耶 Up higher, a spiritual teacher or monk 和尚比乌。拔提 Fat, a terminal of names of certain rivers, e.g. Nure Ahmed. 拔提达多 Bhadragata, name of a king. 拔济 To rescue, save from trouble. 拔舌地狱 The hell where the tongue is pulled out, as punishment for oral sins. 拔苦娱乐 To save from suffering and give joy. 拔罗摩罗 By Drummerot, a kind of black bee. 拔丝巴拔河斯巴拔丝巴 Vashpa, Facts, Pod, Tibetan Buddhist and advisor of Kublai Khan, V. 八发八发丝 G. Cease, take, arrest, translate K sounds, cf. 聚焦居力居之口 and million. Also explained by 100,000 or 100 lekha, i.e. 10 millions. Also 居力 or 居力太子 Kalita, the eldest son of Drudana, uncle of Kayamuni, said to be Magma, but others say Momo Govana. Also 居力居易多居扎奢摩利 Kalmalai. Also 居扎奢摩利 or 居扎奢摩利, a fabulous tree on which Garudas find us to eat, and W describes it as a fabulous cotton tree with sharp thorns with which the wicked are tortured in the world of Yoma. 居扎家 Quakuka, thatched, a hut. 居师那 Cuisine Nagara, 居师那节 or 居师那洋罗居夷那节 or 居夷那节居师那就是 a city identified by Professor Vogel with Kesha, 180 miles north-west of Patna, capital city of the Mullahs, and W. The place where Kayamuni died, so called after the sacred Kusa grass. I tell. Not the same as Kudrapura, Fiji. Ju Mo Luo. Kamra, also Ju Mo Luo, or Zhou Mo Luo, a child, youth, prince, tr. By 童子 a youth, 居摩罗天，鸠摩罗家。天 Kamrakadipa, Indra of the first in the heaven whose face is like that of a youth, sitting on a peacock, holding a cock, a bell, and a flag. 居摩罗尊 Kamrata, 比鸠。居沙 a branch of the Yuchi people, 飞跃，居流沙。Kuru, the country where Buddha is said to have delivered the Sutra 长阿含大圆方便经。居物头。Kumuda, also 居物陀，居物度，居物头 or 居物头，居木头 or 居帽头 or 居某头 or 居那头，居母。陀，具文罗，具物头，须摩罗，鸠木陀达 lotus, an opening lotus, but Kumada refers especially to the esculent white lotus. N.W. 居里家 Kulaka, a city 9 south west of inland in Magadha. Itel. 居色齿罗 Kauhaila, also 居色齿罗 Anarat, maternal uncle of Riputra, who became an eminent disciple of Kayamuni. 居留孙佛 Phagchenda, also 居留勤佛，居楼勤，居留孙，鸠楼孙，迦罗鸠参陀，偶尔迦罗鸠村陀，杰洛迦孙陀，杰罗迦寸的，杰具寸那 etc. The first of the Buddhas of the present Vajrakopa, the fourth of the 7 ancient Buddhas. 居卢舍，居卢 Kosat, also 居楼舍，居旅，居卢舍。The distance able as fellow can be heard, the 8th part of Ilhana, or Guli. Another less probable definition is early. For 居卢 Atarikuru, see 居。居闪弥 Come, or fenced Patana 居边，交赏弥 a country in central India, also called 居罗曲飞居。居杰罗 Kakra, 飞卓。居奇，居奇那罗 Kakila, also 居赤罗 the Kaku, N.W. 居苏摩 Kuzuma, the white China aster. Itel. 居苏摩普罗 Kuzumapura, city of flower palaces, 2 are named, Palaputra, ancient capital of Magadha, the modern Patna, and Kamakabjia, Kamawai, classical Kanjizat, a noted city in northern Hindustan, 飞杰。居弥陀 Kumita, an ancient kingdom on the border to the north of Badakhshan. Cephalus Commodore Ptolemy. Itel. 居那穆尼，居寒穆尼 Kanakumuni, 居那寒，迦诺迦穆尼 QV, lit. 经济的 Golden Recluse, or 金仙 Goldeni. Brahman of the Kayapa family, native of Abhinavat, second of the 5 Buddhas of the present Bhadra, Kalpa 5th of the 7 ancient Buddhas, possibly a sage who preceded Kayamuni in India. 居那罗 Kula, also 居那罗，居浪拿，鸠那罗 a bird with beautiful eyes, name of Dharmavivardhana, son of Asoka, whose son Sampati became the successor of Asoka. Itel. Kula is also as an evil man, possibly of the evil eye. 居那罗陀 or 居那罗他，居那兰南陀。Garata, name of Paramrata, who was known as 真第三藏 also as Kulantha, came to China AD 546 from Ujjain in western India, tr. Many books, especially the treatises of Faisab and Hun, Julin, Kaunya, also Julun, or Julun, Julin, Lin, or Julun, Fijiao, Jubin Torluo, Kalvedra, Balhinia variegata, fragrant trees in the great pleasure ground of the child. Kaian Yunni. Fang. To let go, release, send out, put, place. 放下. To put down, let down, lay down. 放光. Light, emitting, to send out an illuminating ray. 放光三昧. As if in which all kinds and colors of light are emitted. 放光瑞. The auspicious ray emitted from between the eyebrows of the Buddha before pronouncing the Lotus Sutra. 放灯. Lighting strings of lanterns on the 15th of the first month, a custom wrongly attributed to Hongming Titanium, to celebrate the victory of Buddhism in the debate with Taoists, later extended to the 7th and 15th full moons. 放生. To release living creatures as a work of merit. 放逸. Loose, unrestrained. 于. At, in, on, to, from, by, then. 于地. All Buddha's teaching is based upon the dogmas that all things are unreal, and that the world is illusion. A 三论 phrase. 余晖. A name for Ladakh. The upper Indus Valley under Kashmirian rule but inhabited by Tibetans. Itel. Change, easy. 易行. Easy progress, easy to do. 变异. To change. 习. Of old, formerly. 犀利. Are fortunate, idem 势利 or 失利. 昆乐. Pirka, also 昆乐 defined as frustrous, and misprint for p. 昏. Dusk, dull, confused. 昏沉. The dim city, the abode of the common, unenlightened man. 昏时. Dull or confused knowledge. 昏醉. Malta, drunk, intoxicated. 昏钟. 昏鼓 the bell or drum at dusk. 昏默多. Can that, the capital of Tamasdadi, perhaps the modern Kunduz, but Itel says Kunduz about 40 miles above Jaystrip, L80. 36度42 N, long. 71度39. Mean. Fidi, knowledge means bright, clear, enlightenment, in P. 把智慧 or 聪明 wisdom. Wise, to understand. It represents Buddha, wisdom and its revelation, also the manifestation of a Buddha's light or effulgence. It is a term for Zhenyan because the true word can destroy the obscurity of illusion, the manifestation of the power of the object of worship, it means O Sodras Orman waste gods of mystic wisdom. Also, the Ming Dynasty AD 1368-1644. 明了 To understand thoroughly, complete enlightenment. 无明 Commonly tr. Ignorance means an unenlightened condition, non-perception, before the stirrings of intelligence, belief that the phenomenal is real, etc. 明信佛智 To believe clearly in Buddha as wisdom, as leading to rebirth in the Pure Land. 明明 The powers of light and darkness, Sativas and Yoma, gods and demons, also the visible and invisible. 明力 Clear and key, to penetrate all mystery. 明的 The stage of illumination, or 发光的 the third of the 10 stages. 是的明妃 Another name for dress, the queen of mystic knowledge and able to overcome all evil. Also, the female consorts shown in Thimalas. 明度无极 An old imp of Prajmin Pramidu, the wisdom that varies to the other shore without limit, for which Mingju a shining torch is also used. 明的明定 ascending in the Bodhisattva as 四加行 in which there are the bright beginnings of release from illusion. 明德菩萨 The Bodhisattva who has reached the stage of 明的 i.e. the 暖位明心 The enlightened heart 明慧 The three enlightenments 三明 and the three wisdoms 三慧明命 Grab body A famous priest of the Inlanda monastery. I tell 明星 Venus, 太白 and the 天子 Deva, prince who dwells in that planet, but it is also said to be Arula, which indicates the dawn. 明月 The bright moon. 明月珠明珠摩尼 The bright moon mayor pearl, emblem of Buddha, Buddhism, the Buddhist scriptures, purity, etc. 明月天子 The moon, Deva, in Indra as written you. 明法 The law or method of mantas, or magic formula. 明虚 The inner light, enlightenment sensing and overcoming ignorance, like incense, perfuming and interpenetrating. 明王 Thurjas, Ming, Wang, or fan spirits who are the messengers and manifestation of Pharaoh Kana as wrath against evil spirits. 明香 Early dawn, the proper time for the monk as breakfast, brightness. 明神 The bright spirits, i.e. devas, gods, demons. 明托 Enlightenment from ignorance and release from desire. 明藏 The Buddhist canon of the Ming Dynasty. There were two editions, one the southern at Nanjing, made by Taitsu, the northern at Beijing by Taizong. A later edition was produced in the reign of Shenzong Wangli, which became the standard in Japan. 名处 the regions or realms of study which produce wisdom, 5 in number, 五名处名行足 50 karat sapat knowledge, conduct, perfect 必齿遮罗那三班纳 the unexcelled universal enlightenment of the Buddha based upon the discipline, meditation, and wisdom. Regarded as the one of the 10 epithets of Buddha Nirvastra 18. 2. The 制度论2 interprets. 明白的三明 QV, the 行白的三业 QV, and the 足白 complete, or perfect. 明道 the bright or clear way, the way of the mantras and dress. 明达 enlightenment in the case of the saint includes knowledge of future incarnations of self others, of the past incarnation of self and others, and that the present incarnation will end illusion. In the case of the Buddha, such knowledge is called that thorough or perfect enlightenment. 服 submit, serve, clothing, to wear, mourning, to swallow, eidos. 浮水论师 the sect of non-Buddhist philosophers who considered water the beginning and end of all things. 百 a board struck for calling Egypt to meals. 杯 a cup. 杯渡 Baidu, a 5th century Buddhist monk said to be able to cross a river in a cup or bowl, hence his name. 往 oppression, wrong, crooked, in vain. 枉死 wrongly done to death. 析 to divide, separate, differentiate, explain. 分析 to divide, leave the word, separation. 析想 to traverse or expose the fallacy of many arguments. 析微尘 to subdivide molecules till nothing is reached. 溪水 to rinse the arms, bow. 析智 analytical wisdom, which analyzes many dharmas and attends to the truth that neither the ego nor things have a basis in reality. 枝 a branch. 枝香 incense made of branches of trees, one of the 3 kinds of incense, the other 2 being from roots and flowers. 枝末过 or 枝末无明 branch and twig illusion, or ignorance in detail, contrasted with 根本无明 root, or radical ignorance, i.e. original ignorance out of which arises karma, false views, and realms of illusion, which are the branch and twig condition or unenlightenment in detail or result. Also, the first 4 of the 5住的 5 causal relationships, the 5th being 根本无明。林 a grove or wood, a bed. 林为迷 or 鳞皮泥、蓝皮泥、龙迷你 or 流迷你、腊拔泥、论泥、鳞皮, etc. Lumbik, the park in which Kayamuni was born, 15 miles east of Kapilavastu. Ital. 灵葬 forest burial, to cast the corpse into a forest to be eaten by animals. 灵藤 vegetable food, used by man at the beginning of Akopa. 灵变 the trees of the wood turned white when the Buddha died. 东 Parva, east. 东胜神州佛婆毗提诃，毗提诃，佛婆提，佛语代，不利婆，毗提诃，不卢婆 etc. Parvavitha, the eastern of the four great continents of a world, east of Anti. Meru, semicircular in shape. 东司 东晋，东侧的 privy in a monastery. 东土 the eastern land, i. China. 东密 the eastern esoteric or Shenzhen sect of Japan, in contrast with the Tentai esoteric sect. 东山 an eastern hill or monastery, general and specific, especially the Huangmei Dongshan Huangmei Eastern monastery of the 4th and 5th patriarchs of the Chen Zen school. 东山部佛盘氏罗部 Parallel, one of the 5 divisions of the Moskika school. 东山寺 Parallel, Sakrama, and monastery east of Hanakaka. 东岳 the eastern peak, Taishan in Shandong, one of the 5 sacred peaks, the god or spirit of this peak, whose protection is claimed all over China. 东安 the eastern whole of monastery. 东方 the east or eastern region. 东曼陀罗 the eastern Mala, that of the Garbato. 果 Phala, Polo, fruit, offspring, result, consequence, effect, reward, retribution. It contrasts with cause, I. 因果 cause and effect. The effect by causing a further effect becomes also a cause. 果上 in the stage when the individual receives the consequences of deeds done. 果人 those who have obtained the fruit, i.e. escaped the chain of transmigration, e.g. Buddha, Pratyeka Buddha, Arhat. 果位 the stage of attainment, or reward as contrasted with the cause stage, i.e. the deed. 果佛性 fruition of the Buddha, enlightenment, its perfection, one of the 5 forms of the Buddha, nature. 果分 the reward, e.g. of ineffable nirvana or dharmakya. 果名 果号 attainment, name or reward, name or title, i.e. of every Buddha, indicating his enlightenment. 果为实 the wisdom attained from investigating and thinking philosophy, or Buddha, truth, i.e. of the struts and abhidharmas. This includes the first 4 under 5种为实。果愿 fruit complete, i.e. perfect enlightenment, one of the 8 anti-perfections. 果的 the stage of attainment of the goal of any disciplinary course. 果报 一手 retribution for good or evil deeds, implying that different conditions in this or any life are the variant ripenings or fruit of seed sown in previous life or lives. 果报土 the realm of reward, where bodhisattvas attain the full reward of their deeds, also called 十报无。障碍土 one of the 四土 of 此派。果报四相 the four forms of retribution: birth, age, sickness, death. 果德 the merits nirvana I. 常乐我净 QV, eternal, blissful, personal, or autonomous, and pure, O. Transcendental. 果断 to cut off the fruit, or results, of former karma. Third, who has a remnant of karma, though he has cut off the seed of misery, has not yet cut off its fruits. 果 the fruit of fruit, i.e. nirvana, the fruition of Buddha. 果佛性 the fruit of Buddhahood, i.e. paranirvana, one of the 五佛性。果集 fruition perfect, the perfect virtue or merit of Buddha, enlightenment. 果集法身 the harmony of complete enlightenment. 果海 the ocean of Buddha enlightenment. 果满 the full or complete fruition of merit, perfect reward. 果熟识 Thalaya, Vijnana, i.e. storehouse or source of consciousness, from which both subject and object are derived. 果界缘现 in the Buddha realm, i.e. of complete body enlightenment, all things are perfectly manifest. 果相 reward, retribution, or effect, especially as one of the three forms of Thalaya, Vijnana. 果腹 retribution, bond, the bitter fruit of transmigration binds the individual so that he cannot attain release. This fruit produces 子腹 or further seeds of bondage. 果腹断 cutting off the ties of retribution, i.e. entering nirvana, e.g. entering salvation. 果纯 fruit lips, Buddhas were red like the fruit of the Bimba tree. 果穗 the fruit follows. 果穗愿 the assurance of universal salvation, the 20th of Amida as 48,000. 果头 the condition of retribution, especially the reward of Buddha enlightenment, idem 果上 hence 果头 for is he who has attained the Buddha condition, 18th term. 心 joyful, elated, elevated. 星球 to seek gladly. 心界 the joyful realm of saints and sages. 毒 poison. 毒气 the poison vessel, the body. 毒天二故 the two kinds of drum, poison, drum, harsh or stern words for repressing evil, and diva drum, gentle words for producing good, also misleading contrasted with correct teaching. The Du is likened also to the Buddha, nature which can slay all evil. 毒树 poison tree, an evil monk. 毒气 poison vapor, emitted by the three poisons, 贪甜痴 desire, hate or anger, stupor or ignorance. 毒箭 poison arrow, i.e. illusion. 毒药 poison, cf. The sons who drank their father as poisons in the Shanmen chapter of the Lotus Sutra. 毒蛇 poisonous snakes, the four elements of the body, earth, water, fire, wind, or air, which harm man by their variation, i.e. increase and decrease. Also, gold. 毒龙 the poisonous dragon, who accepted the commandments and thus escaped from his dragon form, i.e. Kaiyuni in a former incarnation. 制度论14注 fix, record, flow 助徒半托家 Kapanthaka, the 16th of the 16 Arhats. 油 oil 油钵 a bowl of oil. 持油钵 as careful as carrying a bowl of oil. Pop a bubble, a blister, to infuse. 泡影 bubble and shadow, such is everything. 河 river in north, canal in south, especially the Yellow River in China and the Ganges Henghe in India. 河沙 the sands of Ganges, vast in number. 河鼻指 FC, the hell of uninterrupted suffering, where the sufferers die and are reborn to torture without intermission. Ta repose, babble, joy. Translate D, etc. 踏婆 Tapomorodravya Malapura, a narrate who was converted to the Mahayana faith. 治 rule, govern, prepare, treat, cure, repress, punish. 治国天 or 治国天, one of the four devas or Mahajas, guarding the eastern quarter. 治得住 one of the 十住 Qv. 治身 a living, that by which one maintains life. 命 fast, to flow of, ruin, confusion. 命权归实 to depart from the temporary and find a home in the real, i.e. forget mana, partial salvation, and turn to Mahayana for full and complete salvation. 泥 mud, paste, clogged, bigoted, translate and vini. 泥人 a sufferer in nirvana or hell, or doomed to it. 泥里地 Nirti, one of Tharuka kings. 泥塔 paste pagoda, and medieval Indian custom was to make a small pagoda 5 or 6 inches high. Of incense, place scriptures in and make offerings to it. The esoterics adopted custom and worshipped for the purpose of prolonging life and ridding themselves of sins or sufferings. 泥环 Nerva also 泥丸、泥约、泥圆、泥盼、phi 涅槃、泥离 Nuraya in p as joyless, i.e. hell, also 泥离、泥离耶、泥离加、泥离、泥罗耶、泥底 phi 那去加 Naraka 尼卢波罗 Angla, Atella, the blue lotus, portrayed in the hand of Maju. 尼卢都 one of the 16 hells. 尼富谢纳 Nifsana, a garment, a skirt. Also 尼婆娑、尼伐散那、涅班森。波 Karaga, a wave, waves, to involve, translate p, b, v, c, f. 婆班波 etc. 波尼尼 or 波尼尼 Pygmy, the great Indian grammarian and writer of the 4th century BC, also known as Churya. 波利 Pari-round, roundabout, complete, o. 波利迦罗波迦罗 Parikara, an auxiliary garment, loincloth, towel, etc. 波利婆沙 Parifsat, sent to a sacred abode, isolation for improper conduct. 波利直罗波利直多罗波夷直构波利树 Paricitra, a tree in that tree ash heavens which fills the heavens with fragrance, also Prita, a tree in Indra's heaven, one of the 5 trees of paradise. The coral tree, Erythema indica. 波利涅富男波利逆富口星号男 Paranerva v 班波杯 Ivan 波徐波叉 Verbka 皮流波叉鼻流波阿叉 Irregular I Asen of Siva, the guardian king of the west. 波扎罗Pat, 波达罗 a tree with scented blossoms, the trumpet, flower, bignonias wild olives. A kingdom. I. 波扎黎波扎黎子波扎利弗波扎黎耶波罗利弗多罗巴连弗 Palaputra, originally. Kusumapura, the modern Patna, capital of Asoka, where the 3rd synod was held. 波多迦 Pack, a flag. 波夷罗 Phaedra, one of the generals of Yashi, Vaikya, the Buddha of healing. 波奴 Fiithu, a sun, for the moon. 波婆利or 波合利 Pravar, or perhaps Pravara, woolen or hairy cloth, name of a monastery, the 波婆利眼婆 also 波婆利 or 波婆利 name of a maternal aunt of Maitreya. 波尼波尼 no, drink, beverage, tr. as water, to drink. 波尼兰 tr. as water, but made of Nila, a drinking vessel. 波伦 phi 萨陀波地 Patti, 波底 master, lord, proprietor, husband. 波须 pursue, any animal. 波斯 Pros, Persian, Persia. 波斯 波拉斯or 波拉斯，波罗西。In its capital of Surasna, the Buddha's alms bowl was said to be in AD 600. Item 波斯匿，波罗西纳特多 or 波罗斯纳特多 or 波罗西纳什多，波拉斯 Prasenajit, King of Vest. Contemporary of the Buddha, and known literally as 圣光王，光王 father of Verhaka, who supplanted him. 波旬，波旬鱼，波饼 PPYN, PPMN, PPN, PPYN is very wicked. PPYN is a Buddhist term for 恶者的 evil one, 杀者的 murderer, because he strives to kill all goodness, 伏魔。Also 波杯面 or 波杯船 or 波杯圆。波师傅，波利师傅，波奢 Parva, the Ritz. Parva, the 10th patriarch, previously a Brahman of Gendra, who took a vow not to lie down until he had mastered the meaning of the Tripitaka. Cut off all desire in the realms of sense, form and non-form, and obtain the 6 supernatural powers and 8 planets. This he accomplished after 3 years. His death is put at 36 BC. His name is Tr. As 邪尊者 his worship of the Ritz. 波楼那 a fierce wind, hurricane, perhaps fleeting white. 波楼沙迦Puraka, a park in Thatri's tree at Shivan. Bobo, running hither and thither. Also, PV, a place near Java. Bobo Jie, running about forever. Bobo Luo, Pipala, ficus religiosa. Bolang Taraga, a wave, waves. 波衍那 or 波衍那 Harimama, suggesting an ambulatory impi as a courtyard. 波罗迦 Praka, carrying over, saving, the private boat. 波罗迦Praga, a title of the Buddha who has reached the other shore. 波罗迦罗，波罗迦罗 Parkrot, a counting wall fence. 波罗夷 Perjika, the first section of the Vinayapika containing rules of expulsion from the order for unpardonable sin. Also 波罗舍夷迦，波罗释迦 cf. 四波罗夷 There are in Panana 8 things for expulsion of nuns, and in Mahina 10. The esoteric sects have their own rules. 波罗夷四欲The 4 metaphors addressed by the Buddha to monks are, he who breaks the vow of chastity is as a needle without an eye, a dead man, a broken stone which cannot be united, a tree cutting, to which cannot live. 波罗奈，波罗奈斯 Thrace, ancient kingdom and city on the Ganges, now Benares, where was the Jaffa Park. Also 波罗那，波罗那血，波罗涅斯，波拉那斯。 波罗奢华 Pella, a leaf, petal, foliage, the blossom of the beauty from dosa, a tree with red flowers, whose sap is used for dye, said to be black before sunrise, red during the day, and yellow after sunset. 波罗尼密婆舍跋提天 Parent Ermita, face of Barton, obedient to the will of those who are transformed by others, and W.V. 他化自在天波罗提舍尼波罗提提舍尼 Pratidya A section of the Vinaya concerning public confession of sins. Explained by 向比会罪 confession of sins before another or others. Also 波罗舍尼、提舍尼、波支、提舍尼、波拉底提舍尼、波罗提木叉 Pertamokkha, emancipation, deliverance, absolution. Pertamokkha, the 250 commandments for monks in the Vinaya. Mucha, also for the rules in the Vinaya from the 4 major to the 75 minor offenses. They should be read in assembly twice a month, and each monk invited to confess his sins for absolution. 波罗提皮 or 波罗提皮 fifth, the earth. Also 波利体位 Siddha. 波罗摩陀 Parabrata, the highest truth, ultimate truth, reality, fundamental meaning, 真谛 Parabrata, name of a famous monk from western India, Karata V. whose title was 真谛三藏 reached China 547 or 548, but the country was so disturbed that he set off to return by sea. His ship was driven back to Canton, where he translated some 50 works. 波罗蜜多 Pramit, 波罗蜜多 derived from Parama, highest, Acme is in P. As to cross over from this shore of birth and death to the other shore, or Nirvana. The 6 planets or means of so doing are E. Dina, charity, La, moral conduct, San, D, patience, 4, Vraya, energy or devotion. 5. Dhana, contemplation or abstraction. 6. Prajna, knowledge. The 10 10 are the above with 7. Apya, use of expedient or proper means. 8. Prajna, thus, forbearance, helpfulness. 9. Black, strength, purpose. 10. Wisdom. Childers gives the list of 10 as the perfect exercise of almsgiving, morality, abnegation of the world and of self, wisdom, energy, patience, truth, resolution, kindness, and resignation. Each of the 10 is divisible into ordinary, superior, and unlimited perfection, or 30 in all premises are. 白度，度无极，到彼岸，就近。波罗腹 Prabhu, 波利部 surpassing, powerful, a title of 5 as personification of the Son of Brahm. Siva, Indra, etc. Pravite, come into being, originate, original. 波罗月 Parvata, a dove, the fifth row of a rock, cut temple in the Deccan, said to resemble a dove. Described by Faxian. 波罗门 Brahman, 毗婆 波罗婆婆帝 Pravite Fat, younger sister of Asoka. 波罗婆伽罗蜜多罗 Pravite Ramitra, enlightener, 波婆波耶 Pious, water, in Sanskrit it also means milk, juice, vital force. 波弥罗 Pamara, the Pamirs, the center of the Southling Mountains with the Sirikal Lake, Vianapatapta. In LAT 38度20 N long 74度1 item. 波舒波多 Pupata, a particular sect of Siphites who smeared their bodies with ashes. 波一提 波要治 Taka, a sin causing one to fall into purgatory. Also 波一底迦、波叶迦、波罗益尼科、波直之迦、波罗叶直之迦, but there seems to be a connection with Prayasita, meaning expiation, atonement, restitution. 波那兹 Paunasa, 半那梭的 bread, fruit tree, jaka or jackfruit. 波里伊多罗 Pridra, an ancient kingdom 800 li south-west of Satadru, a center of heretical sects. The present city of Virat, west of Mathur. Itel. 波舍波提 Prajpat, 波舍波提 波罗舍波提 and nurse of the Buddha,摩诃 波舍罗 Phaedra, the diamond scepter, 金刚杵 波陀 Pada, a step, footprint, position, a complete word, uf. 阿波陀那敖问那波陀杰巴达罗杰巴抓 Kalpa, 显节安福波离 Apli, 费用波比波许波婆 Pravite Mitra, Pravite Ramitra, an Indian monk, who came to China in AD 626. 波头摩 Padma, 波檀摩 波木 etc. the red lotus, 波 tr 花 or 莲波头摩巴尼 Padmapi, one of the forms of Wang Yin, holding a lotus. 法 Dharma, 达摩 檀无 or 檀摩 达摩 or 达摩 law, truth, religion, thing, anything Buddhist. Dharma is that which is held fast or kept, ordinance, statute, law, usage, practice, custom. Duty, right, proper, morality, character. NW it is used in the sense of 一切 all things, or anything small or great, visible or invisible, real or unreal, affairs, truth, principle, method. Concrete things, abstract ideas, etc. Dharma is described as that which has entity and bears its own attributes. It connotes Buddhism as the perfect religion. It also has the second place in Zitroragna for Fasen, and in the sense of Fasen, Dharmakya approaches the Western idea of spiritual. It is also one of the 6 media of sensation, i.e. the thing or object in relation to mind. 六尘 法主 Dharma, Lord, Buddha. 法乳 the milk of the Dharma which nourishes the spiritual nature. 法事 佛事 religious affairs, e.g. assemblies and services, discipline and ritual. 法位 1. Dharma, state, Tattva. 2. The grade or position of a monk. 法住 Dharma abode, i.e. the omnipresent, cultivating all things. Dharmasthiti, continuity of Dharma. 法佛 ident 法身佛 or 法性佛。法律 a companion of the Dharma, a disciple. 法供养 Dharmabhik serving the Dharma, i.e. believing, explaining, keeping, obeying it, cultivating the spiritual nature, protecting and assisting Buddhism. Also, offerings of or to the Dharma. 法光定 set the of the light of truth, that of the Bodhisattva in the first stage. 法入 法处 the sense, data of direct mental perception, one of the 12入 or 处。法公 signifier of the law, a courtesy title of any monk. 法典 the scriptures of Buddhism. 法力 the blessing or benefits of Buddhism. 法剑 the sword of Buddha, truth, able to cut off the functioning of illusion. 法力 the power of Buddha, truth to do away with calamity and subdue evil. 法化 transformation by Buddha, truth, teaching in or by it. 法化身身 then the Dharmakya, or corporeal manifestation of the spiritual Buddha. 法匠 Dharma workman, a teacher able to mold his pupils. 法印 the seal of Buddha, truth, expressing its reality and immutability, also its universality and its authentic transmission from one Buddha or patriarch to another. 法句经 Dharmapta, 檀波经 a work by Dharmapta, of which there are 4 Chinese translations, AD 224, 290, 306, 399, 980, 1001. 法名and monk as name, given to him on ordination, a term chiefly used by the Zhengshen sect, 戒名being the usual term. 法同舍 a communal religious abode, i.e. a monastery or convent where religion and food are provided for spiritual and temporal needs. 法味 the taste or flavor of the Dharma. 法密 the wisdom, life of Siddhartha in P. as 法身慧命 the age or lifetime of a monk. 法喜 joy in the law, the joy of hearing or tasting Dharma. Name of Dharmanandi, 吠檀 法喜时 the food of joy in the law. 法号 the name received by a monk on ordination, i.e. his 戒名, also his posthumous title. 法器 implements used in worship, one who obeys the Buddha, a vessel of the law. 法四依 the four trusts of Dharma, trust in the law, not in men, trust in truths containing ultimate truth, trust in truth, not in words, trust in wisdom growing out of eternal truth and not in illusory knowledge. 法尘 Dharma is a citadel against the false, the secure nirvana abode, the struts as the guardians of truth. 法域 the realm of Dharma, nirvana, also 法性土 法堂 the chief temple, so called by the Chen Zen sect, amongst others it is 讲堂 preaching hall. 法坚那罗王 Druma, king of the Kingaras. 法场 any place set aside for religious practices or purposes, also 道场 法执 holding to things as realities, i.e. the false tenet that things are real. 法报化三身 Citrikya, 法根 Makya, the absolute or spiritual body, 报 Sabhakya, the body of bliss. 化 Nirmakya, the body of incarnation. Inhnana 法身 is described as the commandments, meditations, wisdom, nirvana, and nirvana, enlightenment. 报身 is the reward, body of bliss, 化 or yin, 化 is the body in its various incarnations. In Mahimna, the three bodies are regarded as distinct, but also as aspects of one body which pervades all beings. Cf. 三身 法尘 and mental object, any direct mental perception, not dependent on the sense organs. Cf. 六尘 法夏 Dharma summers, the years or age of a monk. 法腊 法天 Dharma Deva, a monk from the inland Sakramahuti are under this name 46 works. 973, 981, and under the name of Dharmabhadra 72 works. 982, 1001. 法子 child of the Dharma, one who makes his living by following Buddhism. 法域 Dharma roof or canopy and monastery. 法定 one of the 12 names for the Dharma, nature, implying that it is the basis of all phenomena. 法家 Buddhism, cf. 法门 法力 Dharmagupta, founder of the school of this name in Ceylon, one of the 7 divisions of the Sarvastivada. 法宝 Dharmaratna 1. Dharma, treasure, i.e. the law or Buddha, truth, the second personification in Citroragna 三法。2. The personal articles of a monk or non-robe, almsbowl, etc. 法宝藏 The storehouse of all law and truth, i.e. the truth. 法密 Anand 法山 Buddha, truth mountain, i.e. the exalted Dharma. 法地 Dharma emperor, i.e. the Buddha. 法师 A Buddhist teacher, master of the law. 5 kinds are given a custodian of the truth, reader, intoner, expounder, and copier. 法状 The standard of Buddha, truth as an emblem of power over the hosts of Ra. 法平等 Dharma Summat, the sameness of truth as taught by all Buddhas. 法度 Rules or disciplines and methods. 法地 A Buddhist disciple. 法律 Laws or rules of the order. 法忍 Patience attained through Dharma to the overcoming of illusion, also ability to bear patiently external hardships. 法面处 The position of insight into the truth that nothing has reality in itself. 四面处 法性 Dharmat Dharma, nature, the nature underlying all things, that Tathvat and Mahina. Philosophical concept unknown in Hnana. 真如 and its various definitions in the 法相三论 or 法性华严 and 天台 schools. It is discussed both in its absolute and relative senses, or static and dynamic. In Zimaparimirvas various truths the term has numerous alternative forms, which may be taken as definitions, i.e. 法定 inherent Dharma, or Buddha, nature, 法住 abiding Dharma, nature, 法界 Dharmatra, realm of Dharma, 法身 Dharmakya, embodiment of Dharma, 实际 region of reality, 实相 reality, 空性 nature of the void, i.e. immaterial nature, 佛性 Buddha, nature, 无相 appearance of nothingness, or immateriality. 真如 Tathvat, 如来藏 Tasgatagarbha, 平等性 universal nature, 离身性 immortal nature. 无我性 impersonal nature, 虚定界 realm of abstraction, 不虚妄性 nature of no illusion, 不变异性 immutable nature, 不思议界 realm beyond thought, 自性清净心 mind of absolute purity, or unsulliedness, etc. Of these the terms 真如 法性 and 实际 are most used by the practitioner. Stress 法性土 The control or region of the Dharma, nature, i.e. that Tathvat, or 真如, in its dynamic relations. 法性宗 The sects, e.g. 华严宗、天台宗、真言宗 Veda, Tiantai, Shenzhen, which hold that all things proceed from that Tathvat, i.e. Dharmakya, and that all phenomena are of the same essence as the Lumina. 法性山 The Dharma, nature as a mountain, i.e. fixed, immovable. 法性常乐 The eternity and bliss of the Dharma, nature, phi. 常乐我净 法性水 The water of the Dharma, nature, i.e. pure. 法性海 The ocean of the Dharma, nature, vast, unfathomable, phi. 法水法性真如 Dharma, nature and Tathagata, different terms but of the same meaning. 法性身 I then 法身法性随望 The Dharma, nature in the sphere of illusion, I. 法性随缘真如随缘 The Dharma, nature. Or Tathagata, in its phenomenal character, the Dharma, nature may be static or dynamic, when dynamic it may by environment either become solid, producing the world of illusion, or remain unsullied, resulting in nirvana. Static, it is likened to a smooth sea, dynamic, to its waves. 法恩 Dharma, grace, i.e. the grace of Siddhartha. 法乐 Joy from hearing and meditating on the law. 法谦 Meanness in offering Buddha, truth, avariciously holding on to it for oneself. 法爱 Religious love in contrast with 欲爱 ordinary love, Dharma, love may be jnana desire for nirvana or bodhisattva attachment to illusory things, both of which are to be eradicated, or Tathagata, love, which goes out to all beings for salvation. 法成就 Siddhi the ceremony successful, a term of the esoteric sect when prayer is answered. 法我 A thing per se, i.e. the false notion of anything being a thing in itself, individual, independent, and not merely composed of elements to be disintegrated. 法我见 the false view as above, cf. 我见法教 Buddhism 法术 The categories of Buddhism such as the 3 realms, 5 skandhas, 5 regions, 4 dogmas, 6 paths, 12 vinayanas, etc. 法文 The literature of Buddhism. 法师 The almsgiving of the Buddha, truth, i.e. its preaching or explanation, also 法布施 法明 Dharma prapsa, brightness of the law, a Buddha who will appear in our universe in the Ratam Vapsa, called in a realm called Suddhisada 善境, when there will be no sexual difference, birth taking place by transformation. 法明道 The wisdom of the pure heart which illumines the way of all Buddhas. 法明门 The teaching which sheds light on everything, differentiating and explaining the 法治 Dharma, wisdom, which enables one to understand the 4 dogmas 4谛, also the understanding of the law or of things. 法会 An assembly for worship or preaching. 法会社 and monastery. 法有 the false view of men that things, or the elements of which they are made, are real. 法有我无踪 the subversive things who while disclaiming the reality of personality claim the reality of things. 法服法衣 dharma garment, the robe. 法本 the root or essence of all things, that thought. 法乐 religious joy, in contrast with the joy of common desire, that of hearing the Dharma, worshipping Buddha, laying up merit, making offerings, repeating struts, etc. 法树 the Dharma, tree which bears nirvana, fruit. 法桥 the bridge of Buddha, truth, which is able to carry all across to nirvana. 法殿 the temple or hall of the law, the main hall of a monastery, also the Guangyan hall. 法比量 inferring one thing from another, as from birth deducing death, etc. 法水 Buddha, truth likened to water able to wash away the stains of illusion, 法河 to a deep river, 法海 to a vast deep ocean. 法沙 Kashgar, or, after the name of the capital, Shula, an ancient Buddhistic kingdom in Central Asia. See Caesar Regis of the Ancients. Itel 法波罗蜜 one of the four prominent Buddhist activists in the Diamond realm. 法灭 the extinction of the law or Buddhism after the third of the three stages 正相末. 法炬 the torch of Buddhism. 法照 Dharma, shining, name of the fourth patriarch of the Lianzong Lotus sect. 法然 according to rule, naturally, also 法二自然 法灯 the lamp of Dharma, which dispels the darkness of ignorance. 法无我 Dharma nirmaya things are without independent individuality, i.e. the tenet that things have no independent reality, no reality in themselves. 法无我智 the knowledge or wisdom of the above. 法无爱 法无爱解 or 法无爱智 wisdom or power of explanation in unembarrassed accord with the law, or Buddha, truth. 法二 I then 法然 法将 Dharma, generals, i.e. monks of high character and leadership. 法王 Dharmarjya, king of the law, Buddha. 法王子 son of the Dharma, king, a bodhisattva. 法界 Dharmato, 法性实相达摩陀都 Dharma, element, factor, or realm. And for things in general, nominal or phenomenal, for the physical universe, or any portion or phase of it. 2. The unifying underlying spiritual reality regarded as the ground or cause of all things, the absolute from which all proceeds. It is one of the 18 truths. These are categories of 3, 4, 5, and 10 Dharmatus. The first 3 are combinations of Shi and Li were active and passive, dynamic and static. The 10 are Buddha, realm, Bodhisattva realm, Pratyeka realm, Ravaka, Deva, human, Asura, demon, animal, and Hades realms. Huayan category. Tiantai has 10 for meditation, i.e. the realms of the 18 media of perception, the 6 organs, 6 objects, and 6 sense, data or sensations, of illusion, sickness, karma, ra, sandhi, false, fuse, pride, the 2 lower vehicles, and the Bodhisattva vehicle. 法界意象 the essential unity of the phenomenal realm. 法界佛 Siddhartha to Buddha, i.e. Siddhartha, the universal Buddha, the Buddha of a Buddha realm. 法界加持 mutual dependence and aid of all beings in a universe. 法界唯心 the universe is mind only, cf. Huayan Sutra, Lakshvatra Sutra, etc. 法界圆融 the perfect intercommunion or blending of all things in Siddhartha, the 无碍 of Huayan, and the 性具 of Tiantai. 法界定 in Dharma to dictation, a term for Vairocana in Bosmalas. 法界宫 Siddhartha Palace, i.e. the shrine of Vairocana in Theravada. 法界实相 Dharmata, reality, or Dharma to is reality, different names but one idea, i.e. 实相 is used. For the word Mumanan by the 别教 and 法界 by the 原教. 法界性 ident 法界 and 法性 法界无碍智 法界佛编制 the unimpeded or unlimited knowledge or omniscience of a Buddha in regard to all beings and things in his realm. 法界等流 the universal outflow of the spiritual body of the Buddha, i.e. his teaching. 法界缘起 Siddhartha just the environmental cause of all phenomena, everything being dependent on everything else, therefore one is in all and all in one. 法界藏 the treasury or storehouse or source of all phenomena, or truth. 法界身 Siddhartha manifesting itself in all beings, Siddhartha just Siddhartha, all things. Being Buddha. 法界体性质 intelligence as the fundamental nature of the universe, Vairocana as cosmic energy and wisdom, interpenetrating all elements of the universe, a term used by the esoteric sects. 法相 the aspects of characteristics of things. All things are of monad nature but differ in form. And name of the 法相宗 faction order Malacca sect, Jap. Has called also 慈恩宗. CN sect from the Ten Temple, in which lived Kuiji Kuji, known also as 慈恩. It aims at discovering the ultimate entity of cosmic existence and contemplation, through investigation into the specific characteristics, the marks or criteria of all existence, and through the realization of the fundamental nature of the soul in mystic illumination. An inexhaustible number of seeds are stored up in the Laya soul. They manifest themselves in innumerable varieties of existence, both physical and mental. Though there are infinite varieties, they all participate in the prime nature of the Laya and Sakhi. The Faxion school is one of the 8 schools, and was established in China on the return of Xianzhen, consequent on his translation of the Yoga works. Its aim is to understand the principle underlying the Guanfa Xingxiang or nature and characteristics of all things. Its foundation works are the 解深密经, the 唯识论, and the 瑜伽论. It is one of the materialistic schools, opposed by the idealistic schools, e.g. the 三论 school, yet it was a combination of realism and idealism, and its religion a profoundly mystic one. And Sakhi 法相教 大乘法相教, the third of the 5 periods of doctrinal development as distinguished by 归风 盖分 法眼 the Bodhisattva Dharma, able to penetrate all things. Name of the founder of the Fa Yan Zong. Fian sect, one of the 5 Chen Zen schools. Fa Yan Jing. To see clearly or purely the truth. In Hnana, to see the truth of the 4 dogmas. In Mahayana, to see the truth which releases from reincarnation. Fa Kong. The emptiness or unreality of things, everything being dependent on something else and having no individual existence apart from other things, hence the illusory nature of all things as being composed of elements and not possessing reality. 法空真如 That other thetas understood when the non-individuality or unreality of things is perceived. 法空观 Meditative insight into the unreality of all things. 法缘 Dharma, cost, i.e. the sense of universal altruism giving rise to pity and mercy. 法父 Iden 法执 法腊 The end of the month year after the summer retreat, a Buddhist year, the number of 夏 or 戒腊 summer or discipline years indicating the years since a monk's ordination. 法成 Ministers of the law, i.e. Bodhisattvas. The Buddha is king of the law, these are his ministers. 法自在 A Bodhisattva has complete dialectical freedom and power, so that he can expound all things unimpeded. 法自相相为因 One of the 4 fallacies connected with the reason, in which the reason is contrary to the truth of the premise. 法舟 法船 the bark of Buddha. truth which ferries men out from the sea of mortality and reincarnation to nirvana. 法牙 the sprout or bud of Buddhism. 法院 the garden of Dharma, Buddhism. 法华 the Dharma flower, i.e. the Lotus Sutra, the 法华经 or 妙法莲华经 Q-Feast of Dharma Puraka Sutra, also the 法华宗 Lotus sect, i.e. that of Tentai, which had this sutra for its basis. There are many treatises with this as part of the title. 法华法, 法华会, 法华讲 ceremonials, meetings, or explications connected with this sutra. 法华意识 the one perfect vehicle of the Lotus Gospel. 法华八年 the last 8 years of the Buddha's life, when, according to Tentai, from 72 to 80 years of age, he preached the Lotus Gospel. 法华三昧 this Sentai which sees into the 3D dogmas of 空假中 unreality, dependent reality and transcendence, or the noumenal, phenomenal, and the absolute which unites them. It is derived from the 16 sentences in chapter 24 of the Lotus Sutra. There is a 法华三昧经 independent of this sending. 法藏 Dharma store, also 佛法藏 如来藏 the absolute, unitary storehouse of the universe, the primal source of all things. 2. The treasury of Buddha as teaching the sutras, etc. 3. Any Buddhist library. 4. Dharmakara, mind of the law, one of the incarnations of Amitabha. 5. Title of the founder of the Huayan school 显手法藏宣授费贼 法药 the medicine of the law, capable of healing all misery. 法运 the Buddha's detailed teaching, and in this respect similar to 法藏 法兰 Gokarona, 主法兰 companion of Mtaga, these two being the first Indian monks said to have come to China in the middle of the 1st century AD. 法罗 conch of the law, a symbol of the universality, power, or command of the Buddha's teaching. Cf. 上区宝咖 法众 the Buddhist monkhood, an assembly of monks or nuns. 法衣 the religious dress, general name of monastic garments. 法药 the essentials of the truth. 法会 法见 maintaining one tenet and considering others wrong, narrow-minded, bigoted. 法语 Dharma, words, religious discourses. 法事 a religious vow. 法譬 similes or illustrations of the Dharma. 法财 the riches of the law, or the law as wealth. 法身 Dharmakya, embodiment of truth and law, the spiritual or true body, essential Buddhahood. The essence of being, the absolute, the norm of the universe, the first of the triplet, the sanction. The Dharma is divided into zone unity and diversity, as in the nominal absolute and phenomenal activities, or potential and dynamic, but there are differences of interpretation, e.g. as between the 法相 and 法性 schools. Cf. 法身体性. There are many categories of the Dharmakya. In the Earth group, Earth Shen are 5 kinds, 1. The substance and wisdom or expression, 2. 法性法身 essential nature and 应化法身 manifestation. The other 3 couples are similar. In the Sat group, 3 法身 are 1. The manifested Buddha, i.e. Kayamuni, 2. The power of his teaching, etc. 3. The absolute or ultimate reality. There are other categories. 法身佛 The Dharmakya Buddha. 法身如来The Dharmakya, the Buddha who reveals the spiritual body. 法身塔 The pagoda where abides a spiritual relic of Buddha. The esoteric sect uses the latter as such. An abode of the Dharmakya. 法身流转Dharmakya in its phenomenal character, conceived as becoming, as expressing itself in the stream of being. 法舍利法身舍利法身即 Thera, or spiritual relics of the Buddha, his sutras, or verses, his doctrine, and immutable law. 法身菩萨法身大士 Dharmakya Musattva, one who has freed himself from illusion and attained the 6 spiritual powers 六神通, he is above the 出的, or, according to type, above the 出住. 法身藏 The storehouse of the Dharmakya, the essence of Buddhahood, by contemplating which the holy man attains to it. 法身观 Meditation on, or insight into, the Dharmakya, varying in definition in the various schools. 法身体性 The embodiment, totality, or nature of the Dharmakya. In Jnana the Buddha, nature in its or absolute side is described as not discussed, being synonymous with the 5 divisions of the commandments, meditation, wisdom, release, and doctrine, 戒定慧解脱 and 知见. In the Mahayana, the 三论宗 defines the absolute or ultimate reality as the formless which contains all forms, the essence of being, the noumenon of the other 2 manifestations of the Triratna. The 法相宗 defines it as a. The nature or essence of the whole Triratna, b. The particular form of the Dharma in that Trinity. The 1 vehicle schools represented by the Huayan Zong, Tiantai, etc. consider it to be that Tathagata, the end being one and undivided. The Shenzhen sect takes the 6 elements, earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, as the never fundamental dharmakya, the sixth mind, intelligence, or knowledge, as the wisdom dharmakya. 法文 Dharmakaya, the wheel of the law, Buddha, truth which is able to crush all evil and all opposition, like Indra's wheel, and which rolls on from man to man, place to place, age to age. 转法轮 to turn, or roll along the law wheel, i.e. to preach Buddha, truth. 法铃 The Dharma bell, the pleasing sound of intoning the sutras. 法镜 The Dharma mirror, reflecting the Buddha, wisdom. 法门 Dharmapriya The doctrines, or wisdom of Buddha regarded as the door to enlightenment. A. Method Any sect. As the living have 84000 delusions, so the Buddha provides 84000 methods. 法门 of dealing with them. Hence the 法门海 ocean of Buddha as methods. 法门身 A definition of the dharmakaya of the Trinity, i.e. the qualities, powers, and methods of the Buddha. The various representations of the respective characteristics of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in Thimalas. 法陀罗尼 One of the four kinds of through, holding firmly to the truth one has heard, also called 闻法陀罗。法阿育 Dharmoka, name given to Asoka on his conversion, cf. 阿育法集 Ivan 佛会法语 The reign of Buddha, truth which fertilizes all beings. 法语 Dharmamikha Buddhism as a fertilizing cloud. 法云的 The 10th Bodhisattva stage, when the Dharma clouds everywhere drop their sweet dew. 法云等觉 The stage after the last, that of universal knowledge, or enlightenment. 法雷The thunder of Dharma, awakening men from stupor and stimulating the growth of virtue, the awful voice of Buddha, truth. 法电 The lightning of the truth. 法非法 Dark Dharma, real and unreal, thing and nothing, being and non-being, etc. 法音The sound of the truth, or of preaching. 法显 Faxian, the famous pilgrim who with fellow monks left Chang'an AD 399 overland for India. Finally reached it, remained alone for 6 years, and spent 3 years on the return journey. Arriving by sea in 414. His 佛国记 records of the Buddhistic kingdoms were made, for his information, by Buddhabhadra, an Indian monk in China. His own translation is the Zhenzhi, a work on monastic discipline. 法师 Dharmitra, diet in harmony with the rules of Buddhism, truth as food. 法师师 the regulation. Time for meals, at or before noon, and not after. 法体 embodiment of the law or of things. Elements into which the Buddhists divided the universe. Theodermocos75 The 诚实论 Sophist Histra 84 The Yoga 100 And monk 法魔 Being used by things, the illusion that things are real and not merely seeming. 法鼓 The drum of the law, stirring all to advance in virtue. 法斋日 The day of abstinence observed at the end of each half month, also the 6 abstinence days, in all making the 8 days for keeping the 8 commandments. 制 Broil, burn, roast, dry, intermit. 制节会 HM Zen School Winter Festival at which roasted lily roots were eaten. 炎 Blazing, burning. 炎热地狱 Tapana, the hell of burning or roasting, the 6th of the 8 hot hells, where 24 hours equal 2600 years on earth, life lasting 16000 years. 眼睛 NM for the Nirvana Sutra, referring to the Buddha exclamation, also to its glorious teaching. 烟点 Nirvana, which burns up metempsychosis. 目 To hurt, pastor. 牧牛 Cowherd. 物 Think, things in general, beings, living beings, matters, substance, cf. 陀螺标坠表 务施 One of the 3 kinds of almsgiving, that of things. 物机 That on which anything depends, or turns, the motive or vital principle. 狐 A fox, seems to be used also for a jackal. 狗 A dog. 狗心 A dog's heart, satisfied with trifles, unreceptive of Buddha's teaching. 狗戒 Dog rule, dog morals, i.e. heretics who sought salvation by living like dogs, eating garbage, etc. 狗法 Dog, love, fighting and hating, characteristics of the monks in the last days of the world. 狗灵警吠Like the dog barking at its own reflection in the well. 狗着狮子皮 The dog in the lion's skin, all the dogs fear him till he barks. 盂兰盆盂兰乌兰婆乌兰婆拿 Alanana 盂兰 may be another form of Lambane or Apalampa, handy. Dung Depending, support, it is in P. To hang upside down, or to be in suspense, referring to extreme suffering in purgatory, but there is a suggestion of the dependence of the dead on the living. By some pen is regarded as a Chinese word, not part of the transliteration, meaning a vessel filled with offerings of food. The term is applied to the festival of All Souls, held about the 15th of the 7th moon, when masses are read by Buddhist and Taoist priests and elaborate offerings made to the Buddhist Trinity for the purpose of releasing from purgatory the souls of those who have died on land or sea. The Ulanbanatra Sutra is attributed to Kayamuni. Of course incorrectly, it was first tr. into Chinese by Dharma Raksha, AD 266-313 or 317. The first masses are not reported until the time of Lian Wudi, AD 538, and were popularized by Amaga, AD 732, under the influence of the Yogacara school. They are generally observed in China, but are unknown to Southern Buddhism. The idea of intercession on the part of the priesthood for the benefit of souls in hell is utterly antagonistic to the explicit teaching of primitive Buddhism. The origin of the custom is unknown, but it is foisted onto Kayamuni, whose disciple Magoyana is represented as having been to purgatory to relieve his mother's sufferings. Kayamuni told him that only the united efforts of the whole priesthood Fang Zhonghui could alleviate the pains of the suffering. The mere suggestion of an All Souls Day with a great national day for the monks is sufficient to account for the spread of the festival. Ita says, engrafted upon the narrative ancestral worship, this ceremonial for feeding the ghost of deceased ancestors of 7 generations obtained immense popularity and is now practiced by everybody in China, by Taoists even and by Confucianists. All kinds of food offerings are made, and paper garments, etc., burnt. The occasion 7th Moon, 15th Day, is known as the Yulan Hui or Yulan Pen Hui or Yulan Zhai or Yulan Pen Zhai, and the sutra is Yulan Jing or Yulan Pen Jing. Mang, blind. Mang Ming, blind and in darkness, ignorant of the truth. Mang Bu, blind and lame, an ignorant teacher. Mang Long, the blind dragon who appealed to the Buddha and was told that his blindness was due to his having been formerly a sinning monk. Mang Gui, it is as easy for a blind turtle to find a floating log as it is for a man to be reborn as a man, or to meet with a Buddha and his teaching. Zhi, straight, upright, direct, to arrange. Zhichuan, direct information or transmission by word of mouth. Zhitang, the servant who attends in the hall, an announcer. Zhixin, straightforward, sincere, blunt. Zhiduo, Zhiduo a monk as garment, upper and lower in one. Zhisui, a straight year, a year as plans or duties. Zhishuo, straight or direct speech, the sutras. Zhidao, the direct way to Nirvana and Buddha land. Zhi, to know. Sanskrit root vid, hence Vedi, knowledge, the Vedas, etc. Zhi is to know. Zhi, is Vijna, wisdom arising from perception or knowing. 知一切法智 The Buddha, wisdom of knowing everything or method of salvation. 知一切众生智 The Buddha, wisdom which knows the karma of all beings. 知世间 Lokavit. He who knows the world, one of the 10 characteristics of a Buddha. 知事 To know affairs. The Karmadana, or director of affairs in a monastery, next below the abbot. 知客 The director of guests, i.e. the host. 知寮 Warden of the monasterial abodes. 知库 The bursar of a monastery. 知根 The organs of perception. To know the roots or capacities of all beings, as does a bodhisattva. Hence he has no fears. 知殿 The warden of a temple. 知法 To know the Buddha, law, or the rules. To know things in the exoteric sects, to know the deep meaning of the sutras in the esoteric sects, to know the mysteries. 知无边诸佛智 To have the infinite Buddha, wisdom of knowing all the Buddha words and how to save the beings in the 知礼 Knowing the right modes of respect, or ceremonial, courteous, reverential, skilly name of the famous 10th century monk of the Song dynasty, Siming Simi, so called after the name of his monastery, a follower of the Tentai school, sought out by a Japanese deputation in 1017. 知者 The knower, the cognizer, the person within who perceives. 知苦断集 To know the dogma of suffering and be able to cut off its accumulation. Cf. 四谛 知见 To know by seeing, becoming aware, intellection, the function of knowing, views. Doctrines 知见波罗蜜 The Prajnaparamita Fee 般若知论 An name for the Prajnaparamita Fee 般若知识 E. To know and perceive, perception, knowledge. 2. A friend, an intimate. 3. The false ideas produced in the mind by common or unenlightened knowledge, one of the 50起信论。知识众 A body of friends, all you friends. 知足 Complete knowledge, satisfaction. 知足天知足 To it up, the fourth Devaloka, made Raya as heaven of full knowledge, where all bodhisattvas are reborn before rebirth as Buddhas. The inner court is 知足院知道者 The one who knows the path to salvation, an epithet of the Buddha. 舍 Gods of the land, a village, clan, society. 舍家 Jagat, all the living. 舍的家 Jataka, previous births or incarnations, especially of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. 射的迦摩罗 J.K. Kamel, A Garland of Incarnation Stories in Verse. B. To lay hold of, grasp. 柄扶 To hold the flight, brush, or whisk, the head of an assembly, the 5 heads of a monastery have this privilege. 秉持 To hold firmly to the discipline or rules. 秉具 To carry the torch for cremation. 空 No, empty, void, hollow, vacant, non-existent, need, 甚若多 vacuity, voidness, emptiness. Non-existence, immateriality, perhaps spirituality, unreality, the false or illusory nature of all existence, the seeming 假 being unreal. The doctrine that all phenomena and the ego have no reality, but are composed of a certain number of skandhas or elements, which disintegrate. The void, the sky, space, the universal, the absolute, complete abstraction without relativity. There are classifications into 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 11, 13, 16, and 18 categories. The doctrine is that all things are compounds, or unstable organisms, possessing no self-essence, i.e. are dependent or caused, come into existence only to perish. The underlying reality, the principle of eternal relativity or non-infinity, i.e. love, permeates all phenomena, making possible their evolution. From this doctrine, the Yogacara school developed the idea of the permanent reality, which is essence of mind, the unknowable noumenon behind all phenomena, the entity void of ideas and phenomena, neither matter nor mind, but the root of both. 空一切处 Universal emptiness, or space, this entity which removes all limitations of space, also 空遍处 空三昧 This entity which regards the ego and things as unreal, one of the 三昧 空假中 Unreality, reality, and the middle or mean doctrine, noumenon, phenomenon, and the principle, or absolute which unifies both. 空 unreality, that things do not exist in reality, 假 reality. That things exist though in derived or borrowed form, consisting of elements which are permanent. 中 the middle doctrine of the Madhyamaka school, which denies both positions. In the interests of the transcendental or absolute. 空以破一切法，假以立一切法，中以妙一切法。Other 即空即假即中 the universality annihilates all relativities, particularity establishes all relativities. The middle path transcends and unites all relativities. Tiantai asserts that there is no contradiction in them and calls the main unity, the one including the other 即空即假即中。空劫 The empty kalpa, 非劫。空即是色 The immaterial is the material, nasrta, and vice versa, 色不异空。空执，非，空有二执，空尘。Not sub-material, ghostly, or spiritual, as having diaphanous form, and non-Buddhist view of the immaterial as an entity, hence the false view of a soul or ego that is real. 空大 space, one of the five elements, earth, water, fire, wind, space, 五大空如来藏 septatating its purity or absoluteness. 空实教 The initial teaching of the undeveloped Mahayana doctrines is the second of the five periods of Kayamuni as teaching as defined by the Huayan school. This consists of two parts, 空实教 the initial doctrine of Na, the texts for which are the 般若, 三论, etc., and 相实教, the initial doctrine of the essential nature as held by the esoterics in P. In the 生命 and 瑜伽 texts. 空定The meditation which dwells on the void or the immaterial, it is divided into 内道, i.e. the 三昧, and 外道, the latter limited to the four jhanas 四空定 QV, except the illusion that things have a reality in themselves, as individuals 把握 QV. 空宗The nuances, i.e. those which make the unreality of the ego and things their fundamental tenet. 空寂 Immaterial, a condition beyond disturbance, the condition of nirvana. 空居天 Ever dwelling in space, or the heavenly regions, i.e. the Valocus and the Palocus. 空遍处 Idem 空一切处 空心 An empty mind, or heart, and mind meditating on the void, or infinite, and mind not entangled in cause and effect, i.e. detached from the phenomenal. 空忍Patience attained by regarding suffering as unreal, one of the 十忍 空性 Niyata, Kong, the nature of the void, or immaterial, Sattva, the universal substance, which is not 我法 ego and things, but while not void is of the void, nature. 空想 thinking of immateriality. Also, family thinking, or desiring. 空慧 the wisdom which beholds spiritual truth. 空拳 Rictum empty-faced, i.e. deceiving a child by pretending to have something for it in the closed hand, not the Buddha's method. 空教 the teaching that all is unreal. The Fa Xiang Zong Dharmalaka school divided Buddha's teaching into three periods. The Jnana period, teaching that 法有 things are real. The 般若 Prajna period, that 法空 things are unreal. The Huayan and Lotus period of the Middle Order. Transcendental doctrine 中道教 空有 unreal and real, non-existent and existent, abstract and concrete, negative and positive. 空有二执 or 空有二见。The two false tenets or views that karma and nirvana are not real and that the ego and phenomena are real. These wrong views are overcome by the 空有二观 meditating on the unreality of the ego and phenomena, and the reality of karma and nirvana. 空有二宗 The two schools 空 and 有因 phenomena are given as 俱舍 kosa for 有因诚实 satyasiddhi for 空。因 mahima 法相 for 有 and 三论 for 空。空果 Empty fruit, also fruit of freedom from the illusion that things and the ego are real. 空法 To regard everything as unreal, i.e. the ego, things, the dynamic, the static. 2. The nirvana of phenomena. 空海 Like sky and sea, like space and the ocean for magnitude. 空无 Unreality or immateriality of things, which is defined as nothing existing of independent or self-content nature. 空无我 Unreal and without ego. 空无边处 空处 空王 The king of immateriality or spirituality, Buddha, who is Lord of all things. 空王佛 Dharmagahan Hyajapamrita, a Buddha who is said to have taught absolute intelligence, or knowledge of the absolute, cf. Lotus Sutra 9. 空理 The Niya principle or law, i.e. the unreality of the ego and phenomena. 空身 The one who expounded vacuity or immateriality, i.e. Sakti, one of the 10 great pupils of the Buddha. 空界 The realm of space, one of the 6 realms, earth, water, fire, wind, space, knowledge. The 空界 is the visible realm of space, the sky, beyond which is real space. 空相 voidness, emptiness, space, the immaterial, that which cannot be expressed in terms of the material. The characteristic of all things is unreality, i.e. they are composed of elements which disintegrate. 非空 空空 Unreality of unreality. When all has been regarded as illusion or unreal, the abstract idea of unreality itself must be destroyed. 空空寂寂 Void and silent, i.e. everything in the universe, with form or without form, is unreal and not to be considered as real. 空经 The sutras of unreality or immateriality, e.g. the Prajnapat. 空圣 A saint who bears the name without possessing the character. 空具 An empty abode or place. 2. The body as composed of the 6 khandhas, which is a temporary assemblage without underlying reality. 空色 Formless and with form, movement and phenomena. 空华 空花 Kapapa, flowers in the sky, spots before the eyes, musk volatile illusion. The Indian Humanists style Mahanists 空华外道 preoccupy, sky, flower heretics, or followers of illusion. 空处空无边处 Nantayatana, the abode of infinite space, the formless, or immaterial world 无。色界 the first of their palette heavens, one of the four Brahmalokas. 空处定 or 空无边处定 Thadhina, or meditation connected with the above, in which all thought of form is suppressed. 空行 the discipline or practice of the immaterial or infinite, thus overcoming the illusion that the ego and all phenomena are realities. 空见 the heterodox view that karma and nirvana are not real. 空有空观 空有二观 空解 the interpretation or doctrine of ultimate reality. 空解脱门the gate of salvation or deliverance by the realization of the immaterial, i.e. that the ego and things are formed of elements and have no reality in themselves, one of the three deliverances. 空地 the doctrine of immateriality, one of the three dogmas of Tiantai, that all things animate and inanimate, seeing that they result from previous causes and are without reality in themselves, are therefore空or not material, but spiritual. 空轮the wheel of space below the water and wind wheels of a world. The element space is called the wheel of space. 空门 the teaching which regards everything as unreal or immaterial. 2. The school of unreality. One of the four divisions made by Tiantai. 3. The teaching of immateriality, the door to nirvana, a general name for Buddhism, hence 空门子 are Buddhist monks. 空闲处 ATR of Alandoraya, i.e. forest, a retired place, set by 200 steps away from human habitation, suitable for the religious practices of monks. 空寂 the region of immateriality or nirvana. Also called 实际 the region of reality. 空魔 the demons who arouse in the heart the false belief that karma is not real. 空鸟 the bird that cries kong kong, the cuckoo, i.e. one who, while not knowing the wonderful law of truth, immateriality or spirituality, yet prays about it. 空点 the dot over theory in Sanskrit, symbolizing that all things are empty or unreal, used by the Shenzhen sect with various meanings. 竹 Indian 竹土天竺竹 India 竹经 Indian, i.e. Buddhist sutras. Several Indians are known by this term. 竹檀摩罗茶竹法部 Dharmarika or Hindu Dharmarika, a native of Thakra, who knew 36 languages. NTR AD 266317 Psalm 175 Works 主法兰 Dermarika or Hindu Dharmraya, to whom was Kayapantaka the translation of the Sutra of 42 sections is wrongly attributed, HTR 5 works in AD 68年7月0主法力 Dharmavalla, translator AD 419 of the larger Sukha that Fihat now lost 竹叶魔藤 Kayapantaka 迦叶魔藤朱砂施罗 Taxala 亚差史罗肥 Fat 肥者耶 Phaedra, the wife or female energy of Pharaoh Kanab 肥蜜 A grass or herb said to enrich the milk of cattle 肩shoulder 尖刺肩下下肩 shoulder by shoulder, one next to another 育 to rear, nurture 育底育底 yati, yoking, joining, combination, plan 玉底华 Yacht, a kind of celestial flower 玉多婆提 Yata, Bodhi, steps in yoga wisdom 卧 Sayana, lying down, sleeping 卧具 A couch, bed, mat, bedding, sleeping garments, etc. 卧佛寺 A shrine of the sleeping Buddha, i.e. of the dying Buddha 舍 A shelter, cottage, used as a term of humility for mind, to lodge, let go, relinquish 舍利 Rig, a bird able to talk in P variously, but NW says the minor. Rig was the name of Riputra's mother, because her eyes were bright and clever like those of a minor. There are other interpretations, era, and 舍利罗 or 势利罗，实力舍口星号西蓝 relics or ashes left after the cremation of a Buddha or saint, placed in stupas and worshipped. The white represent bones, the black hair and the red flesh. Also called Lato, Era or Dharma era. The body, a dead body. The body looked upon as dead by reason of obedience to the discipline, meditation, and wisdom. The Lotus Sutra and other sutras are counted as relics, Kayamuni-s. Relics are said to have amounted to 84 pecks, for which Asoka is reputed to have built. In one day 84,000 stupas, but other figures are also given. Array is also in P. By grains of rice, etc., and by rice as food. 舍利塔 Era, a reliquary or pagoda for a relic of Buddha. 舍利娑婆 Saraput and mustard seed 芥子 QV, the 10816000 th part of Alhana 有寻 QV. 舍利弗 舍利弗罗 or 舍利弗多罗 or 舍利富罗 or 舍利富多罗 舍利卜丹罗 舍利子 Riputra one of the principal disciples of Kayamuni, born at Enlendra, the son of Rikantaya, hence known as Yucataya, noted for his wisdom and learning. He is the right-hand attendant of Kayamuni. The followers of the Abhidharma count him as their founder, and other works are attributed, without evidence, to him. He figures prominently in certain sutras. He is said to have died before his master. He is represented as standing with Madhyana by the Buddha when entering nirvana. He is to reappear as Padmaprabha Buddha 华光佛。舍罗摩拿 Renwat 是拿沙迦满囊沙门桑门 Phi 沙门舍多提婆摩少邪见兔舍难 Stlay Phummangun in P as 天人师 teacher of gods and men, one of the 10 titles of a Buddha. 舍多毗沙 Atappai, a constellation identified with waning Aquarius. 舍夷 Kaya, one of the 5 surnames of the Buddha. 舍婆提 Phi 舍卫 舍摩 Samma, calm, quiet, and name for the Bodhi tree. For 舍摩陀毗舍 舍之 Sasa, 摄施 a hair, a or station, the moon, Sati, energy. E, the hair, which threw itself into the fire to save starving people, transferred by Indra to the center of the moon. 2. Sakti is the wife or female energy of a deity, cf. 舍之 3. The female organ. 舍楼迦 Lukha, esculent lotus roots, in P. As a kind of cooked liquid food. 舍摩舍那 Momna, a cemetery or crematorium, a low mound of stone under which the remains of monks are buried in countries west of China. Also 舍摩舍 舍罗 Rik, R, V 舍利 lac. Bamboo or wooden tallies used in numbering monks. 舍罗婆迦 Ruvaka, a hearer, disciple, 声闻 QV. E, he who has heard the voice of Buddha. O, the personal disciples of Kayamuni, the chief disciples being called Nirvaka. 2. The lowest degree of saintship, the others being Pratyeka Bodhisattva, Buddha. 舍之 C. 舍之 摄施 power of speech and action. Name of Indra as chief consort. Indra is known as 舍之波提 Adpati. 舍迦 Say Saka, a hare, rabbit, Phi. 舍之舍卫 Revast, 舍婆提 是罗伐 是罗伐悉地 施罗拔提 舍罗婆悉地耶 in P as 文物 the city of famous things, or men, or the famous city. It was a city and ancient kingdom 500 liner through Vedas of Kapilavastu, now rapid mapid south of Rocky River, and W says shit, Mhat. It is said to have been in 北郊萨罗摩尔 Kosala, distinct from the southern kingdom of Agni. It was a favorite resort of Kaiumuni, the 支援 Jitavana being there. 舍那身 The body or person of Pharaoh Khana, 舍那尊特 is defined as Lokana. The 舍那 in both cases seems to be Kana, an abbreviation of Pharaoh Khana or Lokana. 舍勒 Aka, 舍扎加 舍那 or 舍那, an inner garment, a skirt. 舍头剑 Rodla, Kara. The original name of Nanda, Impi. 虎耳 tiger as ears. 枝 A felicitous plant, says someone. 知苑 Name for 远照 Yuan Shao of 灵芝 Lingxi Monastery, Hangzhou. 芬 Fragrant, confused, translate 普芬陀利 or 芬陀利 Puarka. The white lotus, 芬陀利 花 花 pupa, a flower, flowers, especially the lotus, and celestial flowers. 花座 the lotus throne on which Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sit. 花具 花笼 花柄 flower baskets for scattering lotus flowers, or leaves and flowers in general. 芥子 Sarapa, 萨利沙果 舍利沙果 mustard seed. And measure of length, 1081,600 th part of. Ihana,有许 2. A weight, the 32 and part of a light or 草籽 rotic, 2/66 grams. 3. A trifle. 4. On account of its hardness and bitter taste, it is used as a symbol for overcoming illusions and demons by the esoteric sects. 5. The appearance of a Buddha is as rare as the hitting of a needle as point with a mustard seed thrown from afar. 芥子节 and mustard seed kalpa, i.e. as long as the time it would take to empty a city 100 yojanas square, by extracting a seed once every century. 芥石 mustard seed kalpam rock kalpa, the former as above, the latter the time required to rub away a rock 40 square by passing a soft cloth over it once every century. 虎 Fagra, 米野结罗 a tiger. 虎丘山 Hukyushe, and monastery at Suza, which gave rise to a branch of the Chen Zen school, founded by Shaolong. 虎虎婆 Hatava, the fifth hell. 4. 五耳 舌头 表 Indicate, manifest, express, expose, external. 表沙 The flagpole on a pagoda. 表德 To manifest virtue, in contrast with 遮情 to repress the passions, the positive in the thought, as expounded by the Hua Yanzong Huayan school. 表无表界 The expressed and unexpressed moral law, the letter and the spirit. 表白 To explain, expound, clear up. 表示 to indicate, explain 表色 active expression as walking, sitting, taking, refusing, bending, stretching, etc. One of the three 色 forms, the other two being 显 the colors red, blue, etc. and 形 shape, long, short, etc. 表权 positive or open exposition, contrasted with 遮权 negative or hidden exposition, a term of the 法相宗 Dermalocoscu 引 go to meet, receive, welcome 迎接 to receive or be received, e.g. by a mint into paradise 近 near to, approach, intimate, close 近视 those who attend on and serve Thetrarachna, the 近视男 of Saka, male servant or disciple, and 近视女 of Sikh, female servant or disciple, i.e. laymen or women who undertake to obey the 5 commandments. 近住 laymen or women who remain at home and observe the 8 commandments, i.e. the 近视律仪。近远 nearing perfection, i.e. the 10 commandments, which are near to nirvana. 近同 a devotee or disciple, i.e. of Saka. 辩殊跋陀 Visvabhadra, name of 普贤 President, Samanekabhadra. 经 Hiraya, Ilana, which means gold, any precious metal, semen, etc., or Sufala Subara, which means of a good or beautiful color, golden, yellow, gold, a gold coin, etc. The Chinese means metal, gold, money. 金人 Buddha, an image of Buddha of metal or gold, also 金佛。金仙 Golden or immortal, i.e. Buddha, also Taoist Zen. 金光 金光明 golden light, and in P of Subara, Prapsa, or Atma. It is variously applied, e.g. 金光明女 wife of 金天童子，金光明武 golden light drum. 金光明金 golden light sutra, tr. In the 6th century and twice later, used by the founder of Tiantai, it is given in its fullest form in the 金光明最胜王经 Subara, Prapsa, Atmaja Sutra. 金光佛刹 the lowest of the Buddha, Katra, or lens. 金沙 a golden pagoda, the 9 golden circles on top of a pagoda. 金刚 Phaedra, 拔舌罗 拔折罗 or 拔舌罗 富约罗 or 富日罗 the thunderbolt of Indra, often called the diamond claw, but recent research considers it a sun symbol. The diamond, synonym of hardness, indestructibility, power, the least frangible of minerals. It is one of the Saptaragna 七宝。金刚杵 Thunderbolt or thunderbolt, it is generally shaped as such, but has various other forms. Any one of the beings represented with the factory is a Jinggang. The factory is also in P as a weapon of Indian soldiers. It is employed by the esoteric sects and others as a symbol of wisdom and power over illusion and evil spirits. When straight as a scepter, it is dugu one-limbed, when three-pronged, it is satgu, and so on with 5 and 9 limbs. 金刚不坏，金刚不坏身 the diamond indestructible body, the Buddha. 金刚乘 Vajrayana, the diamond vehicle, another name of the 真言 Shenzhen. 金刚夜叉 or 金刚药叉 Vajrayana, one of the 5 大明王, fierce guardian of the north in the region of Amagasetai or Kayamuni, also styled the Bodhisattva with the fangs. 金刚佛 Vajra, Buddha. Pharaoh Kanna or 大日的 sun, Buddha, sometimes applied to Kayamuni as embodiment of the truth, of wisdom, and of purity. 金刚佛子 a son of the Vajra, Buddha, i.e. of Pharaoh Kanna, a term applied to those newly baptized into the esoteric sect. 金刚沙 Vajrakatra, a foreign or Buddhist monastery or building. 金刚力 Vajra, power, irresistible strength. 金刚力 or 金刚力士 is the 金刚神 Qfi. 金刚口 diamond mouth, that of a Buddha. 金刚天 the Vajra invest 20 in number in the Vajra to group. 金刚子 Radhika, a seed similar to a peach stone used for beads, especially in invoking one of the Jinggang. Also a Horizon. 金刚定 Vajra Sandhi, 金刚预定 金刚三昧 金刚灭定 Diamond meditation, that of the last stage of the Bodhisattva, characterized by firm, indestructible knowledge, penetrating all reality, attained. After all remains of illusion have been cut off. 金刚秘籍 Sadhima, guardians of the secrets of Pharaoh Kanna, his inner or personal group of guardians in contrast with the outer or major group of Puxan, major, etc. Similarly, Riputra, Thervakas, etc. are the inner guardians of Kayamuni, the Bodhisattvas being the major group. Iden 金刚手金刚力士、密机力士 etc. 金刚宝戒 The Mahinda rules according to the Fanwang Sutra. 金刚宝藏 The diamond tracery, i.e. nirvana and the pure body, mind, as the source of the mind of all sentient beings, the Nirvana Sutra. 金刚山 or 金刚尾山 or 金刚轮山, the concentric iron mountains about the world, also Subaru, also the name of a fabulous mountain. Cf. 金山 金刚幡 Vajrakatu, a flag hung to a pole with a dragon as head. 金刚班菩萨 Vajrayana Bodhisattva, the flag bearer, one of the 16 in the Vajrayana group. 金刚座 or 金刚座床 Vajrayana or Bodhidharma, Buddha as seen on attaining enlightenment, the diamond throne. Also a posture or manner of sitting. N.W. 金刚心 Diamond heart, that of the Bodhisattva, i.e. infrangible, unmoved by illusion. 金刚心殿 Vajrayana Mala, in which Vairocana dwells, also called 不坏金刚光明心殿, the shrine of the indestructible diamond, brilliant heart. 金刚念诵 Silent repetition, also 金刚语言。金刚慧 Diamond wisdom, which by its reality overcomes all illusory knowledge. 金刚手 Vajrayana, a holder of the Vajra, a protector, any image with this symbol, 金刚部 groups of the same in the Jing and Taimalas. 金刚手菩萨 or 金刚手萨埵 Vajrayana Bodhisattva, especially Puxan Puxian Samantabhadra. 金刚拳 Vajra, fist, the hands doubled together on the breast. 金刚拳菩萨 one of the Bodhisattvas in the diamond group. 金刚智 Vajramati, the indestructible and enriching diamond wisdom of the Buddha. Also the name of an Indian who came to China AD 619. He is said to have introduced the Yoga system and founded the esoteric school, but this is attributed to Amagarbhara V. 大教 金刚智三藏 Vajra body may be the same person, but there is doubt about the matter, cf. 大教 金刚曼荼罗 V. 金刚界 金刚杵 or 金刚杖 V. 金刚 金刚水 Diamond or the real water, drunk by a prince on investiture, or by a person who receives the esoteric baptismal rite, also 是水。金刚法界宫 the palace or shrine of Vairocana in the Garbhato. 金刚眼 Diamond, blaze, a circle of fire to forbid the entry of evil spirits, also called 金眼 火焰 or 火焰界 印 or 火焰蜜粉印。金刚王 Vajra, king, i.e. the strongest or finest, e.g. a powerful bull. 金刚王宝诀 the diamond royal, gem enlightenment, i.e. that of the Buddha. 金刚王菩萨 one of the 16 bodhisattvas in the diamond realm, one of Akopya as written you, also known as 金刚勾王 the Vajra king. 金刚界 Vajrayana, 金界 the diamond, or Vajra, element of the universe, it is the true wisdom of Vairocana in its indestructibility and activity. It arises from the Garbhato Taizang Jie Qi, the womb or store of the Vairocana, the reason or principles of such wisdom. 理智。The two gargantuan factories are shown by the esoteric school, especially in the Japanese Shenzhen, into malas, i.e. groups or circles, representing in various portrayals the ideas arising from the two fundamental concepts favored to its P as the realm of intellection, and gargantuous the substance underlying it, or the matrix. The latter is the womb or fundamental reason of all things, and occupies the eastern position as cause of the factoidal, which is on the west as the resultant intellectual or spiritual expression. But both are one as are reason and wisdom, and Thyokana, the illuminator, the 大日 great sun, presides over both as source and supply. The factoid presents the spiritual world of complete enlightenment. The esoteric Dharmaic doctrine as contrasted with the exoteric Nirmaic doctrine. It is the sixth element Shi mind, and is symbolized by a triangle with the point downwards and by the full moon, which represents wisdom or understanding. It corresponds to Guo fruit, or effect, back to being in or cause. The Jinggang Jie 5 部 or 5 divisions of the factoid air, represented by the 5 Ehini Buddhas, thus Center 大日 Thyokana, East Achu Akobya, South 宝生 Ragnas and Hava, West 阿弥陀 Amitabha, North 不空成就 Amalgamation High, or Kayamuni. They are seated respectively on a lion, an elephant, a horse, a peacock, and a Garuda. 五佛 also 胎 金刚神 the guardian spirits of the Buddhist order, the large idols at the entrance of Buddhist monasteries, also 金刚手 金刚力士 金刚童子 Favorite Kunra, 金刚使者 Avara, messenger of the Buddhas or Bodhisattvas, also an incarnation of Amitabha in the form of a youth with fierce looks holding Avara. 金刚锁 Favorite pot, the diamond lasso, or noose, in the hand of 不动明王 and others. 金刚菩萨Vajrapāla Bodhisattva in the factoid mala, who carries the snare of compassion to bind the souls of the living. 金刚经 The Diamond Sutra, Vajrakidik, Paired Jade Brahmad Sutra 金刚能断般若波罗蜜经 A condensation of the Paired Jade Brahmad Sutra, first tr. by Kunrajma, later by others under slightly varying titles. 金刚菩萨 There are many of these Vajra Bodhisattvas, e.g. 金刚音菩萨 Vajrahetu, 金刚手菩萨 Vajrayati, 金刚宝菩萨 Vajraragna, 金刚藏菩萨 Vajragarpa, 金刚真菩萨 Vajrasi, 金刚江菩萨 Vajrasena, 金刚锁菩萨 Vajrapāt, 金刚钩菩萨 Vajrapāt, 金刚香菩萨 Vajrapāt, 金刚光菩萨 Vajratija, 金刚法菩萨 Vajradharma, 金刚地菩萨 Vajradka, and others. 金刚藏 Vajragarbha, the Bodhisattva in Velakvatra Sutra. 金刚藏王 a form of the next entry, also Kayamuni. 金刚萨埵 Vajrasattva, Mosattva. 金萨 a form of Kuxan, Samantabhadra, reckoned as the second of the 8 patriarchs of the Zhenyan Zong Shenzhen sect, also known as 金刚手, 金刚手秘密王 or 金刚手菩萨 and other similar titles. The term is also applied to all Vajra beings or Vajra Bodhisattvas, especially those in the moon circle in the east of the diamond mala. Kayamuni also takes Vajrasattva form. All beings are Vajrasattva because of their Buddha nature. So are all beginners in the faith and practice. 3. So are the retinue of Akobhya. 4. So is great Kuxan. 金刚众 the retinue of the 金刚神 Vajradambas. 金刚观 the diamond insight or vision which penetrates into reality. 金刚语言 ident 金刚面颂 金刚身 the diamond body, the indestructible body of Buddha. 金刚轮 the diamond or Vajra wheel, symbolical of the esoteric sects. The lowest of the circles beneath the earth. 金刚部 the various groups in the 2 malas, each having a jewel or head in the diamond Malakabhya or Vajrasattva is spoken of as such. 金刚部母 Mang Mangji make his mother in this group. 金针 金刚针 the straight Vajra or scepter, also V. 金针菩萨 金刚铃 the diamond or Vajra bell for attracting the attention of the objects of worship and stimulating all who hear it. 金刚铃菩萨 Vajraga, a bodhisattva holding a bell in the Vajra mala. 金刚锁 Vajra ko Vajrakan or feather. 金刚锁菩萨 the chain bearer in the diamond group. 金刚门the diamond door of Thagar back to Mala. 金刚顶 the diamond apex or crown, a general name of the esoteric doctrines and sutras of Vairocana. The Sutra 金刚顶经 is the authority for the 金刚顶宗 sect. 金刚体 the diamond body, that of Buddha, and his merits. 金口 the golden mouth of the Buddha, a reference entirely a 金刚口 the diamond, like firmness of his doctrine. 金口相承 金口组成 the doctrines of the golden mouth transmitted in apostolic succession through generations of patriarchs. 金地 a Buddhist monastery, v also Shijitivana. 金帝国 Suvarabhitmai, said to be a country south of Ravast, to which Asoka sent missionaries. Also 金出金田金大王 Protector of travelers, shown in the train of the 1000 Han Wang 金山 Metal or golden mountain, i.e. Buddha, or the Buddha's body. 金山王 Buddha, especially amid Ba. The 7 Jingshan are the 7 concentric ranges around Sumeru, Xu face. Uditara, Dhara, Kaudiraka, Sudarsana, Apakara, Vinataka, Namitara, respectively 于一节苏皮 Annie. 金星 Sakrat, the planet Venus. 金杖 The golden staff broken into 18 pieces and the skirt similarly torn, seen in a dream by King Bimbisra, prophetic of the 18 divisions of Nana. 金毗罗 Kamra, 金毗罗, 金波罗, 净毗罗, or 公毗罗, a crocodile, alligator, described as 蛟龙 a bold dragon. Cf. 诗 Amakai, king who was converted and became a guardian of Buddhism, also known as 金毗罗陀, 金毗罗陀迦毗罗, 金毗罗神, 金毗罗大将 For 金毗罗比丘 Kampila, V 节金毛狮子 The lion with golden hair on which Major Wenshun writes, also a previous incarnation of the Buddha. 金水 Golden water, i.e. wisdom. 金沙 Golden sand river, an imaginary river in the Nirvana Sutra 10. Also the Hierophant, V 诗 金河 Hierophant, V 施赖拿拔底 金素如来 The Golden Grand Tathagata, a title of Vimalakirti Waymore in a previous incarnation. 金翅鸟 金翅鸟王 Garuda, 妙翅 迦楼罗 the king of birds, with golden wings, companion of Vayu, a sin of the Buddha. 金胎 Iden 金刚界 and 胎藏界 金色 Golden colored 金色世界 The golden hued heaven of Major Wenshu 金色女 The princess of Ra, who is said to have been offered in marriage to Kayamuni because he was of the same color as herself. 金色孔雀王 The golden hued peacock king, protector of travelers, in the retinue of the 1000 Hands. 望年 金色王 A previous incarnation of the Buddha. 金色迦叶 金色尊者 金色头陀 names for Mokhyata, as he is said to have in光 swallowed light, hence his golden hue. 金藏 Golden treasury, i.e. the Buddha, nature in all the living. 金藏鱼 The first golden treasury cloud when a new world is completed, arising in the Guangyin Tian Svara heaven and bringing the first rain. 金兰衣 Object or robe embroidered with gold, a golden robe, 欧搜金蓝袈裟，金色衣。金言 Golden words, i.e. those of Buddha. 金题 Kathaka of Arja, 金泥，监舍居 name of the steep on which Kayamuni left his home. 金身 金躯 the golden body or person, that of Buddha. 金轮 the metal circle on which the earth rests, above the water circle which is above the wind, or air. Circle which rests on space. Also Thikakra, wheel or disc, emblem of sovereignty, one of the 7 precious possessions of a king. 金轮王 a golden wheel king, the highest in comparison with silver, copper, and iron, Cape-Varden. 金鸡 the golden cock, or fowl, with a grain of millet in its beak, and name for Bodhidharma. 金骨 golden bones, i.e. Buddha as relics. 金龟 the golden tortoise on which the world rests, idem 金轮。长 long, always, shen, to grow, rising, senior. 常起食 always to ask food as alms, one of the 12 duties of a monk. 长寿 long life. 长寿天 devas of long life, in the 4th Dihim heaven where life is 500 great kalpas, and in the 4th Harpalakot here life extends over 80,000 kalpas. 长夜 the whole night, the long night of mortality or transmigration. 长日the long day, or succeeding days prolonged. 长生 long or eternal life, in paradise, 长生不死，长生不老 long life without death, or growing old. Immortality 长生福 the charm for immortality, i.e. Buddhism. 长老 senior, venerable, title for aged and virtuous monks, also an abbot. 长者接力喝拔地，一乐贺波顶告派地。A householder, one who is just, straightforward, truthful, honest, advanced in age, and wealthy, and elder. 长衣长物，长波 clothes, things, or alms bowls in excess of the permitted number. 长跪 kneeling with knees and toes touching the ground and thighs and body erect, toe kneeling. 长阿含经 Drukama, the longimus, cf. 阿含长食ample supplies of food, i.e. for a long time. 门 a door, gate, a sect, school, teaching, especially one leading to salvation or nirvana. 门侣 disciple, fellow, student. 门师 preceptor, the monk who is recognized as teacher by any family. 门徒 disciple. 门派门流门业门基 the followers, or development of any sect. 门状参状 or by and paper, card, visiting card. 门神门神 the gate, gods or guardians. 门经 the funeral service read at the house door. 门达腊 Mullah Seaman 门首 门主 the controller of a gate or sect 副 a joint attached to a pent near 附佛法外道 heretics within Buddhism 驼 steep bank declivity translate THDDH type DYDHAECF 图多谈驼诃 dog burning 陀多劫多 Tazkiyata 非多陀摩 Dhamma tent dumb assault obedient good 陀利 Darada the country of the ancient Dardan mentioned by Strabo and Pliny the region near Dardu Lat 35度11 N long 73度54 item 陀毗罗 or 陀毗荼达罗毗荼 or 达罗弥荼 Demela Drafala probably Dravia or Dravara anciently a kingdom in southern India bounded in the south by the Kalpari and reaching northward as far as Akkad or Madras. Item 陀罗 TR star shining, radiating, a female deity, V 多陀罗尼 or 陀罗那陀林尼者able to lay hold of the good so that it cannot be lost, and likewise of the evil so that it cannot arise. Magical formulas or mystic forms of prayer or spells of tantric order, often in Sanskrit, found in China as early as the 3rd century AD, they form a potion of Sidrapika, made popular chiefly through the Yoga Yuja or Mijiao esoteric school. For the visions are given, i.e. 法陀罗尼、意陀罗尼、咒陀罗尼 and 忍陀罗尼, the 咒, i.e. mantra or spell, is emphasized by the Zhenyan Shenjun sect. There are numerous treatises, e.g. 陀罗尼集经、瑜伽师的论 attributed to Asava, founder of the Buddhist yoga school. 陀罗尼菩萨 Drug Bodhisattva, one who has great power to protect and save. 陀罗那 Name of Alaka陀罗罗 Name of AI 陀罗标 Dravya, the 9 substances in the Naya philosophy, earth, water, fire, air, ether,空, time, space, 方 soul 神 and mind 意陀那 Dina, bestow, alms, the marks on a scale. Dina, another name for the Laya, Vijana. 陀那婆 Dinavat, name of a god. 陀那迦他 Dinax, or Dokix, the verse or utterance of the almsgiver. 陀那波底 or 陀那施主 Dimapati, almsgiver. 陀 Identor A or it is the first letter of the Sanskrit Siddham alphabet, and is also translated by an, yun, etc. From it are supposed to be born all the other letters, and it is the first sound. uttered by the human mouth. It has therefore numerous mystical indications. Being also a negation, it symbolizes the unproduced, the impermanent, the immaterial, but it is employed in many ways indicative of the positive. Amongst other uses, it indicates a mitva from the first syllable in that name. It is much in use for esoteric purposes. 阿是耶，阿舍耶 disposition, mind, pleased to, desire to, pleasure. 阿塔婆吠陀 Atharvaveda, also perfect the fourth Veda, dealing with sorcery or magic, also 阿达陀丙陀、阿塔波陀、阿伐罗士罗。Avril, the school of the dwellers in the western mountains, 西山寺印腾佩卡 it was a subdivision of the Mosaic. 阿加 Arga, 二加 tr. By water, but it specially indicates ceremonial water, e.g. offerings of scented water, or water containing fragrant flowers. 阿加坏 the vase or bowl so used. 阿加坏 the vase or bowl used for ceremonial water. 阿加炉阿加楼二阶路 aguru, fragment aloe, wood, 银皮沉香的 incense that sinks in water. The Agalakun, the Ahalim or Ahalas of the Hebrews. Itel 阿加罗 Phi 阿含好吗？阿加罗加 Agrica, the planet Mars, a star of ill omen, a representation in Thagar battle. 阿加陀阿杰陀阿杰陀 Agata, free from disease, an antidote, 隐蔽 as 普去 and medicine that entirely rids of disease, elixir of life, universal remedy. 阿加檀 Agama, not solid, not dense. 阿修罗 Asura, 修罗 originally meaning a spirit, spirits, or even the gods, it generally indicates titanic demons, enemies of the gods, with whom, especially Indra, they wage constant war. They are defined as noctavus, and ugly, and without one. Other forms are Ashulor, or Asulor, or Sulor, Ashulun, or Luoshulun, or Ashulun, or Luoshulun, Asulor, Acha. 4 classes are named according to their manner of rebirth: egg born, womb born, transformation born, and spawn or water born. Their abode is in the ocean, north of Subaru, but certain of the weaker dwell in a western mountain cave. They have realms, rulers, and palaces, as have Thaddeus. The Ashulor Dao is one of the 6 Gatis, or ways of reincarnation. The 修罗场 or 修罗巷 is the battlefield of the Asuras against Indra. The Ashulor Qing are their hawks. Abang, the ox, had torturers in Hades. Also 阿棒罗莎、阿米罗加、Roderica, Roginger, 阿森加、阿森 Asaka, Risaka, in P. As 无着 unattached, free, lived 1,000 years after the Nerva, probably the 4th century AD, said to be the eldest brother of Tianqing Saben, whom he converted to Mahina. He was first a follower of the Mausaka school, but founded the Yoga or Tantric school with his Kravite Maestra 瑜伽师的论, which in the 三藏传 is said to have been dictated to him by Maitreya in the Two in Heaven, along with the 庄严大乘论 and the 中边分别论. He was a native of Gandhra, but lived mostly in Ayodhya out. 阿僧祇 Asakya, Asakaya, 阿僧祇耶 僧祇 in P. 无数 innumerable, countless, said to be 1000万兆 kalpas. There are 4 kalpas in the rise, duration, and end of every universe, cf. 劫阿少斜线兔楼陀 phi 阿那律 Anuradha 阿少斜线兔罗陀补罗 Anuradhapura, a northern city of Ceylon, at which tradition says Buddhism was introduced into the island, cf. Abhayagiri, Abba, Alini, Alna or Arni, a kingdom which formed part of ancient Takra, situated near to the sources of the Oxus. Itel, Alisha, or Alisha, rock connected with theists or holy men, especially their religious utterances in First Adi-sha-ji, also a title of a Buddha. Adi-sha Ju-chu, the highest position of achievement, perfection, see Adi-sha. Adi-lo-ba-ti, a sacred fact, 阿特多伐地 see 诗 Hare Albert. 阿利耶 Iden 阿赖耶莱阿 and 阿里耶 阿智多 Ashita Phi 阿逸多 阿善比茨罗 Name of a demon burnt up by the fire eats 阿贝罗欧茜 A 6 RAHN Can or 6 RAHN Can't Shenzhen true word or spell of Faokana for subduing auras, each song representing one of the 5 elements, earth, water, fire, wind, or air, and space, or ether. Also, 阿毗罗欧茜 or 阿韦罗欧茜 or 阿韦罗欧见 or 阿毗罗欧见阿韦罗和星号牛茜阿查摩罗 Acamel, a rosary, especially of the seeds of the Eliocarpus. NW, also a symbol of the 10 perfections. Ajali, Eli, Ajali, a province of the ancient kingdom of Malwa or Malacca, its people rejected Buddhism. Ajaja, Aaa, the third of the 4 cold hells. 阿扎婆居，阿扎摩家 阿扎宝具 or 厄扎宝具 a vicomte name of a demon general. 阿扎法底 Allahabad, the city of Faridabad. 阿含 Kidma, 阿含木 阿含 阿伽摩 or 阿吉摩 Second was a collection of doctrines, general name. For the Hmena scriptures, tr. 法规 the home or collecting place of the law or truth, 无比法 Peerless law or 去无 any plus ultra, ultimate, absolute truth. The 四阿含经 or Furgan Mosseri. 一长阿含的 Gamma, long treatises on cosmogony. 二 Madhyam Gamma, 中阿含 middle. Treatises on metaphysics. 三 Saronite Gamma, 杂阿含 miscellaneous treatises on abstract contemplation. 四 Ecopter Gamma, 增益阿含 numerical treatises, subjects treated numerically. There is also a division of 5 Gammas. 阿含十 The period when the Buddha taught Hmena doctrine in the Lumbini garden during the first 12 years of his ministry. 阿含部 Hmena Ao the supposed foundation of all sounds and writing, A being the open and H the closed sound. A is the seat of Pharaoh, H that of Fate raised Fa, and both have other indications. A represents the absolute, H the particular or phenomenal. Ahu, Aho, an interjection, e.g. 奇哉 wonderful. Also Alka, a flash, ray, the sun, price, name of a mountain, cf. 阿罗歌 阿呼地狱 The hell of groaning. 阿呵呵 Ahaha, sound of laughter. 阿周陀 The name of 木莲某某 Goya now as AI. 阿周陀那 Arjuna, 阿圣那阿利多罗阿利耶多罗 Ria, tr. One of the titles of Guanyin, Refalokaitapara 阿利多婆卢揭谛硕波罗耶阿的木的家 ATI, Matata,阿提阿叶见多 Allakat, an iron arrow, also 阿叶塞见那阿什利沙 L, the 624th constellation, stars in Hydra, and W says the 9th Nakatra containing 5 stars. 阿姨 Arham, a worthy, noble, or saintly man, especially 阿斯陀罗西塔 Kufi. 阿姨田 Dikernika, a beginner, neophyte. 阿姨头 Iden 阿奇多和晒帕阿姨罗和地 or 阿姨罗婆地 or 阿姨罗和地 or 阿姨罗婆地 or 阿姨罗和巴提 or 阿姨罗婆巴提 阿特 the river Asirabad 阿罗汉阿舍耶阿士耶阿舍里尔 or 阿舍里尔 Karya, rare, extraordinary. Part of the name of an ancient monastery in Karashar. 阿努摩陀 Anumoda, concurrence, a term of thanks from a monk to a donor on parting. 阿努罗陀 Unearthed, the 17th of the 28 nakshatras, or lunar mansions. NW, the Fang constellation in Scorpio. 阿梭摩 ASAVA, a formula covering the 3 sections of Thagar battle, a Thetas Gate section, SA, the Lotus section, MVA the Diamond section. 阿梭摩不多 Accepta, incomplete, unended. 阿沙摩梭摩or Ashamosomo, Astamasama, one of the titles of a Buddha. It is defined as Udanda, which has various interpretations, but generally means of unequal rank. Asomi has similar meaning. Asomi, same as Ashamosomo. Asoro, a serum and medicine, a plant, Blumia, Lancera, or perhaps Sisra, the castor, oil plant, or the aloe. Asopunaja, Visa, Apnaka, contemplation by counting the breathings, cf. Anapona, Apo, APA, Apha, Alpha, etc. 阿婆摩罗 or 阿婆娑摩罗 Apasura, epileptic, demons of epilepsy. 阿婆韵伽罗 Aphe Akara, giving security from fear, name of Atisgata. 阿婆卢吉低舍婆罗of fallen Kaitasvara, name of Wangye. 阿婆摩 Anutma, applied to a Buddha as Udanda of unequal rank, cf. 阿梭摩 阿密里多 Anta, 阿密口星号力地阿梅口星号力 Donactor, Ambrosia. 阿密里多君图利 one of the 5 冥王 Qfi. 阿施罗婆那 Rava, which NW gives as one of the lunar asterisms, Aquili. Rava is the month which falls in July-August. 阿韦舍 Aphesa, spiritualistic possession, a useful medium. Also 阿韦舍 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 阿毗舍 阿底利 or 阿爹里 a tree, a devourer, one of the stars in Ursa Major, one of the assistants of Agni. In the Gar battle, an ancient deed. 阿语多 Iden 阿有多 阿刹莫 Aknt, unceasing devotion, with an unfailing mind, name of a bodhisattva. 阿弥陀 Ami, Amita, boundless, infinite, tr. by 无量 immeasurable. The Buddha of infinite qualities. Known as Amitabha or Amitabha, Amitabha, tr. 无量光 boundless light, 阿弥陀搜思 Epitaeus, tr. 无量寿 boundless age or life, and among the esoteric sects enter 甘露王 sweet king. An imaginary being unknown to ancient Buddhism, possibly of Persian or Iranian origin, who has eclipsed the historical Buddha in becoming the most popular divinity in the Mahayana pantheon. His name indicates an idealization rather than an historic personality, the idea of eternal light and life. The origin and date of the concept are unknown, but he has always been associated with the West, where in his paradise, Sukhat, the Western Pure Land, he receives to unbounded happiness all who call upon his name, cf. the Pure Land's净土of Maitreya and Acobia. This is consequent on his 48 vows, especially the 18th, in which he vows to refuse Buddhahood until he has saved all living beings to his paradise, except those who had committed the 5 unpardonable sins, or were guilty of blasphemy against the faith. While his paradise is theoretically only a stage on the way to rebirth in the final joys of nirvana, it is popularly considered as the final resting place of those who criminal me to Ethel, or blasphemy, or adoration to Amida Buddha. The净土Pure Land Jade sect is especially devoted to this cult, which arises chiefly out of the Sukhat Vihara, but Amida is referred to in many other texts and recognized, with differing interpretations and emphasis, by the other sects. Ital attributes the first preaching of the dogma to a priest from Tokhara in AD 147, and says that Faxian ancients then make no mention of the cult. But the Chinese pilgrim Hui Rihuri says he found it prevalent in India 702-719. The first translation of Srimati Sutra, circa AD 223-253, had disappeared when the Kaiwan Catalogue was compiled AD 730. The 18th vow occurs in the Tr. by Dharmarika AD 308, with Amida is closely associated the Balakaitasvara, who is also considered as his incarnation, and appears crowned with or bearing the image of Amida. In the Trinity of Amida, Avalokitesvara appears on his left, and Mosmaputta on his right. Another group of 5 includes Kittigarbha and Angrajuna, the latter counted as the second patriarch of the Pure Land sect, one who calls on the name of Amitabha is styled Amitwa Shen, a saint of Amitabha. Amitabha is one of the 5 Hindu Buddhas. Ufo, Kufi. He has many titles, amongst which are the following 12 relating to him as Buddha of Light, also his title of Eternal Life, 无量光佛 Buddha of Boundless Light, 无边光佛 Buddha of Unlimited Light, 无碍光佛 Buddha of Irresistible Light, 无对光佛 Buddha of Incomparable Light, 焰王光佛 Buddha of Fire Flame, King Light, 清净光佛 Buddha of Pure Light,欢喜光佛 Buddha of Joyous Light. 智慧光佛 Buddha of Wisdom Light, 不断光佛 Buddha of Unending Light, 难思光佛 Buddha of Inconceivable Light, 无称光佛 Buddha of Indescribable Light, 超日月光佛 Buddha of Light surpassing that of sun and moon, 无量寿 Buddha of boundless age. As Buddha he has, of course, all the attributes of a Buddha, including Siddhikya or 法报化身, about which in Brahmita there are differences of opinion in the various schools. His esoteric letter is and he has specific manual signs. Cf. 阿弥陀经, of which with commentaries there are numerous editions. 阿弥陀檀那 Antodana 甘露王 A king of Magadha, father of Anuruddha and Bhadrika, uncle of Kayamuni. 阿士多伐底 Asirabhat, vị师 The river Hirayabhat, also 阿利罗拔提 or 阿夷罗拔提 or 阿利罗拔提 or 阿夷罗拔提 阿夷罗婆地 or 阿支罗婆地 or 阿夷罗婆地 阿尔多摩地 It is probable that 阿士多 因彼无胜 unconquered is a shaitan and an error. Cf. 阿氏 阿哲罗 Throne and Narat of the kingdom of Indra, founder of an monastery. 阿居卢舍 Throne, mask holding, abusing. 阿拿 Au, 阿问 Anominate, infinitesimal, the smallest aggregation of matter and molecule consisting of 7 为 7 atoms. 阿提佛陀 Died Buddha, the primal Buddha of ancient Lamaism, teaches Kyi, the poet Sosratius. By the older school he is associated with Kuxan born of Pharaoh Kona i.e. Khontu, Sen, Po, or Dharmakya Samantabhadha. By the later school with Vajradhara, or Vajrasattva, who are considered as identical and spoken of as omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, eternal, infinite, uncaused, and causing all things. 阿提木多 or 阿的木多 or 阿提木多加 or 阿的木多加 attain Mashiratamati, entire freedom of mind, confidence in P. 百善思维 pious thoughtfulness, good propensity Atimateka, a plant like the dragon, lick, suggestive of hemp, with red flowers and bluish, green leaves, its seeds produce fragrant oil, sesame. Also, a kind of tree. 阿提阿耨波陀 Dhyana-pita, or Dhyana-pana, 本出不生 the original uncreated letter or阿摩 and or mother, a title of respect. 阿摩爹爹 mother and father. 阿摩提 or 阿摩提 阿摩 耳心号来 the 21 st of the 33 forms of 王念 3 eyes, 4 arms, 2 playing a lute with a phoenix head, 1 foot on a lion, the other pendant. 阿摩罗 unmaligned, spotless, unstained, pure, the permanent and unchanging in contrast with the changing, the pure and unsullied, e.g. saintliness, the true nirvana. Also 眼阿摩，阿莫摩 QV， 阿善 Antman， 阿檀，阿那摩 i.e. 无我 without an ego, in personality, different from soul or spirit. 阿诗 Artha, e. reason, sense, purpose. Shi is probably a misprint for Tuo, the Huayan uses He Luo Duo also. Ta is used for Shi. A Mo Luo Nra Malaka Nrata. A Mo Luo Jia Yan Mo Luo Jia or Yan Mo Luo Jia or Yan Mo Le Jia. Nra Mango Mangifera indica. Malacca, O black myropolen, or Phyllanthus surlica, whose nuts are valued medicinally, Nrata, hot, plum, spondius. Mangifera, also used for discernment of mental ideas, the ninth of the 9 kinds of 心识. 眼眉螺 or 眼摩罗 or 眼婆罗 should apply Tongras mango, but the forms are used indiscriminately. Cf. 阿摩罗 阿离仪 Love, to embrace, love, a small drum, a kind of ecstatic meditation. 阿梨树 or 阿梨树 Arjaka, a Simon pilosum, a tree with white scented flowers, said to fall in 7 parts, like an epidendrum, styled also 二度加曼哲利。二度舍加曼哲利。阿梨渣，阿梨色渣 Aria, Kansas, the soap, berry tree, sapidus detergents, 木换子 whose berries are used for rosaries. Name of Abhakut, 阿梨耶 Ria, 阿利仪，阿利仪，阿利仪，阿利仪，阿利仪，阿里叶，阿月 or 阿仪，里耶 loyal, honorable, noble, Rian, a man who has thought on the 4 chief principles of Buddhism and life. According to them, in P. Bison honorable, ancient sage, wise, saintly, sacred. Also, Alka and Al. 阿离呵 Arham, 阿罗汉 QV. 阿里耶伐摩 Reaffirmment of the Arc-Stifting School, author of a work on the Vedika philosophy. 阿里斯那，阿里耶斯那 Riasina, and monk of the Mosaic. 阿里耶陀梭 Riaksa, and monk of the Mosaic. 阿盘陀罗 Afutura, intermediate, within limits, included. Ao, O, an exclamation, e.g. ho, o, I. Also Ayu, Ao, Ao or Ayo. The 2 letters Sanjitha. From the commerce of Brahma's mouth when he gave the 72 letters of Karo, and they are said to be placed at the beginning of the Brahminical sacred books as divine letters, the Buddhists adopting Rushi thus, even, instead. Api, FC, Api, Api cf. 阿鼻，阿毗三佛 阿毗三佛陀，阿维三佛 Abhisabbuddha, Abhisabbuddha, realizing or manifesting universal enlightenment, fully awake, complete realization. 阿毗目的 Abhamati, probably in error for dignity, implicit faith, conviction. 阿毗目区or 阿毗目区 Abhamaksan, towards, approaching, in presence of, tr. 现前 Abhamak, the sixth of the 10 stages 十住。阿毗斯度 Abhijit, 女宿的 10th Chinese stellar mention, stars in Aquarius. 阿毗跋致阿丙跋致，阿为月至 of BRT, 不退 no retrogression. 阿毗达摩阿毗昙，阿毗达摩 Abhidharma. Frustras, which discuss Buddhist philosophy or metaphysics. Defined by Buddhasa as the law or truth, Dharma, which, Abhai, goes beyond or behind the law, explained by Chan tradition, 圣法 surpassing law, 无比法 incomparable law, 对法 comparing the law, 相法 directional law, showing cause and effect. The 阿毗达摩藏 or 阿毗达摩论藏 is Siddharma Pirka, the third part of Sitripika. In the Chinese canon it consists of 大乘论 Mahayana treatises, 小乘论 Hinayana treatises, and 藏珠论 those brought in during the Song and Yuan dynasties. The 阿毗达摩俱舍论 Abhidharma, Kosa, Stra, tr. by Xianzeng, is a philosophical work by Vaisabhan who refuting doctrines of the Vaibhite school. There are many works of which Abhidharma forms part of the title. 阿毗遮罗 Abhikra, a hungry ghost. 阿毗遮卢迦阿毗陀，口心好流加 or 阿毗左，口心好流加阿毗左罗 Abhikraka, exorcism, an exorciser, or controller of demons. 阿沙陀 阿沙图，厄沙图的 4th month, part of June and July. Name of a monk. An Indian constellation comprising Ji and Do, stars in Sagittarius. Cf. 阿萨多阿米底耶 Daitya, the sons of Aditi, the gods, Varuna, the sun, the sky, son of the sun, Deva. 阿波摩罗Apasara, malevolent demons, epilepsy, and the demons who cause it, also 阿婆摩罗阿拔摩罗阿婆娑摩罗阿波会阿婆会阿波罗 Sphara, Vimna, the 6th of Malokas 光阴天 of night and sun. Sphara and its devas, but it is better in P. Asps, shining and Vara, ground, or splendid. The splendid devas or heaven, shown in Thagar battle. Like other devas they are subject to rebirth. Also 阿慧更修 or 阿慧更差，阿波佐罗阿波佐罗树，阿卫霍罗，阿婆莫迦，or 阿婆莫迦， 阿波摩罗尔 Mark 牛膝草 Acrianus aspera 阿波波 Ababa Tahava the only song possible to those in the fourth of the eight cold house 阿波罗罗阿波罗罗阿波摩利阿波波阿波摩 and 阿罗婆罗 Apollo not fond of flesh and W.A. destroyer by flood of the crops, Nunge of the source of the river of Hafstu, Swat of Udina, about which there are various legends. He, his wife Bishoni, and his children were all converted to Buddhism. 阿婆摩那婆阿波罗摩那阿婆阿婆摩那婆偶尔二婆摩那婆偶尔阿波摩那婆偶尔二波摩那婆阿波摩那波摩那 Apron hot in P as 无量光 immeasurable light the fifth of Thebromalochus 阿伯那迦帝 Apnagati the three evil paths, i.e. animal, hungry ghost, hell, but some say only the path to the hells. 阿波陀那阿波陀那阿波他那 Abhidna, parables, metaphors, stories, illustrations, one of the 12 classes of sutras, the stories, etc., are divided into 8 categories. 阿符呵那 or 阿符呵那 Vihana or Pativayasana, the calling of a monk or nun into the assembly for penance, or to rid the delinquent of sin. 阿符达摩阿符陀达摩 Adbhuta Dharma, miraculous or supernatural things, a section of the canon, recounting miracles and prodigies. Apan Apan, name of the first Chinese Buddhist nun of Woyong in Henan. 阿湿呵托波利叉 Asphatha, Fika, Fi菩提树 the Ficus religiosa. 阿湿陀 Asphat a horse. 阿湿呵弥陀 Asphamagha the ancient royal horse, sacrifice. 阿湿摩 or 阿湿摩 or 阿湿摩 Asman, a stone, rock. 阿湿呵揭婆Asmagarpa, emerald, tr. By Shizang, but also by Manao agate, the idea apparently being derived from another form, Ashimojepo Asmagarpa, horse matrix. Other forms are Ashihe Jepo or Ashuhe. 结婆 or 阿舍呵结婆 or 阿湿呵结婆 or 阿疏呵结婆 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 or 阿舍呵揭波 or 阿湿呵揭波 or 阿疏呵揭波 or 阿舍呵揭波二湿呵揭婆阿湿毗尼 N.W. says it is the first of the 20 Nakshatras, the 11th of the Chinese 28 constellations, Su, Aqua, Eclipse. 阿湿波 Aspen, the twins of the zodiac, Castor and Pollux, sons of the sun and Davin, they appear in the Sky before dawn riding in a golden carriage drawn by horses or birds. 阿诗富伐多，阿诗博士，阿诗博，阿诗博士多，阿诗波池，阿说是 or 阿说是指阿舒什，二丙 Asfahed 马胜。Gaining horses by conquest. N.W. Name of one of the first 5 disciples and a relative of Kayamuni, teacher of Riputra. 阿诗父与蛇，阿诗魔喻若 Asfahed. The month in which the moon is in conjunction with David, 16th of the 8th. Moon to 15th of the 9th, it is the middle month of autumn. 阿诗父巨沙 or 阿诗父巨沙，马名 Qv. Aspharosa. 阿诗父杰拿，阿舒哥纳 Alvakora, 马尔的 horse, Ear Mountains, 5th of the 7 concentric mountains. Around Subaru. 阿典国赤罗国 Atlan Bakila, an ancient kingdom near Karachi. 阿木加 Phi. 阿木区 Amoga. 阿木加国生 Amagapa, 王言 with the news. 阿坚多 or 阿钱多 Gentuka, any visitant or incident, a visiting monk, accidental. 阿尤 Yurveda, one of the Vedas, the science of life or longevity. 阿尤多 or 阿宇多 a lot, variously stated as a million or 1,000 millions, and a 大阿尤多 as 10,000 millions. 阿卢纳 Arua, 阿留纳 or 阿楼纳 Radi, dawn, color, dawn, south, fire, Mars, etc. 阿卢纳花 Aru a Kamala, the red lotus. 阿卢纳拔底 a red, colored incense. 阿木区阿木区拔哲罗 Amaga or Amagavahra, 阿木加 or 阿摩加 or 阿木加 in P. 不空金刚 a monk from northern India, a follower of the mystic teachings of Samantabhadra. Vajramati. 金刚智 is reputed to have founded the Yogakraya or Tantric school in China about AD 719-720. Amaga succeeded him in its leadership in 732. From a journey through India in Ceylon 741年6月 he brought to China more than 500 sutras and stras, introduced a new form for transliterating Sanskrit and published 108 works. He is credited with the introduction of the Alambanathi symbol of all souls, 15th of 7th moon, Viyu. He is the chief representative of Buddhist mysticism in China, spreading it widely through the patronage of 3 successive emperors, Xianzong, Suzong, who gave him the title of 大广智三藏 Qv, and Daizong, who gave him the posthumous rank and title of a minister of state. He died 774. 阿指尼 or 阿指尼 Agni, 阿奇尼 or 阿尼尼 fire, the fire, Deva. 阿斯仙 Asita, I. 阿斯陀 or 阿斯陀，阿士多，阿姨。I who spoke this at Brahmapuraka Sutra Kayamuni in a former incarnation. 2. The aged saint who pointed out the Buddha signs on Buddha's body at his birth. 阿杰多 or 阿杰多 Agastya, the star Canopus, also in P. As lightning. 阿杰多仙 one of the Jain in Nirvana Sutra, who stopped the flow of the Ganges for 12 years by allowing it to run into one of his ears. 阿维罗提 or 阿比罗提, Abhirati, the eastern pure land of Akobya. 阿富罗诃区 Avaraha, a spell uniting the powers respectively of earth, water, fire, air, and space. 阿富卢指低湿跋罗 Avalokitesvara, 阿富卢指第湿跋罗 or 阿富卢指多依湿跋罗，阿婆卢及地舍婆罗，阿那婆楼及低书，阿离耶婆楼及宫税 also are Avalokitesvara. In P. As 观世音 or 光世音 regarder or observer of the world as sounds or cries or sounds that enlighten the world. Also 观自在 the sovereign beholder, ATR. Avara, Lord, Sovereign. There is much debate as to whether the latter part of the word is Vara, sound, or Vara, Lord. Chinese interpretations vary. Cf. 观音 阿罗迦 Raga, desire, emotion, feeling, greed, anger, wrath, and many other meanings derived from to, type, color, etc. 阿罗歌 Aja or Ajaarka, or white flower, Asclepias, and W. Sescalotropis, gigantea. Cf. 阿呼 阿罗波遮那 or 阿罗婆遮那 Arapakana, and mystical formula, v. Levi as article on Arapakana, Bavarian Society. Feast Bundle 1929 2 pages 100 阿罗汉 Arham, Arhat, Loham, worthy, venerable, and enlightened, saintly man, the highest type or ideal. Saint in Hnana in contrast with Siddhisattva's the saint in Mahina, in P. As in Gong worthy of worship or respect, in P. As Shatse Arihat, Arihant, slayer of the enemy, i.e. of mortality, for the eight enters nirvana pushat not to be reborn, having destroyed the karma of reincarnation, he is also in the stage of Buxue, no longer learning, having attained. Also Luhan, Aluhan, Alohe or Alo. He, Alihe or Alihe, Lohe, etc. Cf. 阿姨、阿略、阿罗汉相 The direction leading toward action, by cutting off all illusion in the realms of form and beyond. Form 阿罗汉果 the fruit of Farhid discipline. 阿罗汉呵 one of the titles of Buddha, Thirhan who has overcome mortality. 阿罗摩 Rama, garden, grove, pleasance, hence Siddhikama, and monastery with its gardens. Also, 阿罗弥 阿兰摩 or 阿兰摩兰 阿罗罗 Rakama, the next. Also the Ataka or Hatha cold hells. 阿罗罗迦兰 Rakama or Rakama, title whom Kayamuni went on leaving home, another was Udrakarmaputra. They had attained to the concept of nothingness, including the non-existence of ideas. Other forms are 阿罗罗迦罗摩、阿罗图迦罗摩、阿兰迦、阿兰、阿兰迦兰、阿兰、迦兰、罗勒迦兰、阿罗蛇 Raja, a king. 阿罗蛇界 Raja, a dominion, kingdom. 阿杰罗Grove, a house, dwelling, receptacle, tr. 静 and used in the sense of an organ, e.g. the ear for sound, etc. 阿奇多 a cytophy. 阿逸多阿奇多赤舍清婆罗or 阿奇多紧舍清婆罗 or 阿奇多赤舍干婆罗 or 阿奇多紧舍干婆罗阿莫多 Ashitakesakan Island, the unyielding one whose cloak is his hair. One of the 6 Trityas, or Brahminical heretics, given to extravagant austerities. His doctrine was that the happiness of the next life is correlative to the sufferings of this life. 阿奇尼 Agni, fire, fee. 阿指尼 Agni or Agni, name of a kingdom north of Lake Lop. Ita 阿奇达or 阿奇多达 or 阿奇陀 or 阿奇多陀 Agni Datta, name of a king. 阿奇皮迦 Javika or Javaka, 邪命 one who lives on others, i.e. by improper means and improper livelihood. For one in orders. Ano Fee Ana and used for an apitapta, infra. Ano Puti Ano 多罗3秒3菩提 Anatara, Senmayak, Sapadai, or Omvivadai. Unexcelled, complete enlightenment, an attribute of every Buddha, tr. 百无上正遍知，无上正等正觉 the highest. Correct and complete, or universal knowledge or awareness, the perfect wisdom of a Buddha. Omniscient. Anolotor Anurada, son of Antodena, and cousin German to Kayamuni, Ital, not Anurada, cf. Na Ano Su Do Po Anu of the 阿问 Ano Guan Yin Anu Guan Yin, the 20th of the 33 forms of the goddess of mercy, seated on a rook, scanning the sea to protect or save voyagers. Anoda 阿那婆达多 or 阿那波达多 and Avatar, King Jambata, north of the Himalayas, south of Xiangshan Gongha, Denskar BES about 800 li in circumference, bordered by gold, silver, precious stones, etc. It is said to be the source of the 4 great rivers, east, the Ganges out of a silver ox mouth, south, the Indus out of that of an elephant, west, the Oxus, and north, the T, said to be the Yellow River. Ital has the Brahmaputra, Ganges, Satluj or Sutlej, and the Oxus, but there is confusion in the records. The dragon, king of this lake, became a bodhisattva and is exempt from the distresses of the other 7 dragon kings. The Anodashan are the mountains north of the lake. Aye, Yat approach, drawing near. Aye Yan has the same meaning as Aye, but is in P. By what to contemplate, looking to. Ayedana, or Ayedana, Yatana, seat, abode, in P. By room or true entrance, or place i.e. this state antonas, 6. Entrances or places of sense, data, or sensation, v. 6入阿耶揭利婆 or 阿耶揭利婆 hated Agrippa, the horse, had 王爷阿耶牧区 Ayomaka, Hayamukha, an ancient kingdom in central India. Ayu, Asoka, Ashuja, or Ashuja, grandson of Chandragupta, Sandrocatos, who united India and reached the summit of his career about 315 BC. Asoka reigned from about 274 to 237 BC. His name Asoka, free from care, may have been adopted on his conversion. He is accused of the assassination of his brother and relatives to gain the throne, and of a fierce temperament in his earlier days. Converted, he became the first famous patron of Buddhism, encouraging its development and propaganda at home and abroad, to which existing pillars, etc., bear witness. His propaganda is said to have spread from the borders of China to Macedonia, Epirus, Egypt, and Cyrene. His title is Dharmoka. He should be distinguished from Ploka, grandson of Ashtadru. Cf. 阿育家经、阿育家传 etc. 阿育家树 the name of a tree under which the mother of the Buddha was painlessly delivered of her son, for which Chinese texts give 8 different dates. Asoka, it is also called Bilicha, Fika, Aruo, Jada, Kulinya, Aruo Jiaochen, one of the first 5 disciples of Kaimuni, said to be the first to realize the Buddha, truth Jada, his designation, i.e. recognized or confessed, is in P. S. 已知 having known and 无知 not knowing, or knowledge of non-existence. Or perhaps forged. Confessor. Kundinya, his surname, is said to be a fire holder from the early fire worship of the Brahmins. Atu. A-U-V. 阿拿。阿兔扎产蹄。Endless chandas, and meter of 2 lines each in 88 syllables, also 阿耨苏兜婆。阿洛沙婆 Rukesa, 阿洛迦婆 demons, evil spirits, RKS are female demons, but are also said to be protectresses, cf. 罗刹婆阿宝剑 Avakan, Fatkan, Kavakan, Wakan, an ancient kingdom on the borders of the present Afghanistan, described by Xianshan as 200 lisangs east of Badakhshan. Also 施宝剑、劫宝剑。阿萨多 is a double nakshatra, 2 lunar mansions, associated with G stars in Sagittarius. This form is said to be perfect and is in P. Ascent, i.e. stars in Corvus, but these stars are in the Indian constellation Hast, the head, which may be the more correct transliteration, cf. 阿沙陀阿萨蛇 Astia, incurable. 阿兰若 Rhea, from Rhea, forest 阿兰若加 Rhea, one who lives there. In P. 百无正声 no sound of. Discord, 娴静 shut in and quiet, 远离 far removed, 空寂 uninhabited and still, a lonely abode 500. Bucklands from any village. A hermitage, or place of retirement for meditation. 3 kinds of occupants are given. 达摩阿兰若加 Dharma, Rayaka, 摩记阿兰若加 Taga, Rayaka, and Tan. 陀阿兰若加 Deka, Rayaka. Other forms are 阿兰那 or 阿兰让，阿兰陀 or 陀，阿练若 or 阿练。且和拉阳星号儿。达摩阿兰若加。Dharma, Rayaka, meditators on the principle of inactivity, or letting nature have its course, c. 阿兰若。摩记阿兰若加。Taka, Rayaka, those who dwell among the dead, away from human voices, c. 阿兰若。檀陀阿兰若加。Deka, Rayaka, those who dwell in sandy deserts and among rocks, as in the ancient Deccan, c. 阿兰若。阿树达 U. Sit, daughter of Ashtatru, king of Magadha, noted for her wisdom at 12 years of age. 阿逸罗 Ajaras, one of the 7 Deva, is born from Brahma's mouth, shown in the diamond cord of the Garbhadra, red-colored, holding a lotus on which is a vase, in Sanskrit the planet Jupiter. A title of the Buddha. Also 与央斜线瓦迦罗河。阿士丹舍那 or 阿士丹舍那 Asaktijaya, invincible, a charm for entering the meditation on invincibility. cf. 是说他 Asphatha, a tree, the ficus religiosa or Bodhi tree, called also the 无罪树 no, saint tree, because whoever goes around it 3 times is rid of sin. Also 阿湿波他、阿舍波陀、阿舒他、阿说罗布。Aspharicus, atheistic school of Nepal, which set up Buddha as a supreme divinity. 阿赫罗 19. 阿舍迦 a kind of hungry ghost, connected with Anukat. 阿赖耶 Laya, an abode, resting place, hence Himalaya, the storehouse of snow in P. As Wu may now disappearing, perhaps now melting, also as store. Other forms are Ali or Ali or Amo also Lai or Li. Any of these terms is used in abbreviation for Laya, Vijnana. 阿赖耶外道 Thelaya heresy, one of the 13 heretical sects named in the 大日经 注心 chapter in that Thelaya, a sort of eternal substance or matter, created and containing all forms, when considered as a whole, it is non-existent, or contains nothing, when considered unrolled, or phenomenal, it fills the universe. It seems to be of the nature of materialism as opposed to the idealistic conception of Thelaya, Vijnana. 阿赖耶识 Laya, Vijnana. The receptacle intellect or consciousness, the originating or receptacle. Intelligence, basic consciousness, keys. It is the store or totality of consciousness, both absolute and relative, impersonal in the whole, temporally personal or individual in its separated parts, always reproductive. It is described as 有情根本之心识的 fundamental mind consciousness of conscious beings, which lays hold of all the experiences of the individual life, and which as storehouse holds the germs 种子 of all affairs. It is at the root of all experience, of thescondas, and of all things on which sentient beings depend for existence. Mind is another term for it, as it both stores and gives rise to all seeds of phenomena and knowledge. It is called 本识 original mind, because it is the root of all things, 无昧识 inexhaustible mind, because none of its seeds or products is lost, 现实 manifested mind, because all things are revealed in or by it, 种子识 seeds mind, because from it spring all individualities or particulars, 所知一识 because it is the basis of all knowledge, 一手识 because it produces the rounds of morality, good and evil, karma, etc., 支持识 or 阿陀那 qv, that which holds together, or is the seed of another rebirth, or phenomena, the causal nexus, 第10 the prime or supreme mind or consciousness 载食 abode of consciousness 无垢实 unsullied consciousness when considered in the absolute, i.e. the Tathagata, and 第80 as the last of the 8 vijayanas. There has been much discussion as to the meaning and implications of the laya vijnana. It may also be termed the unconscious or unconscious absolute, out of whose ignorance or unconsciousness rises all consciousness.